Remember, this is a marathon, not a race. Same goes for the chants in here, but hey, you can go as loud as you want. Club and Labs will be banned out first. Take us through it, Jack.
Yeah, so both teams banning out basically each other's best maps. You know, you'll see Beast Coast banning out Clubhouse, which is BDS's best map. BDS banning out Labs, which is Beast Coast's best map.
Yeah, and it's no surprise, obviously, going to Skyscraper. Beast Coast has been having tons of success throughout this stage. I mean, well, throughout the Swiss system and throughout this event. I mean, realistically, they should have beat FaZe the first time around. They would have been 3-0 up going on there. So, it ending on Skyscraper here, no surprise to me. Definitely want to see what the rest of this ban phase is looking like.
Yeah, moving through to the next one, we're going to see BDS pick into Consulate. It's one of their favorite maps, and this is often what you will find in best of fives is you ban away your opponent's best map, and then you pick the next best one available.
So this is what's interesting. Beast Coast have not shown Consulate at all this event. They showed it back in the NAL, so it makes me question, are they bringing something here to try to throw BDS off, whether that's securing a round or even securing the map by doing something shifty?
If we move through then to the next two bans and the pick, we're going to see that it's a pick in from Beast Coast onto Chalet. Now, Chalet is a map that BDS used to hate, but have started playing, especially with this roster. Now they've got the M&M influence on their team.
And like you were saying, it goes into that roster pick. When you add two new people, even one person, that can completely change your entire map pool. And you said to yourself, they didn't like this map. Now they're actually incorporating this map into their map pool, which is just only making their map pool stronger.
And the final map and map pick from BDS is going to be onto that Kafe. It's been a stronghold map for them. They absolutely love it over the long course of time. That will then take us through to a decider of border. Now, if we get there, because it is a best of five, this was one that BDS played yesterday. Loads of Glaz, loads of Ying, Smoke executes. It was a lot of fun yesterday.
And it was the first time that we saw border get pulled out by BDS here, which goes into that factor of then going into Consulate. Is Beast Coast going to try to do the same thing? Because that quick rush by the Glaz was not something that I think that they had going in the original league that they brought here specifically to get that edge up or to get that round.
Gentlemen, we can talk theory all day, every day. But before we get into the game, can I ask everybody here in Manchester and both of you, because you didn't know about this, if we can take a selfie together? What do you think about that? Come on in, we've done it before.
Need to untangle.
All right,
Wait,
on three, cheese, all right? 1, 2, 3, cheese!
Wait, let me get one real quick too. I need one as well.
Oh.
I got my phone with me too.
Doing it for the gram, nah.
No, we're doing it on mine as well.
Laxing.
All right, 3, 2, 1, cheese! All right, there we go. Thank
All
you
right.
so much.
I don't need one.
Gentlemen, thank you very much for that. Manchester, are you ready? One more time, let's bring up our team to the stage. 3 letters that have been ringing through this arena all weekend long. It's BDS! 2 months ago, they added 2 new faces to their lineup. Many are now calling it a super team with a quintessentially loud and ever so original British crowd backing their every single move. They look to ensure that this trophy stays in Europe. And riding the most wonderful wave, it's Beast Coast! Defying odds and expectations, sending shockwaves through the siege scene inside the camp. There was never an ounce of doubt that they would make it to this final. Beast Coast belongs here, and they are not done yet. All right, I always feel nervous doing this before a grand final because there's so much emotion and tension in the air, so much at stake as well, of course. Licky Fack of Team BDS and Gunnar of Beast Coast standing by for a few words here. Licky Fack, you know that the support is there. Is the belief within your roster there too?
Of course, like we already played this kind of final, we are ready for this moment and we'll show you.
Gunnar, yourself and your team, like I said, defying everybody out there that ever doubted that you could be in a position such as this, but the job isn't finished. Can you do this?
100% we can. We're just gonna keep proving people wrong.
This is One last chance. If you want to, a bit of mental warfare here. Get in his head. What would you like to say to Gunnar?
Good luck.
Gunnar?
Good luck.
Sportsmanship. We like to see it. Go and take your seats. Of course, there's so much on the line here. Manchester, I've told you already that you are arguably one of my favorite crowd ever. And I want to prove everybody watching at home how loud we can truly be. But to do that, I want to try something I've never done before. I want to go from pure silence to blowing the roof off this place. Are you up for it? All right, are you ready? Silence, pin drop. Manchester, make some noise! I mean, hold on, guys. That was amazing. But we're all going back to work and regular life tomorrow, right? So let's do it one more time. Manchester, silence! Manchester, make some noise! I fucking love it! Let's get over now into our grand final. We've got 3 amazing casters ready to talk you through it. It is Emmy, Des, and Ace.
Thank you very much, Ian. This is going to be one for the ages, not just because it's EU versus NA, but because of that crowd, guys. It's magic.
They are absolutely unreal. I've been sat out there for a lot of the weekend. A lot of them losing their voices. I think I'm losing my hearing. It's been that loud.
Did you expect anything else? Did you expect anything from this audience?
This is what we promised when we said bring it to the UK.
Exactly.
The crowd will show up.
The thing is, everyone watching at home, you might know, I've said for years now, get into a UK and you'll hear some more chants. And I think the most common word this weekend we've heard is wanker. Time and time and time again. And all I'll say to that is, there's too many of you out there in the crowd that have not drank your pints. And that's why it's been a thing.
It's so strange for us 3 as well to stand here. We were in this building, 5 years ago?
Yeah.
Doing an ESL Prem show to about 400 people. And to come back here and have this as a grand final moment has been just...
I'll tell you what, those 400 turned up on that day as well. It was a fantastic final, and I think we're going to get every bit and more again today.
Big one for me. We're all standing here.
I think... There's just people that get booze now. There's main characters in this audience.
Yeah, Beast Coast players.
Yeah.
They get the booze. Non-stop. I love it, though, because the passion that you've seen on both sides overall. Look, at the end of the day, this is an EU game as well. But I think the real difference we've got is there is an underdog here, right? We've already heard the stories about Beast Coast. These players that were the rejects, the drop-offs of other teams, have come together. And suddenly they're working some magic.
I'll tell you what, I met a lot of people this morning and I was asking who they wanted for the final, and a lot of people were saying Beast Coast to me, and I think it's just that British element of loving an underdog. The crowd definitely backing both teams here. It's going to be a spicy, spicy matchup.
And we have to remember, underdog teams, they're some of the ones that have pushed BDS to the brink. Nobody expected PSG Talon to beat them.
I tell you what, Fabian is going to be insufferable. He's 100% going to be that guy at BDS win. Like, well, we did beat them on Oregon.
Exactly, and what you have here is the perfect underdog story. A roster that came together from being rejected from other teams, built up to go against, let's not mess around about it. They're the bloody tournament favorites. Superstar roster against stars that have shown themselves to be super. You couldn't ask for a better tale.
It's just got everything on both sides of the table, hasn't it? You know, whichever way, whoever comes away the victor today, there is a huge story behind them, and hopefully a huge story that will continue forward for them as well, because both of these rosters are showing so much promise for the future right now.
Tell you what really shocked me, we were looking at the map veto as it came through earlier, obviously, and I was like, Beast Coast picked Sky. I was like, that has to be the wrong way around. There is no way, but it is correct. I think to take BDS to a map that they have absolutely rocked on so far throughout this year is a little bit crazy. That said, they played it against Cyclops. They lost against Cyclops. The only reason why you take BDS to this map, I think, is you've seen something that you feel you can exploit. And Beast Coast, they come in and win this map, that could damage that BDS mental that we've said a few times this competition is their weakest factor.
Oh, yeah, the only reason from that Cyclops sort of growth back into it was a 2 versus 1. They were silent. And it's that question of who is the audible member, as you sort of talked about before. The audience in this ground, if Beast Coast get a first foot in, what happens?
I think that Fresh pointed out, to be fair, they changed their jerseys. And
They did.
blue.
They came out in the white.
Go out in the white and change it to the blues.
I believe they haven't won in the white yet.
That's
so
right, yeah. It's a cursed jersey. They can't wear the white on stage.
It looks nice, though.
It does. It looks clean.
both jerseys are fantastic. I like the colour on the new white one. It's very sort of retro football. It's pretty clean for Manchester.
Little huddle from Beast Coast. They know what's in front of them. A deafening crowd, a terrifying opponent, but the chance to go on and raise that trophy. To think back again 5 months ago, this team, they'd only just come together. I was speaking to Foto yesterday, and he was saying, to be fair to Beast Coast, they gave us the keys to the kingdom. They said, pick up whoever you want. And there were doubts when they picked up these 5 players. Oh, you picked up the drop player.
All I care, win or lose, is we go out there, we have some fucking fun, and we calm our hearts out, yeah? Come on, Sean, bring it on.
Hey, we're here now, boys. Take us all in. Everything. Take it all in. Let's go home, baby. Relax, though, boys. Just keep our comms good, fluid. We have a long fucking game ahead of us. People pray for a lot of maps. Don't drain yourselves. Win or lose, just keep it going. No matter what, we can run this shit back. No matter what. Down or up, okay? Let's go. Let's believe in ourselves, okay?
Let's go, shit, go! 1, 2, 3, let's go!
How can you not love them? And I know you're in the audience.
We love the NHS!
But how can you not love them? It's a crowd of thousands screaming against them, and their motto is, just play your hearts out, play your best. That's what you gotta do.
You say deafening when you talk about this crowd, Des, and I agree, you're right. But I don't think we've even heard 50% of what we're going to hear today. When these two teams start putting rounds on the board, start putting maps on the board, maybe we get a little bit of overtime thrown in here and there. Who knows?
I tell you what,
I think this crowd's going to get even
another,
more than they are now.
We get another 1v4 from Solotov with a bailiff to close out 2 kills. My headset's going off, I'll be in that crowd. That'll be something special.
Has there been a stage dive in a siege crowd
I
yet?
haven't seen that yet. To
Well,
be fair,
there
the
you
gap's
go.
quite far. I've been practicing my long jump just for this moment.
3-0 BDS.
We were talking about this, and honestly, this is why it's such an underdog story for Beast Coast. I think many are expecting a 3-0 or a 3-1.
Well, you've got to look at the journeys here so far for both teams. And you could be forgiven for thinking, you know, yeah, Beast Coast come in as the underdog, but they've got an identical story to BDS, is the reality. They both finished top of the regional leagues. They both came into phase 2, both had a 3-2 record, needing to go to day 5, and then they came here to phase 3, and they haven't dropped a map yet on stage. That is true for both teams. One of them is going to have to find a difference today.
Well, it's a pleasure and a joy to bring you all in to the first map of our best of 5 final. Everybody to take the words from Ian Chambers. Let's make some noise.
They're too busy making their own noise at this point. The chance are out for Beast Coast, though. I've got to say I'm surprised that it's here in the EU. But I think, as we know, Brits have nothing else. They're going to get on with the French, Tim, so it could be a real sprit cloud out there for this one. Monty, the first ban taken away. Really interesting. Hot and Cold has played Monty 31 times so far at this competition. His second most played operator, 17 times. So that is a target ban. 3 players on BDS have got the KB in their top 3 most played operators. Again, a target ban against this roster.
Final one comes in, will be Fenrir.
They're perma-ban. They ban it every single match they play.
You know, a little bit predictable from them, but there's nothing wrong with that if it fits in with their strats as well. Final ban comes through. It will be the Azami taken out of Skyscraper. We know how powerful Azami is with those keeper barricades. Such a transformational operator. Even after those changes, still doing great work. So A valuable ban.
Target ban against Shaiko there as well. It feels like it. Anyway, kind of coming out from themselves. A bit of a strange one to bring through personally. Well, against themselves, I guess you can't say it's a target ban, but it is by far and away his most played operator, so it feels like a strange choice. But then you look at the other side, guess who mains that one? It's Gunnar. So they've targeted both Hot and Cold and Gunnar through this ban phase, I feel, here to try and suppress some of those spikier elements of Beast Coast play. And here, they start on the attacking side of things. They'll have to make do without the Monty. How are they going to break down this French resistance?
We get ourselves set up with what is pretty familiar in most of the grounds. I'm not going to talk too much about the Carly player, the idea of how they can sort of pinch that until we get everything locked in, because that's probably the most standout in the setup against maybe the Ella, the extension across the top floor. Force Beast Coast into some of these slightly stickier fights. They love those. They love getting themselves into angles. Beast Coast have found it time and time and time again. They're just sort of setting themselves up to kind of keep them at arm's length. The goo mines, the Ella traps, the way they can sort of play against corners without that Fenrir on the board.
Still waiting for that first entry kill as we get into the action phase. Everybody on the edge of the seats now as things get underway between these two. There's been a lot of talk along the way. There's been a lot of siege played so far, but your grand final is well and truly rolling in Manchester, and now it is all about this game. Everything gone before is forgotten. Let's see who can come away with the title.
One thing I was taking a look at before was the Fenrir ban I expected to come out of Beast Coast, given it's been their permaban. I had a look at BDS. None of their players really play this operator. They don't care about Fenrir. They don't need it. They're that good. So it feels almost like, I wouldn't say a wasted ban, but one that I'm looking at and thinking, could that have been more targeted? That said, Dark Zero paid the price for trying to target ban something else yesterday. They lost that 2-0. So here I think Beast Coast just playing it safe and steady.
Surrounding anyone playing on the back end, which is mainly Liquifak at this point. Now he has a bit of an escape, and he also has the Solace Gadget for now until future season, and he's utilizing it to just keep them at bay. Again, this arm's length, make them cautious of any single one of these swings. A minute's gone, and the first player, Solotop, puts his head out of Shrine window.
Big assist, because what Beast Coast were looking to do there was to cut the pullback from Liquifak. As he comes through Shrine, they break the window, they take him down. But teams are wise to this kind of play. You'll see it also happening inside a terrace. You get a teammate to swing at the same time, it becomes a 1v1 gunfight they're not strictly expecting. Really good start. Beast Coast are struggling. They've only just got into this east side of the map, and half the round is gone.
Yeah, exactly that. They need to get moving here, and they need to get a handle on Liquifak as well. He's now found his way downstairs. This drone has to pick him up, otherwise Spirits could be in serious trouble. Diffuser manages to pick up Shaiko, though, bringing us back to a 4v4.
So thorough. Every single position's being checked and rechecked, and they've had to pull the kit back out because they don't know where Liquifak is. He's about to find the swing on the fight. They've doubled themselves up to cement it, but there's the first, and he's out of there. Again, we're passing the minute marker, and the pressure is still on Beast Coast.
They know they can't execute while Liquifak is still alive. He'll have that Solus below. He has the soft flooring to work with. They've pushed through and sure got control of Drum, but with Liquifak still on side, this is a massive risk they are taking.
Well, the problem is they don't have much of a choice now. Look at the timer, 40 seconds left to go. Still breaching to be done. Still areas of the map to be cleared. Still utility to be dealt with. That was unfortunate time in there, but Users just managing to slip himself away. 3 versus 3.
The Solace is gone, and they've been able to finally get feet in towards Geisha, but they can't get any solid ground because, again, the things we talked about at the beginning, these tight corners, the shoebox design is coming back to fit on their feet a little bit too snug. 15 seconds. Hotton's only been able to get himself slightly up the stairs. They haven't made proper eyes onto the site. They're just going to have to try and send it. Close left top, hope for the plot and hope for the cover. But Pre-Day, look at the gun in his hand and look at how quick it can go. It's so easy to tear the first player off. The cross is all theirs, and so is the round.
Great first attempt, admittedly, but just a bit too much being thrown at them by BDS. If nothing else, I think this speaks back to the history of BDS. I think about them as a roaming team. Historically, there was always that joke, how do you know they're roaming on Clubhouse? Oh, well, Ems is on Valkyrie. This is a changed team. They've got a different approach to the game. From Liquifak being out on the roam, he goes down. Users immediately goes downstairs to waste more of Beast Coast time to force them to ask questions. You see what happens. Pre-Day, who's been sat in a box for 3 minutes there, springs to action at the very end and gets the crucial down that he needs. I'll give it to Diffuser, a great first round with some brilliant kills coming through, but BDS felt fully in control throughout the entirety of that round.
Says, I have to bring us back towards the Skyscraper cast. You remember a second site that was a little bit cursed for BDS when Hags were able to take it every single time.
3 times they won it.
Certainly was, and we see here, Beast Coast's problem was just that time factor, just a little bit slow. They're coming into a grand final. This is a huge match for them, and a slow start may be something that we see from them, but we just saw indicators of it. Spirits on the Deimos, droning himself, trying to find Leakified, but it just slows the process down so much because you've got to get in there, you've got to have a look around with the drone, you've then got to react to the information that you see, come off the drone, move in, take the challenge, and it just gave Leakified too much of a chance to win that fight. Beast Coast, they need to be teaming up together. They need to have somebody else drawn in Spirits in, get him in right behind it, get that challenge, clear out Leakified, and all of a sudden the round opens up. And that's what Beast Coast is going to need to look for.
So much of it will come down to, as you say, that clear of the map, and it's where they got slowed down, tripped up last time. But you can't easily just say, oh, just go faster. When you're up against the Soulless, they're chewing away all the drones, you're pushing in blind, and we've seen so many teams who just go for blind gunfights on this map. I think about Liquid as a great example, just walking into Drum, being domed from nowhere and being like, oh, well, I guess we lose here with no trade to come through. You've got to play tight, you've got to play as a team because there are so many bottlenecks here on Skyscraper.
What's going to assist here is the time it takes Beast Coast to get into motion. Obviously, the pressure of being on this stage is something a lot of the players against them are familiar with, so they're more than happy, and they're opening on their defense on Sky. It was the big problem. On the round before, they still have EFAC causing problems underneath. They're only just getting themselves up black stairs, up towards the top end, and they still got a lot of business to do clearing across.
This is what some teams look to do, is only take control of some small parts of the map. The slices that you need. The battle with these top 4 defenses is you have to clear basically everything, lest you get someone like Leakified come up black stairs and just shoot you in the back. So it's a lot for Beast Coast to work through right now. I think a little bit better progress so far in this round in terms of information they've collected, but again, that Soulless is just haunting them.
Yeah, it's not bad progress this time. Hot and Cold's actually just made his way into Geisha at the other side as well, so they're really starting to grab that ground that they need. They can now think about pressuring on into Drum, Shrine, and just continue that work across, but they need to find themselves that opening kill because BDS are dug in.
Usus is so dug in as well. He's holding a bit of an off angle on towards Shrine, and he's trying to find the pressure he can put back onto Kafe. The C4 will give some of the game away, but again, without something to force your way around the corner, what do? You got a couple of grenades, he's sprung, when does he release?
He's just, exactly as you say, and he's waiting like a coiled spring, ready to go, and as soon as he hears those footsteps coming around the corner, that's it, he's gonna hit them hard, so watch out for that Usus moment, but for now, Shaiko just holding them outside of Terrace as well, not allowing them in, just playing behind that utility, but the patience from Usus here. It's Leakified though to pick up the opener, taking down Gunner.
I was going to say the mirror's a really interesting one here too. Very rarely see them play this on the map at this tournament. We haven't seen them bring the mirror along. It's another thing for Beast Coast to work through. They're dancing back and forth and Usus picks up one.
Diffuser's trying to charge his way up the house stairs. He's able to get one with Spirits. Activating Hot and still holding the line with Diffuser. Up the house stairs, as I said, rests that control.
Time.
Surprise is the factor, but can they get a landing on the back end of a mirror window back and forth? The plant and the player down a 2 versus 2. Massively scratched the 1 versus 3. Shaiko with everything to do and no time. He cannot make it.
What is that? Diffuser's got nuclear.
What a round from Beast Coast there, and that was great problem solving. And what was the problem? Usus was the problem. Completely stopping that push through Shrine. So how do you unlock it? What's the key? You get up house stairs, surprise, surprise, Diffuser hits you hard, cuts the defense wide open, and Beast Coast win the round. Fantastic play from them to adapt, to change. We were worried a little bit about time in the first round. They've shown us there that they can still use the clock and that they can find the seconds that they need.
He's 7-0. He's cracked this BDS team open like a tinny. Absolutely sliced them apart. And that kind of backstab play, to get 4 players, one after the other, is ludicrous. BDS there leaving a little bit of a gap, but I'm worried Diffuser might be that guy today.
And you mentioned that second sight for BDS.
Oh, yeah.
Here we go again.
It's an absolute curse. Look, like, the fact that he's getting up here and picking up the freebies, gets to one on Dragon in a second to unlock Hot and Cold too. This is just everything. Like, honestly, such a massive play out of him. The closing kill onto Shaiko as well. Just 1v1 after 1v1 after 1v1. BDS, look, they had no idea that he was hitting them from that angle. And it begs the question, are the calls coming in here? He's got 2 coming up from house for free, essentially, with no response. Great stuff from Beast Coast.
What a start. Sort of the series that you want. I think regardless of who you want as a winner, I'll say it's always more fun when these series tend to get to stretch their legs, tend to grow into it, because if it's not the two best teams butting heads, what is it?
What else can it be? It's the battle and the throwdown that I just like. Again, the underdog story of Beast Coast coming up against what many heralded as this super team. And it sounds sad, but after losing to PSG, Talon coming close against Cyclops, they were turned into a little bit of like a laughing stock in a way. It was like, oh, super team? These two are a top 2 team against Furia. Like, that can't be true. Look at how they're playing against these other teams. But it gives credit to that gap closing throughout this competition. The APAC is getting closer every single tournament. For now, of course, it's still NA, EU, and arguably Brazil on top. But Tim, they aren't here.
They are not. They have gone a long time ago, and these two teams have been a big part of that. Gunnar, for the time being, on the Deimos, looking to get inside of the map, and that was something that Beast Coast did pretty well last time. It was about the 1:40 mark. They were pushing on in, taking control of Geisha, taking control of T, and moving themselves across. This time it's going to have to be the reverse. It's more similar to that round 1 push that we saw. They have to take the top floor because they're going to be attacking onto Kitchen and Barbecue, so they need those verticals. They need the hatch control inside of Geisha. For the time being, a little bit slow again to move in that opposite direction.
With the build of the castles, with the construction that they can utilize to, again, play against Beast Coast. Think about the last round. It was really a 15-second last-minute send diffuser in, and it did the job. But if you can find ways to shepherd that, the danger is still present all across the verticality of the site itself. And they haven't really tested it. And you're looking at that minute mark going, okay, are they just going to try and drive with the Capital bolts in towards delivery, in towards prep? How do they force that little pocket of space?
Why drive with Capital bolts and you've got Diffuser? I mean, he's basically a walking nuke at this point. Let him march in and do his job once he's got the shock drone work done, which will be looking for that bulletproof cam, for example, maybe getting rid of a couple of mute jammers where possible. But they've still got to worry about the top floor. Like we keep on saying, there are 4 BDS bodies up here, Tim. They can hold this for quite a while, and this is going to be a real clash, I think, in the next 10 seconds. C4 bounces off him, but not pulled in time.
Gonna just managing to escape, and there goes that man once again. Diffuser taking down Liquefy. Does that start to open up things for Beast Coast? No, as Solotov is there for the trade, but Diffuser finds another hot and cold. He's getting the Diffuser down, and Beast Coast, 4 versus 2, have all the control they need. BDS are trying to fight their way back in, but they just cannot find a gap. They cannot find any space to work with. And Diffuser again, is he ever gonna die?
The question was posed at the start of this. Why are they coming here? What have they learned? And what prep have they done? That take, just getting that bit of Geisha pressure, just getting that cleared out, getting the first couple of fights. You're right, Des. Send in Diffuser and people die. But the activation then, getting the kid into that little bit of a cut. I think it's about you, Tim. Not that one.
Oh, Tim and his well-known mullet. Yeah.
I had a fairly serious trim a couple of years ago, and it kind of stuck.
But it's great play.
And I've got to come back to Diffuser again, sat at 10 kills, and the beauty in this again is that they find these isolated picks, and it's not always down to just Gaveni working absolute magic here. This in itself is pretty naughty, just getting in the backstab again, getting 1 from window, 1 the backstab, 1 to close out the round, sure, but the big kill there was, for me, was Gaveni, sat down near Sushi, waiting for the drop to come through and catch, what did Gibson call that once? Toaster as a call out, was it?
Toaster?
Yeah, I believe it was Toaster, I heard.
Find him, kick him out. I
holding that spot because you know that's where the drop from top will come from, if not through the hatch. They were just on lock, and Beast Coast are almost springing a trap in the last 60 seconds and catching BDS out. They're up 2-1 on the attacker Sky.
I'm a little worried about the fans and Beast Coast's energetic attitude when they start to... You can already see Fettuccini's like walking around them. They're getting kicked.
The thing is, I'll come back to what we said about BDS today as well. Mentality can be an issue, right? When they were down 3-1 to PSG Talon, they took attack time out. Liquefy's the loudest player on this roster. He was shaking his head. The others were silent. And that's always been my worry for BDS is the mental there? Is the communication going to stay up when you're losing a map that you expect to win?
Fans absolutely rallying behind Beast Coast, loving what they're seeing at the minute. And yeah, you know, energy and mentality works both ways as well. We've got to remember, Des. Beast Coast have been playing at such a high tempo with Sinfet in there behind the players, really hyping them up, screaming throughout. This is going to be a different beast today. This is going to be a long game potentially for them, and keeping up that level of energy, it could be a big task. It could become draining.
Users gets rid of Gunner, who has not been able to get his teeth properly into this fight as of yet, but still, when a player's on 11-0, you can kind of make a bit of space for it. At this point, they're just still trying to get their teeth in. I love the build-up here from Beast Coast. Remember last time we were talking about how long it took to wrest control, to move players out? They're already in the top of Shrine, putting their pressure across, digging out for that Solace underneath before as well. They're putting fierce growth in towards their eyes on the site.
Tell you what, Diffuser's looks like he's ready to go off like a nuke. I keep saying it, but it's well and truly true. Leaky Fat getting one back. However, with Diffuser still on side, I'm feeling a bit nervous. Almost gets Leaky Fat, but just misses that last bullet that would have put him in a grave. A trade elsewhere, a 2v3 coming in now for side of Beast Coast.
I just sit and wonder if they're ever managing to close down Diffuser. Finally, Leaky Fat is the one to take him down. That is right, you can see he has got one death on the screen. Taking a little while to get there, 11-1, fantastic performance so far. Shaco closing things out with a kill onto Spirits. BDS keeping themselves active in this one. And honestly, I came in here thinking that this was going to be a close game today, and the first 4 rounds that we've seen so far have done nothing to dispel that.
I enjoyed the growth there from both sides. Obviously, as I said at the time, Beast Coast, they're there, they're sort of direct towards the top of Shrine, they're direct towards the point, they've got the pressure, but then BDS, the motion inside the site, the response. We look back to the rounds they lost there. Yeah, we do!
Listen!
Yeah, we do! They looked back towards the previous rounds and said, look, we're sitting there. You think of Users when he was just tucked onto Dragon. You think of the sudden explosion towards the site. Man, these rotations, these motions, they just weren't doing before.
I got to really give it to Diffuser because I think it was Gunner who said it in an interview after their game yesterday. Everyone laughed at Diffuser like, wow, he's so bad. Like, why have you got this guy? He played really well yesterday. The way he started today, he's already putting himself up there and saying, yeah, 11 kills in 3 rounds and what? Like, he's going absolutely massive. And I want to see that carry on through the series because, again, it's that underdog story. The others may have all been dropped from top-level teams. Diffuser is basically brand new in. He was on Envy, a team that barely anyone knows about. And has come in, everyone's like, what's this all about? Keep on putting up those numbers for Lanch. You're doing goddamn well.
Round 5, let's see if he can continue doing well. BDS have only been able to hold on to the same site so far. They're going to have to start getting round somewhere else if they want to take Skyscraper. Otherwise, they're going to really leave themselves up against it. It's over onto that office side once again. We saw this back in round 2. It was a good win for Beast Coast. It really started the momentum that they found over round 2 and 3. It was that problem solving that we saw from them, that mid-round adaptation to clear Users out, and it just worked really, really well.
Emmy's going pale. They're on that same site again. She's just like, she's got nightmares from that other day. It's carrying on. They're still not able to get a win here, BDS.
How do
they'll be crying for it now.
How do they not have nightmares, Jazz?
And maybe they do.
It's just so cyclical. It's this point where we say, what have you learned? Why are you back here? And they go, just to suffer. They're still sort of sat themselves in. There's still a lot of time, but how is Beast Coast going to adapt here? Because the blitz, straight in, this is something that worked very well for Cyclops.
It did, and what I love is BDS have tried to slow things down more by, again, bringing along the mirror. So what have they done in response? Let's go even faster here. Let's be like Sonic and just get ourselves inside the site. And I think it's more about trying to find the right entry point here more than anything else. But you don't want to be sat here playing this one slow. I think if you've got the blitz on side, or at the very least, when we get to those last 60 seconds, like we've seen for a few rounds now, you hit that go button, you flood inside a site and look to overwhelm BDS.
Diffuser and Hot are still trying to soften up that Geisha and Shrine and Terrace side. They haven't really managed to get too deep in there. Hot and Cold's moving forward, but he needs this challenge to come in to start clearing Shrine. Likafak and Solotov making it very difficult for them to comfortably take this other side of the map. We have Diffuser just trying to spray through the wall, but Solotov, he manages to find Gavin, and that's going to give them an advantage. Down goes Diffuser. Users finds the second, and BDS are starting to stand up, but here come Beast Coast.
3 versus 3, 3 versus 2. Efak and Brede, all that's left with the shield on the board is a nightmare, and they're right in close. How do you somehow stop it? They get the cross. And Beast Coast able to cement it, and that is 5, 6 losses of that side for BDS in a row, technically.
It carries on. It does not stop for BDS. They're going to be terrified by that site. At this point, you probably find yourself dropping away from it because Beast Coast through with a great chance here to take a 4-2 attacking half on this map, even with the Monty band coming in against them. Like I mentioned earlier, Monty has been a little bit of a crutch for them, and I thought they'd really missed not having it on side here against BDS. But as things have started, they look fully in control. Yes, you could say it's off the back of Diffuser getting 10 kills in 3 rounds, but the team have also been a part of those rounds. Let's not forget, it is not a pure one-man army.
Showing an ability to play with that man disadvantage as well, which I like from them. You know, we saw them lose that opening fight, but still they came back in with answers. And those answers have always come quite quickly. They don't tend to be playing, you know, 2 versus 4, 3 versus 4 for long. The kills come in, they level things up. But then, even on top of that, they keep the pressure on, they keep going, finding more. And all of a sudden, that 4 versus 3, you're now in a 2 versus 3, and you've lost a couple. And it's just a nightmare for BDS at the minute.
We talked about the previous site, we talked about how they went even faster. Then you get Gunner on a Ying, and you're sort of thinking, okay, where is the direct fight here?
Which is really interesting because the BDS, one of their most popular bans is the Ying. They hate playing against this operator. They'll use it themselves from time to time, maybe on maps like Oregon, but they don't like playing against it either. It's why it's one of their most attacker bans, or most popular attacker bans that we see throughout this competition. Really, you have 2 uses towards the Ying, more to get control of the map, force Leaker back, for example, or it's to actually execute with. And given the lineup they've got really down this right-hand side of the screen, looking mainly towards the Capitao and the Ying, it feels very execute-focused.
The focus starts here, across the top, as it often does. We said it before, they're sort of going with a singular idea. This time it's more classic. Get yourself in towards House VIP, steady yourself across, cement the vertical, and then try and break down, because, well, BDS's position is down underneath. They're not giving a proper fight upstairs this time.
They had 4 players upstairs last time, remember, right?
Yep.
And they dropped to the waiting arms of players like Gaveni, and they'll learn from that. They'll change from this. Here you've got, what, 3 players currently downstairs from BDS. There is also that lateral pressure coming in, mainly in towards Gaveni, who's working his way through House on the Ash, wants them to remind them, hey, you can't just sit upstairs, guys. We are going to be here. He gets control of Pantry. This gets messy.
Oh, there it is. Able to get himself out as well. There was the chance of a strike back, but nobody in position, as you said, these waiting hands. Unfortunately, a little bit slippy. Fact finds Diffuser. At the same time, unfortunately, we cursed him. 3 deaths since. But at this point, this next body, there is just a hold on every position. Solotov has Hotton, and although he's blind, we hurtle in prep towards the 5 versus 1. And that's all she wrote.
BDS needed that round now more than ever. Just a real solid performance from them. Leaker kicking things off, just being slippery, managing to find that space, find those kills, and then Solotov backs him up as well. And it's just a real message sent there to say, you know what, we're still here, we're still fighting, and we've got more than tea and karaoke in our locker. And they get themselves an even 3-3 split at the half.
Really interested to see how this second half plays out, because I know we look back at the start of this tournament for BDS with a little bit of disappointment. They lost to Furia, they lost to PSG Talon, they almost losing to CAG, things like that. But in that game against Furia, I cast it was 8-6, it was a really close game. Both teams are playing at like the elite level. The 2v1 pinches, the 3v1 pinches, the team play, the timing, it was absolutely sublime. So this is going to be really telling, I think, in these first few rounds. A very popular map for BDS. They've got that great team play. How does it fare against Beast Coast, who I expect will run very similar things to what BDS did. Mainly the Solus is the main thing I'm looking at here. Sure enough, that's on side, and it's Diffuser, who's dropping absolute nukes this game so far, who's playing on it.
I mean, you got to get your money's worth, right?
Oh boy, look at the change on the attacker lineup on the left-hand side of your screen, though. Ying coming out, Grim coming out. These guys are so good with Grim. You've got the Blitz on side too. Scary lineup from BDS, so Beast Coast have got to trick them up here before they get to the execute.
Yeah, absolutely. And you just know that there's going to be a bit of aggression coming out from BDS on the attack here, wanting to continue with that message they sent in the last round. Just looking to get in there, get some kills, and keep pressing the advantage they've found. But look at Spirits here, just getting really, really aggro up on that rotate, out onto the balcony. He's just waiting for that rappel noise. He's just waiting for that signal to throw himself out of the breach and to see if he can find that kill.
They're steadily making their way over towards a classic tape. The eyes are on Geisha. You've got a single player on the back end, and that's the danger position, because if someone gets the player on top Black Bauk, well, then you don't have an anvil onto the back end. Jaiko suffers a bit on that swing. Diffuser's underneath, getting all the draw in. The execute comes through. The shield smashing somebody, and Geisha gets the drop. Freeday has gets the cross and there's a bit of ground to build behind. There is a player sitting with those bees so eager for the split. Uses on the cover, but there needs to be some force. There needs to be some support. They're in. The side is theirs, but now they've been able to just try and force hot and cold further back.
They're just like, where are they? Like, we've got control of everything here. We've got Geisha, we've got top flat, we've got everything. It's all on their side. At least one comes back from below. Diffuser, he's on denial below as well. He's got the Solus on side here. Tim, this could be risky.
That's what's slowing it down at the minute. You could be forgiven for thinking BDS in, think about a plant, but that Solus underneath. We saw Kafe use it. We see it now being used against them. Diffuser is just primed and ready. 2 impacts in hand. They can't plant until they deal with this situation.
Oh, man.
Think about a Blitz shield as well. It's under a scan of Solace at all times. They're trying to just find a way to utilize it without giving the whole game away, and that's Brede. Drop the kit and go for kills and pressure. There's still so much for the 2 remaining defenders to try and rebuild, and they find a head.
Top black.
They're looking for the second. It's 1-2.
No way.
For Gunner, slow to react, but there's an impact.
We heard him screaming, I'm him, the other day, and I think he's just shown it yet again, Tim.
He just needed that switch aside. It's been a little bit quiet. It's difficult when Diffuser's just killing everybody, but then he gets himself onto the defense, and that's the Gunner that we've seen.
Got a little corner from Jesse, though. Jesse, what you got for us?
Hello there, you know, I've got some stats for you, but before I get right into them, I have a question for the crowd. Are there any Shaiko fans out here? There's a couple. Listen, Shaiko's not had the best of games so far, but he needs to step up. The last time we saw BDS playing Skyscraper, he was here in Manchester and it was against Cyclops. And Shaiko dropped 16 kills to push all the way to overtime match point. 16 kills might not sound like that much for hardcore, long-time Shaiko fans, but it's actually the most kills he's gotten through any game this tournament. So right now, I believe he's sitting at 3 and 5. He's got to get that up if BDS want to get back into this game and take it to Beast Coast in the second half.
You hope they... Thank you very much, Jesse, first of all, and I do hope you did give them a wave. I believe that was the loud request behind you.
You got to time your questions here is the problem, right? You've got to ask us, otherwise they're too noisy. I don't care what you're asking us. We're mid-chant, how dare you?
Oh, Gunner swung out there, started to break things. You're entirely right. They had the Blitz on site, the Blitz had the kit, but with the Solid underneath, it doesn't matter where you go. The only solid ground that you can plant in is in, the other site. You have to try and break your way across. They didn't have top black control, they didn't have drum control. At that point, they were just sort of holding and hoping.
I think if Beast Coast watched that round back, they'd be fuming they didn't win it out if they'd lost it, because they had 2 players dead to rights, literally a bullet away from death on both of them. I think it was Kafe and Shaiko, and I was just like, man, that is going to sting if they can't get away with it. They've dropped the Blitz in this round, though. Brede is back on the hard support. Maverick coming along for him. Otherwise, some remnants of that last lineup still sticking in here. We've got Shaiko on that Nomad, and of course, Yuzu's on that Grim. Again, an operator that BDS absolutely love. Solus now also being dropped away.
One of the big questions for this matchup on Skyscraper then could well come down to Office. We saw BDS struggling to hold on to this side, left them with a 3-3 half. Are Beast Coast going to be able to do any more work here than BDS were able to get done? As it stands, BDS a little bit slow. We're a minute in. They're not established inside of the map yet. Still a lot of external work going on. There's going to be a bit of drawn in still. Not moving in with any confidence, and I like that from Beast Coast. Getting themselves out there, letting them know that they're not going to give them anything for free.
Nothing about this build-up is quick, right? At this point, you've got the Mavericks doing all the hard breach on the single walls. The pressure's onto a mirror window that still needs to be smashed through on the back end. They've only just been able to get themselves in towards top black and towards the back end of the site. It's clear, but you're up against the mirror window, that death line right down the core of the second story, backed up by this shield on one swing and a mirror window on the other. How do you approach it?
And we're keeping an eye on Shaiko, who's currently sat at top black, and he's been here for basically the majority of this round. I think he's really bothered by Diffuser, who's currently sat behind a shield on Shrine. Normally, Shaiko loves to play that Shrine window, come bolting in as his team start executing on the site. But it's almost like BDS have realized halfway in the round, boys, this execute ain't working. We've got to change things up here. And now the team are much more clumped together, slice down this middle part of the map.
I love that adjustment from Beast Coast there as well. We just see Gunner taking a reinforcement 2 minutes into the round. They've had that breach open so they could play onto it. They recognise there's no immediate pressure, so they close it off, knowing now that they can't be challenged from there and that it's a little too late for BDS to start working onto that hard breach. We still haven't had an entry. BDS still haven't been able to find their first man, and it's going to be Diffuser. Users used that spot, and BDS failed to clear it.
They're just fighting back, refusing to give up the ground, holding the lines and saying, those are tracers for us to kill you. The explosion doesn't quite get the full bite. The 2 versus 1 versus 4. As Gunnar cements himself one more. Solotov was the man of the moment with a similar setup of guns last time, but unfortunately, time is that factor, and this time, not enough.
So well played by beastcoast and their defensive setup there. And you might look at it and think, okay, there's nothing really special about it. But for me, the player that was so far away from the rest of the group was Diffuser, sat behind that shield. And normally, BDS would run something like a Flores here. They'd look to clear it out and start pushing their way through. But Diffuser, instead of playing that shield with his life, eventually drops away into that little rat corner inside a Dragon that we see teams playing so often. And BDS lose track of him. They think he's gone back towards site, but he's dug himself in really well, got a crucial kill onto Shaiko, who does eventually push inside a shrine, his most common entry point into the walls of the map. And the rest, they hunker down, they play the bottlenecks. It is always the frustrating thing about Sky. So many bottlenecks, and if you do not have a smart way through, you are going to get punished. Wonderful stuff so far. Beastcoast are up +2 rounds.
Yeah, BDS just choosing now as the moment to call in that tactical timeout. We can see, as always, Leakefak is that vocal presence in the team. This is, we always knew, going to be one of the big factors today. We've seen beastcoast be super loud. We've seen BDS at times shrink into themselves and be a little bit quiet. And if they allow beastcoast to keep playing with this confidence, with this momentum, it could well be over quickly for them here on Skyscraper, because beastcoast right now are starting to look a little bit unstoppable.
You know what I do find really interesting? In most tactical timeouts, it's not Stuflex that's stepping in and offering a few words of wisdom here. And I think back to BDS a few years ago. They were infamously a team that did not have a coach. They never had someone stuck behind them. If nothing else, it was their manager. And she's not really going to get involved there in the game because that's not her role. And so I don't know if it's a thing where they just have this mentality of we don't really want to coach, we can figure things out by ourselves. But dare I say, that's when Stuflex has got to pull off a Fabian and get involved and say, boys, back on track, head in the game.
It's the direction of the team, right? It's that sort of, you are the only one on that stage that sees all 5 perspectives at all times. The things that you notice aren't just on those screens, but also in the players. You stand behind them, you get used to them, you know them, and you know how to pull them out. Even if it's just throwing in a towel for a second, dabbing the forehead and saying, you've got this, sometimes that's what you need.
This is it. You look at BDS, and it is a team with unquestionable levels of talent throughout every single player. And I always look at teams and I think, is there any limiting factors to this roster? And I just look at that and I think, you know, is this sort of energy, is this sort of quietness gonna be a little bit of a limiting factor? We'll see today as this game pushes on. Right now, beastcoast 5-3 coming out. Of course, they get the benefit of the tactical timeout as well. Fett will have been feeding back anything that he's seen. Maybe he's just saying more of the same. Keep it going, boys, but we know that he's gonna be feeding that hype back into them.
Downstairs, no doubt we're going to be a target here. We've seen the Soulless Soul for being the one running around downstairs, and Solotov was really hoping to get him through that soft wall. It's going to force at least going to back here momentarily. Sorry, Gaveni, but no doubt he'll be back again for a second time of asking. A bit of afters, Tim.
A little bit of afters. There's be plenty of people in this audience know what afters
you know
are.
That, right?
I know afters. I know afters.
And Precious going to know what afters is.
Yeah, of course.
You have your, I'm going to say it right. You have your tea, not your dinner. You have your tea, and then you have your afters.
And then you have your afters. And what they're after is their first bite, to be honest, at this point. They haven't been able to get their teeth in anywhere. You're having beastcoast still keeping themselves a little bit stretched out. They have the exploration, but they're not handing direct fights to them. The swinging comes on the top, the Shaiko drops down on towards the bottom. Where is this first engagement? Because they're not really being subtle about it.
There it is.
I feel like BDS, at times I'm looking at them and it feels like they're playing a little bit scared, but Leakefak certainly hasn't been scared in round 6. He comes in and gets a big double, and that's what BDS need. That's what they were lacking in the last round. They need to take that moment, somebody to push forward, be the sharp edge, and find those entries, find that space, but beastcoast always have an answer.
Reloading. There's going to be questions here about how many man advantages BDS seem to be giving away. beastcoast have brought things back on side here. Just 2 left on BDS, and they've got to figure this out inside 45 seconds, Emmy.
I mean, they're explorers looking for weaknesses, and they are experts.
Whoa, okay.
The quick swing and the preamp they use just gets that skeleton key, opening the lock of a French-Canadian's face. 2 versus 2 in this moment, and you're Lord of looking at, well, where is everybody? Nobody's on the site. Everybody's a little bit spaced out. Is this a bait to draw BDS in?
This is going to be the make or break round, I think. We talk about the 9th round all the time on broadcast, Tim. It's going 6-3 or it's 5-4. One feels out of reach for BDS, the other brings us closer.
Users moves down, gets the flashbangs out. He's just trying to force these defenders out of position, but he's no idea where they are. Gonna get... Brine was there, but he couldn't find the second. That man steps up time after time for Beast Coast and closes out a huge round, putting them onto map point.
6-3, with 3 rounds tied in a row, including a tech timeout and a conversation about it. And at this point, again, the questions come in. They were so well rehearsed on exactly how to react towards these BDS approaches. The movement, as I said, from Beast Coast has been so responsive towards the game of BDS, and they just cannot seem to match the pace.
I've thought it so much this weekend watching these teams play. They've all been excellent. The quality of play, the teamwork, the strategy, everything has been on point. But what really seems to matter most on the day is who shows up and who doesn't as individuals. Gunner's had a 4K back in round 7, a 1v1 off the back of a 3K just now. Diffuser, as we said, 10 kills in 3 rounds. I look down my screen and say, okay, where have BDS pulled something like that off? Oh, in their flawless round in round 6 where Solotov got a 3K. That is all they've had.
You just feel the energy in the crowd shifting a little bit here. There's still a lot of BDS support there, giving plenty back, but Beast Coast fans are certainly feeling themselves at the minute, and they know that their team is well and truly on top here on Skyscraper. BDS, even after coming in with a double entry, Leafat getting 2, still wasn't enough to get the round. BDS players have surely got to be sat there asking themselves, what more do we need to do? How do we stop Diffuser? How do we stop Gunner?
This might be some of the questions being asked as well, because remember when we were here last, they got a lot of movement in towards site, and then they got a little bit lost. Bride on the blitz, the change here, Solotov on that glass, something they used so brilliantly yesterday.
And there is no Warden on the other side is a key thing to look out for here. They played it once in this half. They weren't expecting to see this come out, but when BDS have got their backs against the wall, that's when they figure it might be time to try something just that little bit special. But that glass curse, it's followed us all tournament long.
Leakafac's just watching that angle, isn't he? He knows that there's a bit of potential there, but the thing is, the attack, he can't sit and watch it all day. Diffuser, he's got himself into a real position here. A bit of trigger discipline. I'm not sure he's completely aware of Leakafac's position, and I've been critical of BDS's intel games sometimes, and I'm hoping that they've found him here. I'm hoping they've seen him on the drone, and we're going to see them improve that intel efficiency.
I think they're going to try and drone in as well. It's exactly why you saw him back away there for a second and get on the drone. But already, the action's kicking off upstairs, looking in towards site here. This is going to be one hell of a ropey round.
There it is, and that's such an important fight because that's your watch down underneath. At this point, yeah, they might be able to react, but the hold, the defining moment of this is this push across that they are so eager to make. The blitz backed up with the support on karaoke window, the coverage of the smoke itself. The class, again, he's not being offered a bite. Beast Coast tuck themselves back and say, yeah, you can have this crown, but then we're just going to take it right back. BDS burst all the way across, cut in half though from a cross angle. Users does get one back. There's Gav trying to retake and refight. Users gets a second, hot and still there, but with Shaiko, an important 1v1 underneath that he needs to win out. It's the drop, the rotate round.
Users just winning everything right now, but look how hard BDS have to fight for every inch. There's always an answer, but it's going to be up to Gavin to close this out. He's up against a tough challenge. It's Shaiko, but he's half health, and there's a real opportunity for Beast Coast to close this out here and now, Des.
Think about Jesse's words. Shaiko needs to go big. He was 16 kills last time they were on this map, and if you need him at any point, it's now more than ever, Emmy.
Gaveni has played himself all the way back to Dragon. He's waiting on some intel, and you assume he has it based on only the entrances. He's keeping this as a flat engagement as Shaiko drifts his way across to get that kit. A bit of motion, but with 10 seconds, he knows the pressure's on the plant, and Shaiko's still hunting for fights and coverage. Holds it. Gaveni hasn't moved. He's got to activate, and here's the pressure. It's a couple of softs, and he misses the right spot, but there's the follow-through and a post plant. Somehow found it.
He's given it away to Shaiko. He's let him get his gun up, and that could be dangerous. Now begins the game of cat and mouse. Who finds who first? Gaveni, he's just searching, seeking, looking for his man, but is it going to be the man who always has the answers? He sees him, he finds him,
going to come online, and he finds the time to do it. The worst thing was, Tim, he was pinged out on a Valcam. They knew exactly where he was, but managed to slip the net, get himself onto red stairs, and at that point, it looked like Kafe lost track of him. And for me, that is what experience is going to speak to. A really interesting fact, since he became unbanned, Shaiko joined BDS straight away. We're almost 5 years to the day since he joined this roster. And to lift a trophy this close to his 5th anniversary would be special.
It was a 1 versus 2 clutch that drew them back into the game, that almost sent them packing. And it was an energy they built behind it, because if you aren't vocal, you have to be vocal in your gameplay. You have to demonstrate that we are the better team. We are the super team. And those are the rounds that do it.
Yes, hang your heads. Be sad. BDS is still here.
Use Zeus.
Use you.
The crossover we didn't know we needed.
No.
Social's hard at work stealing that meme.
The guard photoshopped on. Absolutely. I mean, speaking of, yeah, this is a player that we've talked about a lot throughout the competition. Top rated back in EUL, absolutely put his name up in lights. Has come here, really put on a similar sort of show. I'm not saying he's been quiet so far, but it's not been the nuclear performance we come to expect, right?
No, but Usus has always been one of those players that goes about his business quietly. He'll come into games, he'll walk away with 15, 16, 17 kills, and you think, you sort of look back at it and you think, where did all they come from? And it's a 2 kill here, a 3 kill there, and he just applies pressure consistently throughout a game. And that's what Usus is doing here. We saw that 3K a couple of rounds ago. He's just continuing to keep Beast Coast honest, to make them fight for every single inch that they get. But overall, last round, Shaiko, Jesse called it out. He said they needed more, and Shaiko is a man who knows how to deliver special moments. A 1v1 to close it out. Is that the beginning of the comeback trail for BDS on Skyscraper?
We talk of this cursed site, and we talk about possibilities of rebuilding mental, and this could be a great place if they start to get a bit sharper on it. Now, there's no direct approach that can come towards the big double wall because, well, they keep swinging out. That's that ping you see in the core in the middle of the map itself. BDS, they are fishing all around to see if they can find a loose way to pull. The Ying of Solotov has gone all the way to the back end of top black, gonna try and draw some attention, and hot and cold, he's gonna see if he can try and be a little bit spicy on the swing out.
They've got to face off against the same thing as well, a mirror they've got to work their way through. You've got no Ash on side here, which is gonna be a problem. When we first saw the chase source ahead, does he actually manage to find the player? I don't think he does quite realise that he's got him there. Now he sees him, but it's too late. Gunnar had all the time in the world, and he found there, I don't think quite realising what gift was in front of him.
We talk about fine margins, and opportunities missed like that are exactly those. They could be ruining that come the end of this round. It's advantage Beast Coast. They only need one more to close this out. But who steps up again? That man Shaiko. Has he got another couple of rounds in him here?
We said we needed him to go big, and he is so close to that precipice at this point, but it's a waiting game and a holding game that holds Solotov at bay. Bride outside the breach. Usus goes down. And at this point, you have the 2 classic sort of talisman players from this roster.
They're not pushing in at the same time here. They're being picked off one at a time. That's something they got really right over the last few games, I feel. But Beast Coast have managed to isolate out 1v1s, not giving BDS this 2v1 advantage, and they are picking them apart, Tim.
Yeah, and it's going to be really tough. Shaiko's low health. He really needs to find himself a freebie here. But Beast Coast, they're giving them absolutely nothing. Bride picks up one, but again, the answer is there from Beast Coast. The trades have been so consistent throughout Skyscraper. Bride, he has not much option here. He's using that diffuser to try and bait them in, to try and find something, but surely the end is coming. And diffuser, just like he started it, he finishes Skyscraper for Beast Coast.
A brilliant defense there from Beast Coast, like the wave they represent. Tide, it goes out, but then it comes back in, washes them away off the site itself, and they had a BDS's number written, etched, posted and sent weeks ago.
Player dip in that game, I'm afraid. Diffuser 15 kills, Gunnar 13, 28 between them. The total of BDS wasn't that much further ahead than that. Let's go to our desto and have their breakdown. Some more Skyscraper.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and yes, we are back. Beast Coast are up, 1-up against BDS. Who would have expected it? Hey, maybe our both North American analysts here on the desk. Hey, who would have seen it coming? Hey, welcome back to the desk. Let's lock this in. Skyscraper going to BC.
It absolutely did, and what a performance we saw out of Beast Coast. At the start of the game, it looked pretty even. We saw back and forth rounds, Beast Coast getting some good attacks in, but the same thing happened to BDS that happens to every other team that goes against Beast Coast. They got to their attacks, they got a little bit nervous, and they just stalled out.
Yeah, I thought Beast Coast were great on their attacks as well. Getting that Office Exhibition bomb site over the line, it really forced BDS into weird site selections, and the 3-3 split, if you can achieve that on Skyscraper on the attack, you can see why Beast Coast love this map so much.
I genuinely don't think BDS is expected the pure sheer confidence coming out of Beast Coast, challenging, refragging, do whatever they have to do to get these rounds, and I think that throws BDS up a little bit going into this.
If there's one player that's really been stepping up, it's Diffuser.
Yeah.
Very first event, very first grand final.
Diffuser was ridiculous, especially at the start of this game. Diffuser got his 9th kill before any of his teammates got their 2nd. This guy started off with some ridiculous numbers for his team. After 3 rounds, he had more kills than the rest of the server combined. This start he just had puts all worries to rest about is he going to be shaken on his first grand final stage.
And it's the magnitude of these kills, the impact of these kills in the round, particularly in that first half on their attack. He was taking rounds from being like a 50-50 round to a round that Beast Coast were able to attack and win it out. So it wasn't just that he got a lot, it was how important they were as well.
No, he's been such an X factor for this team, getting that 4K and then immediately following up with that 3K. And again, being the brand new player, the least amount of experience across this stage and putting up such a good performance, I'm excited to see what it looks like going into map 2.
All right, 4 entries on map 1 is already enough, and that might be exactly what Beast Coast needed to go across the line. But we have things to break down, and Leo awaits us in the back rooms to break down how the hell does Beast Coast do it. Let's see.
Thank you very much, Milos. Yes, Beast Coast always gets away with it. Even here in this round, they're down 3v5 and somehow they still find a way to bring it back. Now, if we take a look at how the round plays out, actually right now, what's the win condition? Gunnar recognizes it. They're down 3v5, they need to get a pick. He needs to get aggressive. And that's what he will do. He'll get solo tough. He gets the pick here, and it's very important. They're now only down 2v4. The win condition here is very clear for BDS. They have 3 players and the Diffuser. They should go for a plant. But here's the problem. Below right now, you have Diffuser on Solis that just got the pick on one of the roamer, or one of the entries rather. That means that BDS is not in a position to plant here. And that's their biggest problem. 130, you'll see they'll be stalling a lot. Now, Gunnar recognizes that. He understands that his win condition is Diffusers downstairs preventing the plant. So look here, he's actually hiding. He's not looking for a fight. He's getting away from BDS because he knows he is the win condition for BDS. And that's the problem here. BDS have now lost 30 seconds. They're looking to kill Gunnar. They understand now they need to get rid of at least one of the 2 roamers. But take a look at the setup. 1, 2, 3, none of them in trading position. Right now, Gunnar is in a position to isolate every single gunfight one by one without getting traded. And that's the biggest problem again. BDS are trying to chase him, but not in the right positioning. First kill here, long range. Bride is in no position to trade, no position to trade. Again, Gunnar, impressive skill to understand not only the mechanical skill to get a triple kill, but also to understand that he needed to fall back and isolate these 1v1s. That's Beast Coast consistently finding ways to bring back rounds that they should not be winning. Back to you, Milos, on the desk.
Thank you very much, Alfama. How do they do it? Well, we got it broken down. Let's then take a quick break. When we come back, it'll be time for map number 2. massive twist. It's Beast Coast that take map #1 against BDS. Our best of 5 grand final heats up. If only we had some more heat. Well, don't worry about it. Manchester, are you bringing the heat? Oh, yes, they are. Beast Coast, what energy they have on this set. It's helping out a lot, Lax.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt that 7-4 victory on Skyscraper, no surprise to me. Now we're going into Consulate. This is a map that I'm going to need to see BDS playing that man advantage and better than what Beast Coast was doing on Skyscraper.
Yeah, I think that teamwork was poor. I think that communication was poor. That performance from BDS for me was very similar to how they performed in Swiss stage. And we're going into Consulate, where it's going to need to be a lot better because that map's big. It's got lots of rooms. It's going to need a lot of coordination because they will be starting on the attack.
Exactly. It's not going to be easy with Beast Coast starting on the defense because Beast Coast have never, period, lost a defense on Consulate. They've only played the map once, and that was against Dark Zero, but they went down 5-1 on the attack, came back with a 6-0 second half to destroy Dark Zero. So this is going to be a tough first half for BDS.
How do you even plan for that as a coach, as a team?
The biggest thing is you have to go round by round. You just have to focus on the main objective and where the problem is for the other team or creating space, whatever that is. You just have to be in the moment. Everyone has to be relaying that information.
Yeah, they need to be ready for that mid-round aggression from BDS's point of view. They need to be ready for Beast Coast, particularly Gunnar and Diffuser that are popping up in the mid-round. Be ready for that because that's what lost them rounds on Skyscraper.
All right, gentlemen, thank you very much. Manchester, are you ready? All right, our casters are as well. That toss it back. That's Ace and Fluke.
Thank you very much, Milos. Yes, map 2 coming right up. I think fair to say, not quite up to the start that we expected, guys. Thought Sky was going to be a BDS map.
Well, I was asking around this morning, a lot of people were backing Beast Coast, a lot of people were expecting them to come in strong. We know that BDS are good on Sky, of course, but Beast Coast are here to play today. They cannot be written off.
Nope.
They now move into Consulate. This one could get tricky for both teams, we know. Very technical map.
I think at this point, this is BDS's time to rebuild, right? It's something that can get some energy, and they gotta bring it.
It's time for us to get in. Consulate underway from map 2. There's still a long way that this series can go. But BDS have got to bring it back here and now. Otherwise, you know that you're one map away from losing this major.
This is the wrong map.
I don't think it is it?
It's bank.
Oh, yeah, it's bank. Yeah,
it's
wrong
bank
map.
at the top right.
Should be Consulate.
We were talking about that when we were saying along. We're like, I don't think it's a bank map, it's a different map. And it is meant to be a different map. So we'll get that sorted in a second and then load back into things for map 2.
I like how they're cheering. Guys, it's the wrong map.
The disappointment is enough for me.
So, we have time to talk a little bit more about Consulate.
Yeah.
Maybe add on to what was discussed on the desk as they get everything sorted out. And you've always got a lot of fun numbers. It's the talent of tools there.
Des loves a few fun numbers. He loves a spreadsheet.
I love some
Look at his face light up.
Oh, you're making me blush. Stop it. This one for me, Beast Coast, throughout this competition, they've banned 2 maps a hell of a lot, Club and Consulate. They do not really want to play either of those maps. What was their first ban? Clubhouse. That is the one that they will not go to because it's BDS's best map. Consulate then comes through as kind of a second option. My only worry for BDS, this isn't their best map. They're targeting a weakness on the other side rather than picking a map they really like. So there's a world here where this comes back to backfire on them. We saw this across in the quarters a couple of days ago. In a few of those series, teams are trying to target each other's weaknesses. So I'm just nervous here for BDS. You think, yeah, they hate that map, right? Right?
Right,
In the same way that everyone thought the BDS absolutely hate Border and Bank, and they've slapped teams on both of them. So I'm nervous.
I think along with Furia, the problem with BDS for playing against them is they've got probably one of the deepest map pools in the world. They get into it. When we saw them smash Border, you started looking, thinking, there is nowhere this team can't play. And that's part of the problem. You know, you can come in, you can analyze it, you can, you know, look at the numbers. Maybe there's going to be maps, of course, that they win more than others, but they're just so capable everywhere. And Consulate it's going to be difficult for both teams. These are both rosters that have come together recently. They've not had, you know, the longest time together. Consulate is one of our most strategic maps, one of our most technical maps. So many little rooms, so much clearance to do. I actually think it maybe weighs into BDS's favour because we saw Beast Coast on the attack, struggling with time, struggling with droning, struggling with clearance. That is going to hurt you badly on Consulate because it's just going to get in a click of the fingers, you're going to be down to 60 seconds, and what do we do?
Think about what we spoke about in the ban phase last time around. Fenrir was like a must ban for Beast Coast. They never, ever want to see the operator played.
Yes! Yes!
Hey, what they're saying there is he's got to get the same haircut as you and shave the whole thing off.
Brilliant. That's the first time my haircut, if you could call it that, has ever been complimented, so thank you.
It's like a very barren forest, Tim.
Yeah, it's, you know, doing its best.
Leave it out.
That Demo's beard, doing its best. That's how a good coach.
See, there you go. He's hands-on, he's involved.
Knows what the players need.
Yeah.
Give him a little tickle under there. Get him really warmed up. Not shit talking Beast Coast now, are we? I guess not. I think, again, it was the story of the super team coming up against the underdogs, as we said before, right? I think, again, Diffuser for me on that last part went absolutely nuclear. He was the difference. Him and Gunnar, 15 kills, 13 kills. They're the two to look out for. We need a player on BDS to be doing the same if they're going to be competitive on Consulate.
Beast Coast wallpaper there.
I thought they were just holding up their phone and forgot to write something.
No, Emmy looked at me in a little bit of confusion and was like, what? I think it was the Beast Coast wallpaper, so the dedication runs throughout the life.
Wow. At this point, at this moment, all eyes obviously on BDS, because you can talk about the energy that you get after winning your map and going into it.
Yep.
Let's sort of build up that BDS weren't a fantastic Skyscraper team recently. They have good stats on it overall, but they did bleed. They have bled on that map, as now proven.
We've seen in a number of these crowd shots as we've just been waiting to get the lobby resolved, which will be done momentarily. We've seen so many of our cosplayers as well, and I just want to give a shout out to everybody. We've had some unbelievable cosplayers here. We always do, but they've really stepped it up here in Manchester.
Well, we are about ready to throw ourselves in Manchester, so this time let's find ourselves hurtling towards Consulate and the second map of our series.
If there's anything more than map stats, it's operator ban stats as well. The kind of strategy that goes through this, you can look at it and go, okay, that operator's gone, but there's always a reason why. The Fenrir ban for Beast Coast is what I'm keeping an eye on. Will it get changed this time around? The KB not changed because, again, 3 players on BDS have got that in their top 3 most played operators. This should be a Monty ban BDS. Sure enough. What, ruined it?
No, the cameraman cut him. He did a thumbs up. He didn't know whether to do the wave or not. I think it's a wave every time.
You've got to commit to the wave.
Yeah.
But I would like to see a Solus ban really coming out of Beast Coast here. They play it a little bit themselves, but BDS loves Solus, as you saw on that last map. It should really be taken away from them. Azami, the same as the last ban. If this is Fenrir, fair enough. But I think Solus might actually be a really good way to hit BDS where it hurts.
This tradition for our operator bans has stuck around for a good long time now. It started all the way back in Charlotte.
Was it in Charlotte?
It was in Charlotte,
yeah.
I think,
All right,
was the first time I remember. I think it was actually Parker who was leading it.
He starts everything that is bad with this game.
He started people booing operators bad. And then it slowly turned into something a little bit more positive.
Oh, well, this could be a first site to start things off. Beast Coast on the defense are going to start things off in the split site. Quite an infamous site in Siege as well, as being one of the only ones that spreads across 2 floors. Service and Teller's going to start things out. And look at that. There's a split crowd here between Wheeler. Okay, maybe not. There's one guy. One guy that likes Bullet Man.
This crowd has 2 things that it loves, apparently.
And to everyone else, he is a wanker, apparently.
It's getting people to wave, and it's hating Mullet Man.
Some things will never change. Well, here we go, as said, split site to start things off. Tim, you've heard me say it a million times. I love seeing a castle get brought along. Really transforms how defenders can play the maps, opens up safe retreats or pathways towards different parts of the map that otherwise wouldn't be available, forces certain operators out of the other side. For example here, BDS, the Banner, Ace, Ash, really going in towards making sure that those barricades aren't going to be impeding them as the round bleeds on.
Let's get into things then, shall we? It's Consulate, it's round 1, and we have got Beast Coast on the defense to kick things off. So, as you said, Des, we're going to have that split site to start with. So there's going to be, potentially, we've got 2 different types of attacks. It might be a top floor take with a look to trying to get a plant down in towers. It could well be just come in through the basement and go straight for archives. We'll see which it is that BDS choose to do, but both of these teams at times I felt were a little bit slow to take ground, and we're a little bit, particularly on BDS's side, a little bit tentative over taking those entry fights when they were on the attack. So I want to see a little bit more aggression from BDS in. Get in, play with confidence, take the ground, get the kills.
Gunnar, a problem child on the top floor, is going to keep things interesting on that Solus that you said they could remove, and for now, they can keep themselves stretched out, say, come and find me up here, because, well, you're looking at this as a very dangerous sandwich site. Yes, you put the pressure all the way on the basement as they are with the double hard breach, but it's EFAC that's going for the close hunt right now on the top.
it shows you where they brought the IQ as well, right? 5 drones removed pretty much immediately by virtue of having that Solus on side. So I think the IQ from Chaiko here, although normally he'd love a Nomad, for example, is actually really smart. It does give you another angle to be able to hunt them down and try and deal with the gunner when he gets a bit too aggressive. The thing is, during the grand final of a major, is a team really likely to play overly aggressive and make silly mistakes? I don't think so.
Then he's just going to be spraying a few shots in the general direction of Leakerfact there. Let him know that he is not alone, that he's not going to be able to take this ground for free. Leakerfact needs to win this fight and does take Skaveni down with a nice headshot. And that is the entry that BDS needed. But look at the time, 1 minute 40 gone.
And look at Diffuser doing what he did so brilliantly on the previous map. Stuck his head back up towards the top of yellow stairs, took a kill, and retreats right back down. It leaves BDS back here, knocking on the door of sight, but with none of the security that they thought, they believed they could build towards. We're passing this minute marker now. Solotov's just sat waiting for somebody to drift into their favor, but at this point, you're sort of waiting for that tip of the spear, BDS. The pressure's on you.
Brede and users have been stuck on drones for most of this round as well, helping them try and hunt down these players that are out and about around the map. They've only managed to find one of them. They've burned through all their drone information game. They've had this really slow start to getting these castle barricades opened up that I mentioned you want Hibana or an Ace or an Ash for. So it's still very early doors. They've still got a bit of setup work to do here, I think. Unless users can get up a really nice backstab, which feels unlikely.
I mean, had to just spray through. Gunner's more than ready to take the engagement. Efax driving his way, but Users does win out against Gunner, and now they've somehow wrested control underneath. Hot and cold, an important C4 that connects half. Doesn't get the full bite. You've got the warning signs. The pressure comes from above. Users drops down below. He's holding onto the split angle. Brede's going for the plant. He's stuck in the corner. He can't find any way out.
Users activated. He doesn't get that backstab in there. They are so secure. C4s can go skyward, but he opens up the entirety of server and makes it unplayable for the defenders. Really good round from BDS. Yes, it was slow, but they wanted to make sure they weren't going to get shot in the back by those roamers. Very, very patient.
Yeah, there's a difference between slow and patient, I think. Slow, you know, can be a problem. Patient can be a virtue. You go in there, you paying attention to the details. You're making sure you've got everything locked down. I've been critical of the intel game for BDS. It was on point there. They knew what was coming, they knew where it was coming from, and they had the answers. It was really well played from BDS. They could be on for a really good attacking half.
They bought everything they needed for multiple different plays as well. We saw, as we said at the time, you know, the 2 hard breach, they've gone to the top to go for this 1 versus 1 hunt. It goes away from them, so what do? Entirely flipped themselves down. They held the line, they looked for that different tip of the spear, as I said. They found it through the emergency exit, and from that point they realized no congestion.
French flag appears on stream, you've got to boo. That's how it works. I didn't write the rules. Parker did. So with this round, I think the big one, if nothing else, was the slightly mistimed attacks coming out of the side from BDS though, right? Yes, Users gets a big 2K. He doesn't get that, he dies there, you're like, okay, well, where's the next play? Solotov coming down Visa stairs. Oh, he gets picked off. Whoops, where's the next player? And it becomes a series of 1v1s is the problem, right? Whereas BDS have really made a name for themselves this competition, at least in my opinion, on their 2v1s, their 3v1s, their overwhelming play. beastcoast are trying not to give them that opportunity, admittedly, but just a bit wary that it does come down to big individual plays. As we saw a little bit back on that last map, the clutch potential out of beastcoast, the nuclear amount of multi-kills that we had out of players like Diffuser, BDS need a little bit of magic of their own, I think, on Consulate.
I think cementing the entry a little bit would help them. So Leakerfact opened it up onto Kafe last time. 10-15 seconds later, Diffuser gets one, and that's something beastcoast have done consistently well so far today, is always have an answer, always have a trade, always have a kill in response. So BDS, I want to see them go in there, get an entry, then get another, then just consolidate
get another team, yeah, get another.
Consolidate that lead, and then you win the round, you just get 1 each, it's not a problem. No, but I want to see them not lose that manpower afterwards. Go in, get the kill, consolidate, and take space.
So they're trying to steal this pressure from above the site itself, force those players out from the swing, the blinds come, Brede towards the top of yellow, and Shaiko, well, he's trying to fight his way down. This first swing is badly timed, and there's Shaiko, a free pick for Gunner.
And the death mark fails anyway. Mute Jammer blocking it out there. But again, for me, Brede was up on Skylight. He's the one with the diffuser on the Ying. Normally, he's the one bolting inside a window and going for a plant. Feels like BDS have maybe scrambled whose role is what in this round to a tickle. They're bringing things back, though. Found themselves a couple more. They're building into it.
Yeah, some real confidence kills coming in there that's just going to build BDS into this round, give them that little bit of edge that they needed. But Diffuser, such a key player so far, does have the vertical. Can they find Brede though? They're trying to spray through the smoke, but no, he's going to be able to stick the plan. They find one down the hatch, but it's a 1v2 now for Gaveni.
Two of them on the same angle. Gaveni with everything left to do here. He might go, and he does, for the pickup, but they've rotated their way round. The blind's on the player, the pinch from above. Brede's got the lockdown. They slip their way through just on the inside of the door. It's a dangerous place to fight. The cover's there. They're spraying which way? But that way. Brede gets one, a 1 versus 1, but with 17 seconds and Astoria stairs to go through, Brede has to wait. He has to listen, and he has to do what he does best.
Patience, again, wins the day, right? Not getting too crazy in that post plan. It was well orchestrated. For a moment, I thought they were hitting top floor when they were scattered across 2 floors. I was like, what's going on, guys? But they make it work. They get that top floor control. They get the plant inside of smoke. And that's where you see Beast Coast paying that price. Spirits being dead early means no warden on side was there to give a response. Brede. I like that one.
No question who the crowd are backing, at least in that area. A lot of BDS support, of course, being EU. I think they've certainly, been adopted. We got users as well on there. The whole Manchester crowd is keen to see them win, but Shaiko, a little bit unlucky there. That's the sort of timing that I know a lot about in Siege, and I'm sure everybody at home does as well. I'm just going to do this on the stairs. Oh, I've been shot from the guy around the front.
Obviously they go. How did they know? Well, they knew. BDS, they've been razor sharp these opening couple of rounds. It's the creativity on their attacks that we were kind of missing on Skyscraper. The amount of times they found themselves sort of stewing, trying to approach, trying to build in, and then here, there's a quick change. Plan A's falling apart. Hit Plan B. Plan B, we're starting to stutter. Plan C's already in motion. BDS came back firing.
Surprising no one, I'm sure. We find ourselves down in the basement for this round. The Soul is on side once again. And so once more, Shaiko shows that respect, the IQ coming along, I imagine, not strictly for the Solus, but it does help. More looking in towards those black eyes coming out from Gaveni. Get rid of that info that's going to be scattered out and about around the map. And with the aggression currently shown by Beast Coast, BDS are going to have to do a full map clear here. They need Solotov to stay alive, as realistically, he is their only vertical destruction outside of maybe Wager of a DMR, outside of Leaky Fat, but they're not really built for that. It's why you want the Ram.
Going to be taking the peek into yellow at the minute. Shaiko just very aware. We saw Beast Coast on Skyscraper, happy to play at the boundaries, happy to play out of the breach, happy to get aggressive out of the map, and BDS obviously reading into that, and they're going to have absolutely none of it. But Gunnar, he's going to have none of Solotov as he manages to find that opener with the Ram. As you say, a lot of vertical destruction has been lost there. Yes, they can target the Malusi. Yes, they can try and find the kill. They will be unsuccessful. A little bit of damage done to Spirits, but it doesn't matter when Hot and Cold's there to pick up Shaiko.
Just all over the shop, aren't they? Shaiko's trying one thing, you got someone else trying to hit bottom yellow, and they're being picked off one at a time. It's just mad. And up on the top floor, you still got a couple of players running around for Beast Coast. So BDS have tried to shortcut their way towards site here, and so far, Beast Coast have dealt with it ridiculously well.
They have themselves inside the verticality, and they can put pressure down towards pipes, down towards the back end, but with no control above, they're still cautious. As you said, they haven't got themselves locked in. The 1 versus 1, though, is given to them. Diffuser. A rare mistake today is made, and unfortunately for them, Licky Fat was more than ready to pounce, but we need the breach pressure to come through from Brede. We need that coverage of those smokes on the back end of users as well. That is what BDS is trying to cook with right now.
But they've got the ward, and Hot and Cold's also got a C. They've got C4s for days, essentially, here that they can toss Skyward at any moment. Beast Coast are playing this and saying, look, you guys want to execute with a very, very light lineup. We got C4s at the ready.
They don't want to get carried away and pull those triggers too soon, because C4s are a great way of defending this side. Not only for the vertical, there you go. He finds his man, Users taken down. But as we see, the Nitro's great for defending on the vertical, but also for stopping potential plants inside of this site as well.
Great grenade that forces the player out from the pipes position. Beast Coast has been battered back towards the kitchen and just has to look towards it. But with the kit rotating from Brede, and with Brede all that's left, he has to do the fight here from the cheeky place towards the pillar. Wants the plant, wants the fight. It's been offered, and it's been fed.
So well defended by Beast Coast. I mentioned those C4s. 2 kills in the 3v3. All they've got to do is sit back, play behind the mirror windows, let BDS be the ones to come forward onto you. I think BDS have just fed it a bit too easy there. So many 1v1s coming through in the round.
Can only assume that there was some Valkyrie cameras or even just one upstairs that was feeding that intel back in as well, because just such accuracy with those nitros, just pulling them at exactly the right time to punish BDS. Beast Coast then getting themselves around on the board, and not too soon. The last thing they wanted was BDS being able to lock in that entire sort of offensive rotation, going through those 3 rounds, getting a win on every side, and really putting them backs to the wall. As it is, they've managed to lock one down, and it really gives them something to work with now.
They've got the start. They've got themselves, you said, the building. It was a lockdown. We've sort of complimented the lead-in before of the ways they've had things go wrong and how they've pulled things together.
Is he clapping or touching his hair? I can't tell. It's like brushing it out of his face, then one clap and then brush, brush, brush.
I don't understand how Mulletman's been able to get so heat. 3 days. This is our first cast in this arena. It's like, oh, okay, we're catching up.
Yeah, they certainly are. They certainly are. Right. Round 4 is going to be Beast Coast looking to get their second defense here this time. Going back to that split site. So we saw them play it back in the first round unsuccessfully. BDS were able to get the win. They just weren't able to stand up to the map clearance, essentially, of BDS. They were able to get in, clear areas. We saw Leakerfact with those fights around vending, just winning kills, creating space. So it's something definitely that Beast Coast need to do better here to make sure they're not losing manpower.
It's going to be that full map clear once again there, right? They've got to worry about everything here. For me, last time round, it was users on that backstab through blue that really did a lot of damage, and that's what I'm looking out for. If they get themselves into a key position to try and catch someone out, then wonderful. But at least you've got a change around of operators, right? It's not users on the ace. This time round, it's Leakerfact.
A very quick, sharp bit of pressure here from Leakerfact, who's looking to try and find the back end of the diffuser. Red and called towards him, and he just pulls himself back towards the site. Now, without the ping, it's a little bit trickier. Take the 2-wall spray through, and as the connection comes against it, surely the calls will come out of, they're kind of knocking on the door. We might need a bit of a retake across the top that Gunner's being caught out of. They're being held in positions. BDS, they're just sort of making a little bit of a wave in the space and saying, this is how we're driving the boat through.
The need now to really start finding some kills. They're halfway through the round, and that's going to open things up. It's going to create that space for them, but as it stands, haven't had that opportunity. But I don't think they're too worried themselves. Solotov just gets caught out of the window, though, and that is not ideal. As I said, BDS needed to be finding those, needed to be creating that space, but as it is, they lose the twitch. I imagine a lot of the work, a lot of the util clearance should already have been taken care of by this point in the round, but still, that loss of Solotov is not going to sit well for BDS.
They just can't keep Beast Coast down. They're so mobile around the map, but they're always springing some kind of surprise on BDS, who are playing so separate that there's no ability for a trade. In comes an 8 off the back of it as well, going to find themselves. Very rare that you see a frag kill these days, but it's down to 4v4.
Diffuser, he's so close to the chance of the swing, but he needs the support from his teammates before he tries to hit back at BDS. So they hold and wait and bay and hope that maybe the call towards any explosives, just any sort of aggression up, might be that netting reward. He's holding the angle. There's the moment. There's another frag grenade, and there's the chance at the plant inside again. They have these pings, but without the spray and the connection. Breeday on his day, free to plant. He's escaping. A sliver of health, and even less on Gaveni as Jesus gets the drop.
Beast Coast were just so reliant on those verticals, but it couldn't get the job done. It couldn't stop Breeday putting the case down. He finds a kill in the post plant as well, and it's all up to Houghton. He's in a 1v3. He's got back up at least to be able to fight on a level with BDS, but it's most likely going to be too little, too late. As Shaiko, he finds the final kill, and BDS have woken up in this grand final in Manchester.
And much more team-based play. It's the one thing that I said earlier on was missing. It felt like at times they were just being picked up in separate 1v1s, but that execute there was such a more together BDS than what we've seen across the last few rounds. Outside of losing Solotov immediately, they get that initial kill back elsewhere with users, right? But for me, it's about the execute. 3 players hitting the site together, nades on the downstairs, forcing players to run and holding crossfires onto him. That's the BDS that we've seen throughout this tournament, being able to isolate individual players and punish them. More of that if they want to carry on this level of success in this half But Beast Coast, they've got the timeout, Tim. And we've seen some fettuccine magic throughout this tournament.
It's our first one. It's our first one of this series so far. Obviously, we sort of played throughout for Beast Coast side, and they were so in control. And you said, you know, the magic he's been able to bring towards this roster and the power that he's had in getting those sort of the team energized. How do you bring that back in here?
Yeah, there's certainly going to have to be some bold words, because the problem at the minute that they're facing as well is not only are BDS waking up, the crowd are really waking up as well. There's a lot of noise here in the arena for BDS, in support of BDS, and you can see that the players are starting to feed off that a little bit. We spoke about it.
Oh, Mullet wins the rock, paper, scissors contest.
Undefeated.
Now I'm learning why he's turned into the villain.
Obviously, someone can be successful and then get called a wanker for being successful.
You know, we talk about underdog stories, and we talk about people, sometimes you love to see them succeed.
Is this going to be a mullet man underdog story?
No. It's going to be the fact that
one man came back in a rock, paper, scissors competition.
Mullet Man has played everybody here because he's taken the heat off of Beast Coast. He's like, don't boo them, boo us, boo me.
He's becoming the shield. He's becoming the shield in between the booms.
Like all the arrows going into his back, he lets Beast Coast play, but
they're loving it.
Exceptional.
The chants are in full force.
As I said, the crowd waking up could have a big impact. You know, on BDS, we came in saying they're a team that can get a little bit quiet sometimes. Sometimes they need that player to feed a bit of energy, and it's usually Leafak to be vocal, to get involved, but it can't all come down to Leafak all the time. And the crowd doing that job for him as well is going to be a big boost. They can't necessarily hear everything that's going on, but they'll feel it. They'll know that the crowd is behind them. They'll see them jumping up, and it could well just give BDS that energy that they need.
I don't like the look of a clash here as well. We've seen a few frustrating clashes. However, it also invited a certain BDS player to get off a pretty big clutch playing against that operator just yesterday. Interesting. I'm not saying it's going to be the same story here, but
you never know.
It's going to change things up, and you never know. Overall, though, again, it comes down to the Ying. Every time you see the Ying, that's what your eyes have really got to be following. Where are they pushing? And equally, where is the Warden on the other side? Because most things end up centralizing around. One, where the diffuser is, and two, where the Ying is dropping that utility.
Here comes the break across the top. They're trying to bait the approach here. Users more than ready for the swing round, but nobody's quite active on the back end. Solotov, he's in, he's cutting the hold in half.
Breeder's moving in through Closet with the diffuser in hand here. He's trying to find a little bit of space, a little backstab. Leakify manages to pick up the trade onto Gavarni. He manages to get a second as well. He continues to be the tip of the spear for BDS. Shaiko goes in, he's traded out immediately, but he does the damage that they need.
3 versus 2 at this point, and Beast Coast have battered back against this many, many times. So BDS, they take a pause, a breath. They've rested control of the top floor at this point, and they can start seeing about that pocket of space, but with a couple of smoke canisters still in their ground, with some Goyo canisters as well, they have to make sure that the 2 versus 2 is clean.
I think that was a real bait execute on the top floor there. I know that the site is on that first floor, but they were baiting for the top floor. It's why you had Candelas going in to the extreme. Oh, Leakifak rolls that one to perfection. He's a pro bowler as well. Spirits gets one back, though. He's already found himself 2. Can he get 2 more?
Breeder, he's going to be getting the diffuser down. He sticks it. That is job done for BDS, almost certainly. As Spirits, he's trying to just find any angle he can. They're on very close to each other at the minute. This could be a big risk. There's an opportunity for Spirits to pick them both up at the same time, but they've created space now, and that's perfect from Breeder and Leakify.
Through the fire and the flames and the smoke, they find ground. BDS held on to the tail end of that, and you got to give credit. They saw the space, and it was almost bit back in. They didn't have the greatest place to stand for the execute in the end, but still there's, after the timeout, 4 rounds to 1.
Like I said, I think that top hit was bait. they flooded inside of the office almost exclusively. Meeting wasn't really hit. And I think what they were going for was, oh, let's get Beast Coast to scramble. That's why you saw a delay before any movement started from the side of BDS. They were trying to draw them into looking downwards, assuming an execute would come in below whilst they were all flashed out. And sure enough, they push in. Brede gets one. They pick up a couple around long desk. It's almost like forcing rats out of their nest and catching them as they run into the waiting arms. Really good execute.
It was beautiful, like you say, just make a load of noise over here while the real threat is over there. And the real threat, of course, in that situation was Brede and Leakifax. So great stuff from BDS to get themselves round 5 locked down. 4-1 on the scoreboard now, and they are back in this one. Beast Coast have already taken Skyscraper 7-4, as you'll see at the top of your screen, but BDS, they are here to play, they are here to win, and it's been a great Consulate from them so far.
I mean, you can see why they picked it. I spoke about this earlier on. For me, it was a lower down prep map. It looked they were picking into Beast Coast's weakness. But whether that's the case or not, they look very comfortable. Again, the one thing I would probably look at on the BDS side is around how they've executed onto individual players. They've lost players in a few silly little places. It's understandable. You're on the biggest stage. You're in front of this crowd. There's a lot working against you.
First time we find ourselves here on the top floor as well, and they've got that shield, and they're sort of not taking chances. This time, the Clash is that first point of contact. They're baiting them in, they're going for the draw. And this one, I can understand not wanting here as the first take because it's a little bit done. It's trodden, you know the top yellow, you know the pressure, but they keep losing where BDS is coming from, so go back to this default.
I thought they'd have Grim on side. That's normally what Usus will bring along here. But they've got the Twitch specifically because there's Goyo on the other side. Everything will slow down if they can't get rid of them. And we've already seen Usus send in one shot drone top yellow and lose it. Diffuser hits the deck. Crucially, the Warden is offline. Brede now, he is super powered.
Solitov picking up that entry then, taking down Diffuser and leaving them in a 5 versus 4. BDS can certainly slow things down a little bit here. They've still got a minute 40 to work with. Just consolidate what you've got, get the drones in, see who is where. That's not an ideal next move. Gunnar is going to be, that's not the consolidation I was looking for, I'm going to be honest. Gunnar picking up Leakifax, so, but it's just the Ash. It's not the end of the world in terms of utility.
What we need to have right now is that start long war of attrition as Shaiko says, I'm not sitting around for a long war, but gets instantly into his own, hot and cold. Steps up, more than ready. It doesn't matter how blind or revealed he gets. He's a Clash with a shield in his face that can play this at arm's length. They've been able to get themselves inside the building, and there's no C4s for the immediate removal. But if they can try and isolate the Clash, which they are, cut in half for the 1 versus 2, Brede. He's got it all to do here. The single fights on the back end. They haven't pushed in because how much time there is. The first bit of pressure to a man in a box either side. It's an important one to win, but it's around the Rosies. And they've slipped to a rotate break from Beast Coast.
Gunnar and Gavini, a dynamic duo in that round. They really did take all the sting out of BDS's tail there. Nothing could be done because they just found kill after kill. Great stuff from Beast Coast to hold on to the round.
Ooh, it's enough. These are the moments I talk about on that last map. Who goes huge when required most? This round it's Gunnar, unsurprisingly. Big on the first map, even bigger here so far. Really is proving himself to be him. The thing is, Tim, a couple of days ago, I remember saying that's a life game from Gunnar. He'll never have that kind of series again. He was, what, 28-5 or something ridiculous? Absolutely popped off. Here, at least, he's putting up another one of those performances. It doesn't matter too much about the kills, though, because right now, his team is down. 4-2. Switch sides, Beast Coast on the attack. Let's see what their Consulate, one of their normal perma bans, looks like.
I think this is the sort of story that when we talk about comebacks, right? It was the other day where they were able to cement enough in a sort of side. They don't have that break to build behind them.
Gunnar was, you know, we say about Gunnar really coming online the last couple of games. So far, quarterfinal and semi-final. You say one was a life game, but between those two games, 42 to 25. 42 kills to 25 deaths between the quarterfinal and semi-final, along with 7-2 on entry. Gunnar has stepped up on the main stage. There is no question about it. He has been absolutely activated by this crowd, by this environment, by the pressure. Everything has suited him to a T.
But what was different is Diffuser on this map, Des.
What we were talking about before, right? One player can go nuclear, but if they drop off, what happens next? And everyone looks at this BDS side and says, okay, when a couple of players are quiet, you've got 3 others that can go massive. You know, the front line of Solotov, Leakerfact, Shaiko, and Users. Most teams will kill to have that as their front line, and BDS punching up in the back as well. But on the other side here, yes, Diffuser is quiet, but the biggest line I always say about a game of Siege, Tim, is...
There's 2 halves to a game of Siege, Des.
Thank you.
We're gonna...
You're gonna have to better the voice line at some point. But it's true, because things could now drastically turn around. Let's not forget, Diffuser got most of his kills last map in those first 3 rounds.
They are still resting some of the control on the top, and remember how it also built was things don't look like they're going well for Beast Coast. Old Diffuser's insight and he's killed 2 or 3 people. This is a sort of similar map, but there's a lot less known about it in terms of the way they're played onto it. Solotov's caught by 1, Kafe is traded back out, but confirm it with a C4. Don't risk the follow through, get out of there.
You have no idea who's on what window if you go anywhere near admin at that point. You could lose your life trying to get it and make it ultimately a 2 for nothing when that player gets revived. So it looks like a waste of a C4. It's absolutely not. The RAM is off the board. They cannot get as many vertical holes opened up. The blessing being, of course, you've got Buck on side. Diffuser's the one now you look to say, right, you're the one to get in position and do some work. Open the hole in the floor and get C4. That is a painful way to spend your evening.
Absolutely beautiful from Breeder there. Just using what I'd call direct intel. Doesn't need a cam, doesn't need a call out. Just watches for that hole to be blasted open and bang, pulls the trigger. Spirits, he's chasing his man down though. He's gonna find Shaiko. 3 versus 3, and that gives Beast Coast yellow stairs. They're established at the bottom now. They can start looking to pressure on into sight, but with 50 seconds left to go and Breeder is still safely tucked away behind a mirror window, this is going to be a tough push.
There's the single player above, but they cannot give control of the verticality, so it turns into a bit of a weirdly shaped 3 versus 2. Spirit's going to see if he can get the cover. There is obviously the single flash to try and get the drive and the pressure from above, but it's not quite fully connecting with any BDS player. They are not giving them the full engagement.
We had a mirror of this back in the first half where it was 3 versus 3 if you remember. We saw Beast Coast get those 2 C4 kills. BDS are not going to have the same fortune here. Leakerfat's coming in behind. He's massive.
They're re-resting that verticality. There's the kill onto the drop at the bottom, and a 2 versus 1 out of nowhere. The kid is isolated. Hotland's trying to find a single fight, but they have made the quickest French exit you've ever seen. Cut round the corner, nothing to give.
Leakerfact wins the round there with super smart play. Just getting himself back upstairs, reclaiming that verticality. And Beast Coast, you got questions to answer there. They had no idea that he was coming. No flank draw, no flank watch. It could well have been good work from BDS to clear that out earlier in the round, but they just didn't have any idea that it was coming, and it really knocked them for 6.
We have a bullet man on the team now, Tim.
We've got a mullet off.
Oh, it's a mullet off. How do we get that as a...
Ian will find a way. Ian will find a way.
Wow.
They need a little bit of support now, Beast Coast. I think down 5-2. That is a pretty punishing scoreline.
Yep. It's been sudden as well. This BDS is reinvigorated. They were a little bit lost, a little bit sort of wobbly in the first map, and what Beast Coast were brilliant. Their reactiveness towards what was put ahead of them, their way of rotating, pulling back in. You flip the script. In this map, Beast Coast, they're now looking a little bit out of their depth, unfortunately.
Absolutely love the little shots that we get on the end of the replays there, just showing the absolute passion amongst the fans here in Manchester. Absolutely everybody that I've had the pleasure to speak to over the weekend has just been absolutely oozing dedication and passion to this game, and just loving the opportunity to be here and see it in person. The atmosphere has been electric and will continue to be so if BDS keep this up for sure.
You always feel like go one of 2 ways with the UK crowd. Either they are the loudest buggers in the world or they're really quiet. But I think when the crowd gets going, when you've got Tom J. Sherlock sat there getting you all amped up, you can't be quiet for long.
You can't help it. The drones are going to go in there. Spirits is going to be the one. We've seen this previously with him droning and then trying to work off that information. It doesn't always make them the most reactive. Nade goes in, it finds its target. It was there to clear out the Vulcan canister. It was about just getting rid of that utility early, opening up your options for later on in the round.
I think one's got to be the Amaru here. I mean, you look at this lineup and think, all right, then are we going to see a Ying coming along for this site? And the answer is no. They've chosen not to go for it. Yet for this kind of execute, it's normally a must bring. You can do it with just a Grim, but it definitely gets made easier by a couple of smokes and candelas coming in as well. But here we go, standard plan coming in, and they've got everything grimmed out.
They're going to try to keep a hold of this. Hot and Cold looks like he may be able to. Air jab 1, air jab 2, does the business, but he has to go again because he lifted off. Bride taken down, the cover is there. Gunnar Gaveni, they are doing big numbers for Beast Coast over the last couple of rounds, and Solotov now in a 1 versus 5. Let's throw on a Deimos scan, let's throw some flashbangs in, let's just make it a little bit more difficult for him.
I mean, what do you do?
That's all you can do.
That's all you can do. Bit of a tragic sort of end there, but it was a sort of textbook approach.
I've said this before about Deimos. Deimos is one of those operators whose power just ramps up at the end of the round. I'd put him in there with operators like Clash potentially, who can be super, super powerful at the end of the round. As soon as you get into that X versus 1 situation, the 3v1, 2v1, if one of those is Deimos, you've just basically got constant information on the one who's left alive.
I don't know, I wouldn't quite say it's trash so far today. 9-5 on this map, as mentioned, 13 kills on the prior. Putting up some numbers, and Tim, this is that crucial round 9 we often speak about. Are we going to 6-3, or are we going to 5-4?
It can be so defining for these games. We saw it in the first map on Skyscraper, and we saw that Beast Coast were able to get round 9-1, get themselves onto map point, and from there it was plain sailing.
Just being caught, bounced around like a ping pong ball.
Back and forth, you send the first person in, and you expect that to be cleared, but... Hello, users top.
Hello, random person with glasses.
Des,
is that what you said?
Des, I'm casting with you.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
I thought you'd known each other a while. I didn't think he was the step in, but the step up, as you said.
Siege is a horror game when Solus is chasing you drones down. You can't convince me otherwise.
Not for long.
Not for long. Yep, that will be a big change to see, how, of course, how that affects pro play moving forward, because in this game, she's been present, I think, in like at least 75% of defensive rounds. There were 3 on the last map where she wasn't picked up by Beast Coast. But you cannot deny the work that she's been doing to take away intel. Like already, 5 drones taken off board, barely any out on the field right now. It does slow down attacking teams massively.
Bit of a bite on that front door that didn't net anything, because that first taste of each other seems to be the most important at this moment in time. They are building momentum behind it. Again, Beast Coast timeout is long since been used on this map.
Won't be able to see those drones soon.
Yeah, won't be able to see Spirits either. Gone. There's the trade back. Gaveni does get Solotov, finally finds the end to the front door player, and as they try and drive them back in, there's still not a second pinch yet. Gaveni has to go up, has to rotate.
It's good work from Beast Coast there. They know where Solotov is, they know where the movement's going to be, and they've got a gun in position and ready to deal with that. Leveling things out again at 4 versus 4. But on the flip side, BDS, they're looking pretty comfortable at the minute. They're not really being pushed around too much. The admin-sided push hasn't really moved across too far yet. Beast Coast are just getting stuck over there a little bit. They're not moving too quickly across this top floor.
Efac's been the one again. The Solus on the last map was mainly played by him, and it's a similar story here, I imagine, throughout most of this half. Only seen a couple of rounds of it so far, but he's the one who's doing a bit of work, running around, finding out who's sat on drones and where. Because if nothing else, seeing that player's out on drone on the south side window, you know they want to get up on a window rappel at some point and start making their ingress in towards the map. It just feeds that bit of info back to the team as to what's going on.
They've got themselves lined up, wrapped around the front door of the site, but the fight is this one. Again, the verticality, the cost that needs to be paid and the attention towards it. Now, Bride's locked in and holding out, but if they can force them off the watched angles, Hot and Cold can try and slip their way in and use the back of the shield. He's got attention paid on the back. There's a goo mine behind him. He is now stuck to a degree inside the site itself, but the cover is good, and the plant attempt is just as it's being forced back. They cannot cement it. Hot and Cold goes down. Efac has the connection.
Absolutely huge from him there, just shutting down that attempt to put the diffuser down, but Users is closed out. That's going to be Gaveni again. Him and Gunnar just consistently going time and time again and finding those kills. 15 seconds left to go though, and Beast Coast, they need to make a move. They need to get that diffuser, but Bride, he's going to let him absolutely nowhere near it. Leakerfact manages to join the party as well. It's over as diffuser gets seen from below. Surely not. Leakerfact, please, just shoot. Just shoot.
I said it at the start. The first bite is important. It turns into a fight. And it was a sandwich of destruction at the end there, Des.
That's exactly what I was going to say. They had a player in basement, one up on top floor, and you have beastcoast just like, so what now, guys? As we try and make any plant attempt happen, there's a Solus downstairs. They have to send the Ash down. But the clock was too low for it to be able to take it slowly or to send a drone down there as well. Just really good clock management by BDS. And now beastcoast, they've lost that round. They've lost the round 9 we spoke about. There's a 3-round gap they've got to work through now.
I like
another
how...
failed pint in the
Another fail. Is that probably Parker?
No, I don't think so.
I like how we have Mullet Man on one side, but also just generically the French are being booed as well, even though people are cheering for BDS. This...
Man.
A little bit of a reload.
I still remember when we cast with Doki was saying, like, casting with us, he was like, oh my God, it's like, I didn't realize how close so many things were. Like, someone passes by and you got a matter of pixels between you and them on a doorway. And he was just like, it's crazy seeing it from that perspective. And obviously we see how close things get, but they don't know that inside the server.
Crowd in Manchester certainly waking up along with the BDS here.
Didn't they know that the clash yesterday was between City and United in London and not here?
I don't think they did. I don't think they care.
They brought that energy here today.
I don't think they care. They're all about this matchup, and right now, they're all about BDS. Happy to see their side getting back into things here. 6-3, they won that all-important round 9 days. They've got themselves the map point opportunity, and that would level things up 1-1 on the overall scoreline. It would be huge. BDS, it feels like throughout this tournament, a little bit of a confidence team. They need that energy up. They need those wins, and this could really catapult them into it.
This is the problematic trade, though. If they're being adventurous outside, well, who's inside the site? Oh, only users. Currently now, they're not a million miles away, but if this is something where the snappy attacks of Beast Coast can come through, they can be huge. Hey, what's this? A little bit of free intel, but it's a long run round. The bait and the play, and they're waiting, saying, oh, no one's on this door. This is safe. Uh-oh, you've been targeted. Now the position's a pinch that he wins out anyway. Gets rid of Kafe. Gunner's a step too late, and what a moment that might be defining for this round.
Gunner was just a bit too late to the party. That's when you want that better team play to cut things out. Makes that move as he realizes he stepped off the drone and gone for the rappel himself. Really well timed from Solotov, and again, patience wins the day.
Sometimes it just feels like the game starts working in your favor. You feel like if Solotov goes for that on Skyscraper, he probably gets traded or he gets killed before he finds his man. But now BDS have got that bit of momentum all of a sudden. You know what? Yep, it's a freebie. I'm gonna run out and get it. And BDS, they are taking advantage of it right now, but Gunner, he says, not just yet, manages to find Shaiko, takes down the Legion. That's going to be some goo mines lost along the way. Picks up a second, knows that Solotov is coming, and hits him with a beauty.
They're trying to solve the problem, but it's just drawing more attention and bodies users. I said he was that back line, and now he's at the forefront of the fight itself. Gunner goes down. Brede has the coverage. There's a quick rotate round towards the open breach to try and pick up the pieces of a diffuser in the middle of the site itself. Users tucked round the back with the cross of his own. They're trying to just get a semblance of a BDS player, but now with the man advantage, they force the fight perfectly. Beautiful pinch.
Again, a 2 versus 1 coming out from Beast Coast. The team play has been fantastic on this map so far, even if they are behind by a good few rounds. In a 2 versus 2, though, and 35 seconds to go, Kafe and Brede do the same as last time. They'll just play this round out to the clock, Tim.
Spirits, he's got that scan. He can try to find his man through there, but Brede is smart. He's not going to give anything away. He's going to keep himself in behind that reinforcement. Kafe, he's looking to challenge around the corner. He's being scanned by the Deimos, but Brede, he backs him up. He's got his teammate. He takes them down with a nitro and a shotgun, and BDS take map 2.
An exceptional return to form for BDS. They refound their footing, refound their definition, and found themselves that map to bring us back to 1 apiece.
We had a few predictions of this being a 3-0 towards BDS, but right now, it feels like we've really got a series on our hands.
Top 5, anyone?
Oh, give me all of them. Don't we have records to break?
There are a few. Most definitely a few. And I'm sure more will come as we go along as well. Let's go down to the desk, though, with Milos and the guys.
Thank you very much, friends. And yes, we are back. It's tied up 1-1. No doubt doubt whatsoever in our French squad in BDS, right, Jesse?
Absolutely not, Milos. Both teams taking their map pick pretty confidently, which is nice to see from BDS, bouncing back with this really strong pick. And I talked about how they looked a little bit nervous on some of their attacks in the last map. This map, that wasn't the case. They were so confident, getting in, clearing a lot of those roamers from Beast Coast who wanted to play all over the map, but just didn't have the space.
I asked for improvements in team play. I asked for improvements in communication, and that came through, particularly on their attacks, but also in the defense, managing those situations at the end. How many 2 versus 2s? You see it now in the replay, you saw it in the very last round there, that they were able to manage out 2-round victory.
2 key factories went into this. They were shutting down Diffuser. They had a phenomenal performance the last match. He went 2-9 to close this out. And then Bride on the defensive half, locking down those sites, setting his team up for success. All around, wonderful game from BDS.
I'm sorry to say, 4 rounds on attack on Consulate? That's insane!
Yeah, breaking the record of undefeated on defense. Of course, there was only 1 map that they held that on, but still really impressive stuff. And when I remember talking to Froshi, actually in the back lines, the analyst for Beast Coast, about these maps right after he did the bans. And he said, you know what, Consulate we're a little worried about, but we start on defense. It should be fine. It wasn't fine.
No, and I think that's the big thing. You'll always take a Consulate being start on defense. But yeah, no, it didn't come through.
I mean, best bet here, it's 1-1. You got to reset again, go into the next match.
All right, let us then reset. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you very much, Manchester. Let's take a quick break. When we get back, it's map number 3.
Welcome back to the Blast R6 Manchester Major Grand Final. It is one apiece. BDS, Beast Coast. Who's going to take it? Time will tell. I am deep in this amazing crowd. Are we having a good time, Manchester? I think that's a solid yes. I am joined by not one, not two, but 3 BDS fans. How are we feeling going into map 3?
BDS going to take this one. BDS, Volga. BDS all the way.
BDS all the way here. What are you thinking?
Yeah, they might have somebody called Gunner, but we have 5 Gunners.
I like there as well. Sir, can BDS get over the finish line here? Do you think this is going to be a 5-map series?
Well, it'd make it more intense if it's a 5-map series, but BDS will finish it 3-1, hopefully.
You've got something with you. I've seen it in the crowd a couple of times. Can we just show this to the camera? This might get a reaction. Let's see. So you've got, do you want me to hold these? Okay. 3. So he's got 3 fans in his hand here. And then, oh, that's cold. That's cold. All right. Let's find out. I think there's a few more Beast Coast fans in here than 3, but Milos, back to you on the desk.
Thank you very much, Ian, and seems like we're ice cold for this one, though. Let's get back to it. We have our 3rd map, and we're tied up 1-1. After a lot of effort, BDS bring it back for a tie.
Yeah, they take down Beast Coast, and with that, they break a 9-map win streak, meaning they deny Beast Coast double digits in terms of map 1 in a row. And this is the first time we've really seen Beast Coast get tested. It's their first loss on a stage this big, so we really have to find out, how do they react?
You know, we've talked about players needing to reset their mentals. I need to reset mine. I've never been chirped by a crowd more in my life. But the plus note going into this Beast Coast map is Beast Coast have seen BDS play Chalet, most recently beating Secret 7-5. So you got to feel good going into this match that you know exactly how BDS is going to play.
They might have seen them play Chalet, but they also saw them win on Chalet. In fact, BDS have actually become Chalet merchants. I would say since their inclusion of adding in the man on your screen there, Solotov, and then users as well, their Chalet has gotten better and better and better. And the one thing about BDS is now they're heating up. Chalet's a map where they'll get a lot of gunfights and a lot of individuality.
You're not wrong at all, Jack. In fact, 4-0 current record with this lineup for BDS. They are undefeated on Chalet since making these moves.
All right, gentlemen, I think we are all set. We'll see if Chalet will change things up. But Manchester, are we ready? Yeah, that's all you need. Let's give it back to our casters.
I see you're in on the phone hype train here as well, Milos, but I think everyone's in this series hype train right now. 1-on-1, both teams showing what they got a little bit. Where it goes from here is anyone's guess.
Do you have a guess?
I don't have a guess. Honestly, it is absolutely anybody's right now. It's on a knife edge. The one thing that I would say, Beast Coast, we haven't... it's a little bit unfair to sort of think of them as like less experienced. You know, obviously BDS have won a major before, but Hot and Cold, he's been around the block. He knows what it's all about. But I just look at it, they haven't lost the map in Manchester on the main stage yet. That's the first one they've lost. So now the question is, how are Beast Coast going to respond to losing a map? Are they gonna wilt? Are they gonna shrivel? Or are they gonna come back strong? Are they gonna go in there fighting and try to really claw this back?
What else can they do? We just saw a massive return to form from the side of BDS, right? They knew where they needed to go, they knew the game that they had, and they know how they've been able to bring it. Beast Coast have that game. They've been tested, fine. But they've been tested for the first time after winning and winning and winning on this stage.
The best thing is they're going in towards Chalet as well, which when you look at it by the numbers at the very least, is their favorite map. They're 2-0 on it. They almost never ban it away. It's always been the decider map in their series. They haven't always got to playing it as that decider, but they are more than happy to go to Chalet at any time. And I think here with it being their second map pick, it shows that strength too. The key thing to note is the further we go into this series, the more you're getting down to the kind of dregs of the map preferences, right? You start with your strong maps, things get a bit more watered out until you sort of end on that decider map that is a good map for both teams. Chalet, for me at least, still leans very heavily towards Beast Coast.
And it comes at the perfect time for them. As I've said, they've lost the map, first time. How do they respond? Well, we're better to respond than your best map. They've got everything in front of them here. It's still so closely split on the socials. It's closely split here on the caster desk. Nobody has any idea where this is going.
Well, there's only one way to find out which way this third one goes. Chalet is going to be our next battleground between Beast Coast and BDS. Who's breaking the deadlock? Let's find out right now. In we go. The Chalet with Beast Coast starting on the defense.
We get the joy of breaking this ice. We get the joy of returning to what is technically a best of 3, shaping and shaving the way across. Ying.
Okay.
First.
They've not planned the way the DKB. No, the Ying is the change here. And again, I mentioned this a bit on that last map. BDS love playing on the operator. Are we going to see it taken away at any point? The answer is yes. Monty, no surprise, coming out again, a target ban against Hot and Cold. I think BDS here believe that it is still a crutch operator for them when they get a bit lost on the attack. It's trying to force them into solutions, and normally that's going to involve the blitz, let's be honest.
Yeah, we've already seen it. We know that Beast Coast are a good shield team. We've seen some really good use of that blitz from Hot, and he got himself in. He wasn't overly aggressive, which I think can be a little bit of a failing of some blitzers sometimes, is they just want to get right in the faces of their enemies, and sometimes that works, but sometimes it's an overextension. Whereas Houghton, he just played his time perfectly, waited for the moment. So honestly, taking the Monty away from him, fine, but you're pushing him onto the blitz. It's the best of a bad situation, really.
And you leave the Solus up again, right? I get it for Beast Coast. They don't want to play against Fenrir. They don't want to chance it. BDS do play it from time to time. It's not the most picked defender for any player, but I think it's still that respect of, we just don't want to see Fenrir getting picked up here. That does mean you will probably see in the second half, Leakyfak out again on that Solus, causing absolute mayhem, because Chalet is another map where there is so much soft floor and so much soft destruction that you can work with that, well, why wouldn't you play it when you can?
Coming into this map as well, the difference that we get is a lot of these firefights are a lot smaller than the previous 2 that we've had. Skyscraper, it's big, it's vast, it's long routes and rotations you've got to take to find the back end. Consulate as well, similar sort of story, you can be direct, but think about all the long runs we've had here. You're only ever really 1-2 corners away from the main engagement in a fight itself. You can get yourself there very quick, and that's something that I think might bring Beast Coast back into this very well.
I think a big test will be seeing if the diffuser goes down in this round. At this major, every time we've seen this map played, a third of the time we've seen the diffuser going down. And BDS are up there, to be fair, next to Beast Coast as one of the highest plant % teams.
So I'm immediately looking at the lineup for BDS here, and I'm seeing single hard breach, and it's a little bit of a concern. There's no secondary gadgets on there. It puts a lot of pressure on Brede as that Thermite. Now, don't get me wrong, Brede, one of the best Thermite players in the world, somebody for, you know, your ranked Thermite heroes like me to look up to, but he has to get those 2 breaches right. But it also leaves you a choice, because ideally on this site, in a perfect world, you're going to breach front, even just for phantom pressure. You're going to breach trench. That's going to be your main point of ingress to get the diffuser down. But you also want to breach the bottom of West Main. You want that long angle. You want to be able to hold them out of connector to just try and give some safety for your planter. They've got to make a choice now. They can only get 2 out of 3 of those.
Got themselves inside really solidly, and then pushed Gunner back out here, just rooting these vertical players back step by step, further and further. They have the escape, and Diffuser takes it. It's good control here from BDS, but as you said, the bite is going to be on this verticality.
All 5 back on site here as well, with about 100 seconds still to play. So as far as BDS are concerned, they've done their work around the map. They've got the roam clear, forced back downstairs. That is what having the DKB on side is really going to help with. Users have still got 1 call in back pocket, but you know that's being safe for the execute. That is what BDS love, is overwhelming as a team all together.
What's more overwhelming than 12 flash grenades in your pockets? They are so ready to make this short and sharp when they do hit the site, that as soon as they've caught this, that loose thread, that attempt at the rotation, that problem they caused so much before, BDS have learned from it.
I'm just a little bit concerned about time here. 1 minute to go. Brede is still on solo rappel. He's the hard breach. He's going to be the one that's looking to get them that route into sight. Leakyfak is now pushing down into Trophy, but BDS have taken a long time to try and take this ground. They haven't got it yet. Users finds his man though. That needs to be the goal time, and it is goal time as BDS find 3 in quick succession.
They explode on that execute. They had the players encircled, and Beast Coast had no idea. The battle down blue forces Gaveni back in to another fight and another engagement, and they are just closing this circle step by step. Solotov goes down in the mix of a blind. There is a player for the swing, but there's only a player left. Gaveni gets one and gets himself a place to go. It looks lovely, it looks quaint, but now you're in that horrible place of a post plant.
He knows that he can't take it either as well. It's going to have to be a push down West Main. looking for the hatch, I imagine, but out of time and out of hope here. Leakyfat's got his hold, but at the same time, there's other players ready to swing. It's a BDS classic, a three-way crossfire. Round one comfortably on their side.
Yeah, absolutely not a chance to give any at the end of things there, and BDS just showing that site is more than doable. I was a little bit concerned about the lack of hard breach and the lack of time to get that done, but instead just creating situations where they were confident they could win those gunfights. We come in here thinking this is going to be a great map for Beast Coast. They're going to do fantastically well, but it's a tough start in round one.
It makes you a little bit more worried because the compliments you play towards how Beast Coast played, took maps, was their intel game was a step ahead, and their bravado was even further. It was just shut down.
This is the thing, right? And this is why you can see why they really want to keep the Dekebi band away. A great example there was Yuzu's pushing in towards Kitchen. By himself as well, let's stress on this point. The player's not going to swing in because he's tapping the phone. Yuzus knows exactly where he is because he's tapping the phone, and he gets a free gunfight because he's tapping the phone. So you can see why this gets banned away against BDS so often. Again, 3 of their players have Dekebi in their top 3 most played operators for this reason. They use it to overwhelm. It's why she's considered so frustrating to play against. And I think at this point, Beast Coast may rue not taking that away from them.
They start with a bit of a sharp take that came with a little bit of an explosion, but I think the problem was they weren't quite aware of how BDS were building around them. They had themselves stretched, they had the idea of push-up trophy, but they didn't know that, oh, Fireplace had gone. BDS was sniffing at every single ankle hold here. Beast Coast, they just need to sort of rein their eyes in a little bit more, see if they can maybe send one to the gauntlet rather than what turned into a bit of a murder.
30 seconds into the round, we've still got a lot of setup going on for Beast Coast here, trying to hold on to Gaming and Bar this time. Gunnar is in that key position. We've seen him have some really big games over the last couple of days, and he's going to need even more here for Beast Coast. He's going to be holding on to Mezzanine for the time being. It supports the position at top blue stairs. It supports the player inside a library. It's part of that trifecta, part of that top floor defense that BDS are going to have to break down step by step.
The big one really, they're pushing in from Solar side as well, so they want to work their way down through Piano, down through Office, for example. Maybe get someone off onto the Office balcony a little bit later into the round for the side swipe in towards top floor itself. But that library control, as we all know, is so important. Maybe late round you'll see them move the diffuser over towards the window of sight itself. But for now, every BDS player is focused up on this north side of the map. They've got to chew through this setup on the top floor to kick things off, and they've got a lot of time in which to do it.
At this, the force, the pressure onto the shield player, holding towards the top of the stairs itself, it gives them a window and makes this, any of the support structure around rafters, so much thinner. Spirits, he's dancing a very thin line at this point. Not sure where the next swing is going to come from, but this is that BDS game I was talking about. They just keep nipping, keep biting, keep making this pressure hotter and hotter. The flashes come around the corner. They've got more than enough to go for the burn. Spirits gets blinded on his way back towards the hatch. Army crawls himself, but with that impact and with that force, still not a catch yet.
BDS somehow haven't managed to find that opener, and Spirits, he just looks like he's got 9 lives at the minute. He just keeps fighting on, manages to find Solotov. Yuzus did pick up Diffuser along the way. 4 versus 4, 45 seconds left to go, and Beast Coast, they're still holding some good positions here.
But so is Yuzus. He's driving his way down onto the Fireplace stairs because they've lost the control on the back end. They're keeping them keyed in and glued up to the hold above. They've had to send themselves down, and Chaiko sends them down further. 30 seconds now as Yuzus is still waiting for the break, but the kit isn't quite close enough. It's going to have to be a run from Bride to hit a hatch and get it planted. They're waiting for more security from these fights itself, but with the rotate Beast Coast have taken down towards the bottom of blue, they're sort of setting that trap they did so well on that first map of Spring and then Sprung. Here is the pressure. Bride hits that hatch. Bride gets caught in a crossfire. A 3 versus 2 as they're not able to win it out, and there it is. Beast Coast on they Sprung.
Gunnar again! Bride gets that kill, they turn around and get the plant down. Hot and Cold is very much pinned by the other players of BDS, but he wins out 2 massive kills. BDS had 2 lives to make that work, and it simply could not happen.
Crowd certainly getting behind them at any given opportunity here. Every round that they win, they are more than happy to call out, to cheer, to chant, to try and give them that energy.
Comeback time, it's 1-1, lads. Calm down.
Certainly not.
They've technically come back.
I'm certainly not far enough behind to be labeling this one a comeback.
You'll see this a lot now in the replays as well. Flashbangs seemingly everywhere in that round. Or maybe not, because these are all the end of round kills that you'll see coming out. As mentioned, all on him to win that. 3 chances, he gets every single one. But think about Spirits upstairs. Even with the Ying band away, still an overwhelming number of flashes coming in. Spirit spent so much of that round with a white screen. And this is what top teams can do. And G2 talk about this as well. Bringing along 12 flashes and using it as really more than 4 Candelas. You get 6 or 7 because you can cycle in a couple of flashes and suddenly you're laughing. They're full white screens. You've got the same sort of effect. You push in. It can be really infuriating to deal with, but Beast Coast have held on there especially well. Gonna be the man of the moment.
How much trade will start on this building here? Again, they know how important it is. The map is getting shorter and sharper, as I said before, but it's not that Consulate was a very long sort of engagement. It's not that it sort of drove itself.
See the little bit of utility. I love that one out on the balcony. This time it's the Malusi Banshee, but see the deployable shields there quite often as well. Again, just gives us an idea that Beast Coast are going to try to hold on to that area aggressively. They don't want to give it up, but for now, Leakerfact makes that a quick entrance in through the garage and upstairs onto mezzanine.
Do worry a bit here because they've got no EMPs on side, right? You're going to have to make sure you're getting that above control first and then working your way through. Nearly catching him out there as well. Uses as well, the KB being gone, that's a stick. Look at his HP, he's got 1 left.
That is tragic. Gunner, what a send. Spray through the soft, so they do get the trade, but still should have been cemented. The man who played a gun game on the game before, he gets the line, and what's the favorite line? Trying to smash their way directly through it. They want the swing.
Are you really going to take a trade for a Dekebi for a Malusi, by the way? Every day of the week, we saw the effect of users with that back in a couple of rounds ago. Without the Malusi on side, gadgets are already deployed. You can afford to still press out here and be aggressive onto BDS, knowing they're not going to hit the digits when the time comes round. Really good first pick for them. They can hold on super aggressive here.
BDS have done some good work to try and clear out this top floor, but Beast Coast, they're just refusing to give it up. They're refusing to let it go. Diffuser, he's still playing on the half wall. We've still got players back in master bedroom. BDS continue to work, and that is a key kill. That is critical to get BDS moving towards a plant on site.
He was a little bit trapped on that half wall, maybe overstayed his welcome and had to sort of say fight or flight. Flight all the way up. There is the 4 versus 2 now. Hot and Spirits, they have a bit of a backline, but you're still looking at so much gadgetry on the left-hand side and so much time at the top middle.
Spirits is the big one you're looking out for here, really. I think he's in a much more comfortable position than Hotton, who's in a really aggressive and forward one. He gets picked off and suddenly things start falling apart. BDS with 4 players on side. They've got the vertical cover. They've got the breach being watched. They've got flank watch at the ready. They are loaded for this. They've just got to pull the trigger and say go.
Oh, in fact,
good night.
Gets the tail end of that fight in an active grenade, and now it's nobody because Spirits joins his namesake.
Looking a little bit rough for Beast Coast at this point. It's only 2-1. I don't want to get carried away, but this is a map that we expect them to be really strong on. As I said, the last map that they lost, Consulate, is the first map they've lost on the main stage at Manchester. And are we going to see it impact that mentality? Are we going to see it impact that energy? If they were to chain that together with a loss on their top map of Chalet, it could well be catastrophic, Des.
Be a lot more than that, Tim. It could be that trophy going over to the European side. And this, honestly, look at his HP. Filth.
He should never get away with that.
The thing is, his first kill is beautiful. Then here, really, you want to retake top floor, knowing that you're going to have someone probably either out on Mez or on the kind of opening of the breach itself, watching that longer angle. And all BDS about to do there again, Tim, we spoke about it on the last map, it's about patience. Let them come to you, let them play into the aggressive angles, and even without the Dekebi on side, Beast Coast has still presented themselves and given over a few kills there that BDS will say, you know what, it doesn't get much easier than that. 2-1 up.
They're going to find
the execute down here again is going to be massive.
That's it. They're going to find themselves back down towards the basement. Remember how this was built up. It was a fantastic encircling of those 3 loose players that wanted to dabble themselves a little bit dangerously. We've got still the chance at a stretch, but you're looking at the Maestro bubbles, the Goyo, they're going to try and waste and bait as much time. It's not going to be the biggest problem of removal. However, what I want to see is a little bit less dedication towards the retake and maybe a bit more of a stoic hold. See if you can win out some of this engagement.
straight away. We see the boogie drones going into main lobby, so often used in there, either from mezzanine thrown down or thrown in through the main door like that. And it's just about creating that difficulty for players inside of sight. But BDS, their first priority is going to have to be getting in and clearing out this top floor realistically. They don't want to leave these players on the flank. Solitov is going to be the one to do the job. If he does that, he can then move and do more vertical work. He knows that they're inside a bathroom. He knows they're on the right. They had no idea, but I don't think he knew there was two. Cavani is there for the trade. 4 versus 4.
Not bad to catch out the Solus, mind you. Again, the bad thing is you've lost the key operator here. You've lost the Ram. That's a lot of vertical destruction gone. You've also lost Shaiko, who, it sounds bad to say, but at this point, doesn't feel like the greatest loss. It's not been him putting up the numbers.
No, and this is entirely what I kind of wanted. They're not, you know, going for these flashy moves. They're sort of holding their ground. Missed moment there, but still swings back and forth. The controller utility falls into the pocket of users.
We're going to share that as well, apparently.
I appreciate the one person who went, ooh, just for that.
But there's 4 kills that have happened here up in Piano. The site, let's not forget, is downstairs. Everything's been going off on the moment. It's been about these weird 1v1s, catching each other out. It's not quite been the hyper-structured team play that maybe we're used to seeing. At least there has come back to bite them. 3v3, though, I think Beast Coast will be happy because you've taken away 2 attackers. And the longer a round wears on, the better.
That was a ping. He's on camera, right?
This is really smart. Yeah, they knew that he was there. Let's use the Rotero for that sort of lesser-known second juice for the soft destruction. Get it in there, create the angle. Gunnar is in a key position here. He needed to find that. If it takes the shield, it could be dangerous. It does. It's going to be more difficult for Gunnar to hold on with that Warden now.
Remember those bubbles. They've fallen the control out of it. The break will come through onto the wall. They've got the hatch control, and they can try and pocket a plant just on the left-hand side. But with that wall jammed, they've got to go a little bit wider. And here comes that whip, the attempt on the retake on the verticality. It's a 2 versus 1 versus nobody. On the site is Gunnar. Once again, locks it down. And at this point, all 3 players of Beast Coast, they get themselves on towards the site. It's 20 seconds. Pull back. Play 3 angles. He's got to make a grand entrance. And the cacophony and the symphony he's met by is bullets.
What a strange round where, yet again, Gunnar gets a big 3K. And it's a round that his team comes out on top. I think BDS there were a little bit desperate, forcing themselves in through the bottleneck doorway. Nothing opened up around them. All breaches still reinforced off. Understandably, they're going to lose. Just again, Gunnar is the one making a difference. 2 3Ks in this game so far.
I think towards the back end of that round, Beast Coast certainly looking a little bit more confident, given that it's their map, given that it was their primary site choice as well. They adapted, they adjusted well based on what happened the first time around, and they were able to get the job done. Losing the round was, I think, a big point of punishment for BDS. They weren't aware that there was 2 up on the top floor. Leak, in fact, knew that he had 1 challenge to make off to his right, Solitov, sorry, at the beginning, but then got hit from the bathroom. And at that point, it was up to users to get in there, find that man, take it down, and it just wasted a bit too much time and a bit too much resource for BDS.
Whew. All right, 2-2. Again, remembering Beast Coast map pick, you look at Chalet, one of our more attacker-leaning maps. You'd expect BDS to see some success here. And it has come off the back of that Kafe, like I mentioned earlier on. You just made it to use it to get really good control and force out a couple of fights that are always going to benefit his team. When you've got it ringing out across the map, you simply have 1v1s being forced by all the infos with your team. That shouldn't change here, but this time around, we're changing over who's playing on it. Rather interestingly, still being stuck, I imagine, for those cap cans and those 2 bulletproofs. Is normally a free one that you can hack out inside a lobby, normally placed on the stairs. And Users' job is to go and hunt those down.
Cameras and the horrors they have on this map are consistent of Chalet that sort of ruins the chill vibe of the snow, but here again, those cap cans, that little bit of steel from a Lucy Banshee on that big connection. Turn up the second drone, get the work done. Beast Coast, they have themselves pretty much set up around the opposite side of the map. They are only leaving hot and cold on towards the site itself. They're playing this pullback, they're sort of drawing the focus. And remember last time it was Users who snuck his way in towards Fireplace that heralded the first bit of danger.
Users have done a great job on the Brava there. Those fudge drones going in, just stealing piece after piece after piece of utility. He's got Banshees, he's got EDDs. He didn't manage to lock in that final Banshee into sight, I don't think, but still a lot of damage done there and a lot of utility taken away from Beast Coast. But the problem BDS have got at the minute is they haven't even started to chip away at the 3 players up on the top floor. Gunner, Spirits still aggressively up there. Diffuser supporting from Ivy as well. They haven't been able to disrupt them, to dislodge them, and that's got to be the next job.
I think really, like you say, if you get them down from the top floor, great. They may well run back through some of that utility that has been placed, though, or at least been stolen away. So that's what they're looking out for. You also saw Usus make an interesting use, Solitov make a good use of the Dekebi as well. Make the call come in. No one can sit on cam, go in and shoot the cam out. They've got no idea who's pushed through, who's shot it out. That's info that Beast Coast don't have.
And now at this point, they've pulled themselves back. They're above the site. They've wasted 2 minutes and the drive finally has to come together. Nobody has been given a clear engagement. Beast Coast have been ghosts in the night, slipping away step by step by step. The first fight is onto Gunner, but he doesn't really want to leave yet. We've seen power positions played before. He's going to throw that just after the flash to bait the next nade from EFAC.
So they've got flashes coming in here as well, and they can surely come over the top. And I mentioned this a couple of rounds ago. BDS, very good at rotating through a lot of their utility. In comes the nade, but it bounces away and won't connect onto Gunner, who's still going to be dug in here, but they've got to make a play. There's only 30 seconds to go.
Even in that position with super low health, he's still bought his team another 30 seconds. This is unbelievable from Gunner. Diffuser is able to back up his teammate and find the kill onto Shaiko, and still BDS have not found the answer, but Solitov manages to find one. We get this trade, we get this just bloodbath towards the end. 10 seconds left to go. 3 versus 3. Users pushing on in, but it's going to be a direct trade. 4 seconds. The plant is going down. Breedy has to stick it, but no! The win is held by Gavini.
Makes it just in time on the vertical to stop that plant being completed. And this is why you need that top floor control. That trade cost them more than you might know. They'd have had the backstab angle. They'd have had no one rotating through sight. They still come back to pay the price. Beast Coast snatching away victory there from BDS, who look pretty sure to be completing the plan.
I said it at the time, I'll say it again. It might not have been flashy, it might not have been kill after kill, but Gunner just won them that round. Absolutely phenomenal play inside a library, just would not be moved. Got himself tight up against that wall and burnt so much time that BDS had no choice other than to go and throw that diffuser down.
For the conversations we've had about Gunner and how he's been on the previous maps, this is the one where he is starting to show up the most.
Timing.
Distance he's putting in, not just in terms of the KD, but as he said, the positions held, the digging his heels in, the refusing to give up and move away. Brilliantly played. On all of these rounds, he's bought them this much, but can they break this deadlock, which has been traded back and forth pretty consistently, or will BDS find the even half?
Here comes the Solus. Spoke about it a lot across this series. Unsurprisingly wanted to make use of themselves as best they can here in round 6. Get themselves busy around the map alongside the Valk, which I think is why on the other side you've got, potentially at least, Bravo coming in to try and take away more of those gadgets. We saw it across that last round there, looking in towards the bulletproofs that are out on the map, the mute jammers. So not as much to capture this time around, Tim, given he had a real... It's like a kid in a candy shop last time. Malusi Banshee was there, Capcan traps are there, cameras are there, everything under the sun was his for the taking.
If that bulletproof camera got taken down, that was a big one. The shot certainly went out. Yep. It was kind of towards the corner of it. I think it will... No, it hasn't. The bulletproof camera stays in place. So... by reverse, the taking out of the Twitch drone, super important, real last-minute grab, well played from Beast Coast, key utility still in place.
One of the problems you've got to think about now are those castles, and that is what they're trying to formulate their way around. Sure, they've got Solitov with the hard breach in pocket to try and open them up, but otherwise you've got to get right in close and personal with them and try and smack their way through. Hey, it's our camera now, we love the placement, we're thinking about doing it ourselves. Swinging around either side, a step too late, Hotten's going to have to try and hop and get rid of that camera.
Nice. It took quite a lot of drones to throw in there between the Brava and the Twitch, but they've got what they needed to, which is that bulletproof at the very back. They managed to get themselves a default cam on the way through. Lots of things now stacking up, at least in BDS's favor. You've seen this across the last couple of rounds, and you'd be forgiven for looking at it and going, why are BDS so slow? It's the prep work that's so important.
Ultimately, though, in the last round, despite everything stolen, Beast Coast was still able to hold on and get it done. Gunner takes a ton of damage, but he's not going to mind because he's taken Breeder out. The Booker's gone. The trade is there, but it may be too little too late. Hotton manages to find Solotov as well, and that's the ace gone. They've just lost a lot of hard and soft breaching power.
It's a bit back and forth here, but nobody's rested true control. As everything seems to be split and then split. They're pulling themselves back, and it leaves Shaiko and Users again trying to go back to an information game they built before. They're together, sure, but what else do they have?
Basically nothing on drones. Again, nearly everything has been killed early in the round. Beast Coast doing a really good job of shutting the information game down for BDS. Now to 2v3, they've got to go in blind here and hope for the very best. But we've got someone down in basement. I'd imagine Diffuser, not that it matters because Kafe is cleaning house. Hong with a shotgun to close. Very dominant round by Beast Coast.
Beast Coast have started to find that energy. They know that this is their map. They know that there's an opportunity to just wash away that previous defeat on Consulate and just really keep themselves in things, keep themselves with their noses in front. 4-2 on the defensive half of Chalet. That's great for them. For a team who loves this map, they're going to be more than happy coming in on the attack, needing only 3 rounds to close it out.
I mean, I think any team would be in that situation right now, especially coming on the back of the last map. As I said, it was quick. Consulate, it was decisive from BDS, and the fight from Beast Coast has just stepped it up another level. It's not that BDS have sort of drifted away. They've been trying, they've been fighting, they've been finding angles and opportunities, but Beast Coast are just there so consistently.
Been quite frustrating to deal with, I imagine, as well. It feels like you're making a bit of progress, and suddenly you get slapped back by Gunner elsewhere around the map. Now, that didn't end that way. There was a point in that round where Gunner had as many kills as the rest of his team across that half. Yeah. Of course, we saw a couple more come through, but he is him. He is being the difference maker for his team today. Whereas you look on the other side, it's a bit more balanced across the board, but really it's Shaiko who's the one who's been a little bit quiet in this series. And I think, as Jesse said in that last battle back on Skyscraper, but 2 maps ago now, we've got to see him step up. Yes, you're surrounded by stars. That doesn't mean you get a day off.
Tasty little bulletproof camera that we see there. Very difficult, obviously, then to deal with that. Just sort of squirreled away on in the little cabinet, the little cubby there that's going to make it very difficult to take out. Shaiko looking to get aggressive up onto these Maverick calls. You got to remember, they work both ways.
Oh, I've heard that before. It becomes a bit of a dangerous approach. Shaiko obviously getting himself too aggressive on that situation, but it's just to make that position awkward. It creates phantom pressure for them to try and do the rest of the clear elsewhere. Now, Fak, he's enjoying his time on the Solace on the far end. All that attention drifted towards him on the side of Trophy, but if he steps too far, Hotton's there and they're underneath him. This could be the drive through.
Carly's a really interesting one because the problem against the Kaid is if they haven't got the placement of the electro cores too close to the wall, you won't get rid of them. But that's not the use case in this round of the Carly. It's these ridiculously long angles that you can open up from either side of the map, either from bottom or from top, and just see everything through the site. You plant him here and watch Connector, for example, it's going to tear you apart as you try and move through that basement. But it does require getting things opened up. At least downstairs is secured, and this is the opening they need. This is where the Carly can start doing work.
That's it. There needs to be the second swing onto this. You've got a very narrow margin. Solotov and Breeder can play on, but without the push and the pressure of the split side, well, nothing is going to be driven home. You've got Gunner on the back end. The phantom pressure now becomes real pressure, but they're not being gifted anything yet. Kafe finds Solotov. Breeder almost gets caught as well. They're the back line, so Efak takes that as that hit on the alarm of I need to activate through Trophy, start claiming some of my own.
Kafe only taking a fraction of damage along the way as well, but a lot more now. Hot and Cold manages to find the trade though. 4 versus 3. Can Fak escape after getting slammed down by that air jab? He does manage to get to safety, continues that fight. He's going to keep himself out there. You can't drop there. He knows. Impact goes in. The potential for the flank has maybe been unlocked for the Solace.
We've seen 1 versus 1s lose above. The verticality is so important as Shaiko retakes logistically across their way. There's a freebie in the corner because Gunner's on the backstab. It's all down to Efak now. The utility is gone, but they know where he is. And there is that always consistent bit of utility you can always rely on. shooting someone in the face.
I love that they get the read on that. Leakifak is flanking us. Everyone flood site now, and 3 players just burst in through that trench side push in towards site, and BDS absolutely crumble. But what I love most, I think, was having that Carly up inside a big car garage, able to get the long angle down to connector. At the same time, you've got Gunnar on the main breach. You can see through the other side as well. The only place that was really, air quotes, safe, I think, there for BDS was inside of blue. And that is no place to hold a site from. So again, really good play from Beast Coast, engineering the way they wanted to attack that site. BDS have got a mountain to climb once again.
Yeah, the tag timeout coming in, which is not too much of a surprise given the score, but honestly, with the way that Beast Coast are playing Chalet here and the fact that we know that they love this map, I'm really not too sure how much there is that BDS can do about this. The next couple of rounds are particularly important. 8 and 9 could get BDS back to 4-5, and they're at least within 1 round. Whereas if Beast Coast come out of the back of this tactical timeout and just slam BDS through another loss, through another round going against them, and they get themselves onto map point, you feel like it's all over for Chalet at that point, and BDS just need to start looking forward towards Kafe.
I mean, what, 4 or 5 in a row, either half, you've got the split, and if this doesn't become a traded game, I think you're entirely right.
Let's trade a goo, yeah, why not?
Traded goo, it's all right. I'm allowed a couple of mistakes now and again. It's my first fine.
I will let you off.
Oh, thanks, mate.
Enjoying yourself at least, Emmy?
I'm having a great time. At the start, walking out was terrifying. Big cheered, but I think that was for all of us. That was...
Yeah, it's not something that we do too often. It was a little bit new for us.
Yeah. Strange walking out.
A wonderful reception, though. A wonderful reception.
Oh, that's a moment that I will carry forever.
Appreciate and remember.
Yeah. Of course. Anyway, enough about our feelings. Let's talk about
how the players are having meltdowns inside the server.
Yay! They had their timeout, they had their conversation. BDS, what can they try and build behind it? As we said, if they do not get this next round, and I think the round after, it will still end up being as quick as it was the previous map.
The one thing I want to give to Gunnar, because at the very start of that series, we listened in on their team huddle, and he said, look, it's a long series. That's the most important thing that I think he said. Maintain the energy. I know it's good to get excited, but let's keep it at a level, right? We've seen teams burn out when they get towards maps 4 and maps 5, and I'm not saying Beast Coast will, but there is a lot more experience on this BDS side of playing these series that go the absolute distance. The Beast Coast, I don't want them to let things drop off as we get in towards Kafe, potentially even in towards that final map of border that will be absolutely nuclear if we get there. But just want to see them keep up that composure, keep up the rhythm as well, because momentum is well and truly on their side right now.
Something for you to practice in your ranked games at home there, landing the nade on the windowsill.
I thought you were telling me that then. I was like, what are you on about?
Yeah, definitely. You've got lots that you could practice in your ranked games.
You're telling me.
Get the fundamentals first.
Yes. Just being able to land that nade, it's a nice little trick. Gets it on there, clears out the castle barricade, and it's, you know, it seems so simple to do, seems so easy, but give it a whirl and just make sure that you can get that perfected. But right now, BDS, they are looking to hold on to this top floor. However, that double window rappel is going to make it difficult because Shaiko, he can't play anywhere around that rotate. Flashbang goes in, that's going to support the players in Solarium, just looking to move forward a little bit. And I like that team play. It's not about I flash and I go in, it's I'm flashing so you can go in, and it saves time. Spirits right behind it, looking for that challenge into Master.
They're trying to draw the attention away again, force them back in. It was Solotov that was out, and he's out again. Gets rid of Gaveni. There's at least a drop down on the back, but Spirits doesn't have the blood in his body and his bones to try and pull this one into the following engagement. They're up the Solarium stairs. They're swinging to apply some back-end pressure, and now Gunnar, he's on the trail, he's on the test and the taste.
But the heart and gold is gone here on Ossa as well. This is the battle, I think, because everything really relied on you getting this Ossa in position. If you've got EFAT tucked right in, he's going to be party spoiler here. Finds one on the Astro stairs, one left on the rappel, poor diffuser. Have no way in here as well. As soon as he hits rappel, you know exactly what's coming. A 2- or 3-way swing. We've seen it countless times in BDS. Well, they'll just wait here for this one to run out. There it is.
If he blinds himself, he doesn't have to see it either.
It doesn't really matter at that point, does it? You know, Diffuser knows there's very little he can do in that situation. 1 versus 4, they know exactly where he is. And Beast Coast, I'd say it's uncharacteristic of them so far. It felt like they didn't really have a great handle on where all those BDS players were at any given point, and Leakify was able to seriously punish them because of that. And it's something that so far they felt like they've been on top of that utility. They've been on top of that intel game, but just a little slip. Emmy, you said BDS needed 2 rounds back to back. They needed 8, they needed 9. They've got 8. Can they continue on and get 9?
Again, that rotation from Liquifak. The door was sort of open for him by Solotov. He was hopping out on towards the balcony on the back end, drawing attention, gets that 1 versus 1 that he sort of harnessed. And then from then on, it just opened those floodgates of where they could flood their way to. 5-3, East Coast, they still have an advantage. It was the first time we saw that site, and the first time is a win, but then raises the question, where do we go next? Because here, this was the site that Beast Coast won consistently on their defense.
We're going to pop off maybe that 3K as well, if you remember. Sat just back inside a split, waiting for the push to come through, and collected 3 BDS players as they filtered in 1 by 1. Now, of course, they're on the attacking side, so things could change up quite a lot here, but BDS have got to be mindful, I think, of that aggression that's coming out. And looking on that other side, there's nothing you look at that screams, oh my God, they're going to slap us in the face with this. The Capitao really is going to be the playmaker here, so Spirits is the one to follow. Is he using that fire to try and get Mez control? I think back to the days we used to see DZ using it for that purpose. Or is it more for the execute itself?
Going to be pinging out that utility there, Houghton, just making sure everybody's aware of what's going on inside of the map. It's still that first 30 seconds, that intel gathering, just trying to create a picture really for your IGL particularly, just to try and get everything together. Where's all the moving parts? How is that going to affect our push? What decisions need to be made? Now then, we saw BDS using the Brava fantastically well. Gunnar, not quite as lucky. No.
And that's quite important as well, because you look at what's scattered around the map here realistically. It's a lot of cap cans, it's the Valkyrie cameras, it's mute jammers. There's a lot for him to collect.
Well, you're catching a drone underneath, and Diffuser's trying to catch the player as well, but again, they've slipped their way out. They're not going to overstay their welcome, and that pulls away from the game Diffuser did so well on that opening map. The quick break on towards the back end, the prep line becomes dangerous to try and hold on to. Brede has to sort of step himself a bit further forward.
He has to step inside a site here then, because he can't play inside a split, and the problem with being inside a site is you're now exposed towards lobby. That's why you've got Liquifak now dancing around these lobby stairs, trying to cause a little bit of bother and slowing Beast Coast down so they can't catch Brede sat inside a split.
Benny's going to head up, he's just going to try and get himself on that main lobby window. Meanwhile, Users has the Nitro ripped. He's kept hold of it for a while. He has to let go. He takes damage as he moves across, but he manages to escape. However, again, I picked up on it in the last round. They had no idea where Liquifak was, and they've been punished again. Beast Coast are letting BDS back into this.
But Gunnar drives his way into sight, and the savior of previous rounds cannot save that one. Brede had himself the sort of post-gift given. Now, 2 versus 4, Gavenian Spirits, they have a good bit of utility, but at this point, what are you going to try and drive to? What is under their control? Not really much, a freebie.
They need kills. They need a couple of kills here. They couldn't make a plant work in a 2 versus 4. So what I love that they've gone for here is said, forget trying to risk it, have 1 player on window while 1 holds down F. Let's play for a couple of kills. Gaveni could be in a great spot, but the patience game is being shown by Liquifak. If he moves up, yeah, Gaveni's got his number, but Liquifak has no real reason to say that. And now that he knows he's there, the jig is up, and they've just about managed to miss 1 more. The swing comes through. Solotov finding Gaveni. Spirits will try his damn hardest, and he will get rid of 1. But he's got 2 more to find inside of 8 seconds here. He'll try his very best, but it feels like BDS are going to claw us back to 4 and 5.
Liquifak just played that mainstairs position beautifully there. Gaveni pinging him out, and I'm sat here thinking, you can ping him out all day long. There's 20 seconds left. He's not going to move. He knows what position he's got, and he's going to keep it, and that's exactly why he did. Liquifak then steps up end of the round, closes the last man down, and that forces out the Beast Coast tactical timeout. BDS have just got 2 huge rounds back to back, and they have scrapped their way back into Chalet.
I said they needed to. That was the line when they won their major back in Jönköping. I think you two probably remember it. You were there.
Jönköping we weren't, were we?
Well, it was the one we cast at Jönköping, but I'd had a slight issue prior, and I wasn't able to travel to you. I just had a little stroke, and
just a little stroke, Tim.
Not a major thing. I'd lost some of my vision, and I wasn't able to travel to you.
Then I will get to fill you in. Like that was a setup bit. They didn't lose a map less than getting 4 rounds. It was a lot of 4-7s that Liquid were able to wrest control of them here. If this one had spiraled a little bit, it would have been the first time we see BDS in this situation. of things being pulled away from them. Here, they've at least got themselves back to that baseline which led them to success before. Beast Coast, they might still be able to cement this, but that is a mental idea of, look, we've been here before, we still came out champions, you can tie it in.
Oh boy. I'm watching this attack lineup just flicker on the right-hand side of my screen, just thinking, what are they cooking? Hopefully nothing too spicy here. But this is what they're thinking, right? You have that attack timeout. What can we do to surprise BDS here? And I think from watching the last couple of rounds, you can probably understand it's been hard. BDS have been very erratic. They've moved around an awful lot. They've kept things difficult. And for Beast Coast, where they've tried to catch someone out, they've just disappeared into the map and hit them again, or they've gone doubly aggressive, using some library in that last round. The round before, it was Shaiko hanging around that top side of Solar, looking to do some damage, and did just that. So I think they're saying, look, we can't afford to get held up by these BDS players anymore or waste time chasing them around. Let's look more direct towards site. So the Blitz is on side, we've got the Glaz on side, and they've got a lot of hard breach to make sure as many angles are opened up as possible.
I'm just hearing the chants from the crowd for who knows what.
Various reasons.
Various reasons at this point. The start is, as you said, sort of weighted. You've got a lot of possibility in that lineup on the right-hand side. And the Glaz, okay, Des, yeah, sure. He's been a little bit cursed, but it was something utilized very, very well as an entry to the point where Dark Zero, for the first time in a very, very long time, changed their ban.
Yes.
Took a bit of a risk.
And paid the price.
And paid the price for it. It's something where now we're going to see if that's a response driven by Diffuser. They've got close eyes towards it. Big problem that almost came back was, well, barely a Solace towards the end.
Looking to get aggressive straight in. Solotov picks up one, Solotov picks up two. He was the rocks that the Waves tried to just dash themselves against, and he would not be moved. Liquefied, Breedy, one apiece, and BDS are seriously fighting back. Spirits manages to find two, but will find no more. Solotov with a third in the round, closes it out for BDS, and they level things up.
You can have 3-2-1 goes. That was a 3-2-1, oh no.
I think Solotov there just knows to read into that, right? And I think back to when BDS played against Walls on Clubhouse. Walls are very well known for gym and bedroom rushing. They open up the breach and they're immediately in flooding in, trying to overwhelm you. BDS are the first to adapt. 3-Day C4s that breach as soon as it opens and gets 3 kills. They've read that well. Solotov knows that when the go sign comes through, they hear those smokes going out. He's out that window, he's getting 2 kills, and he is crushing that attack.
That was a bit strong, I think, on the side of it, but still, 5 apiece. There was 4 rounds that were threaded. I mean,
well played.
Phenomenal.
All within 1 clip. I would have missed every single shot.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, there'd have been a serious breeze coming across that balcony had I been out there.
I would have just died to the Claymore, I think. Forget about the shots, I wouldn't even get there.
It's going to make it itself when changes do come through. There's going to be part of it like a solace. This is what she could do once upon a time. This is where she was at.
Yeah.
That's one of the things she might still be able to do.
Like how old Lion haunts you. So we remember the days of the release, like, oh my God. Similar sort of thing. It'd be interesting to see how the meta does start changing up. You know, a team like BDS, as I said already, Leak of Fact really benefits from playing this operator. Be curious to see if it'll get banned away by Beast Coast all series long. No has been the answer so far. But they're doing so much damage with it, it's ridiculous.
Liquefact well aware of those air jabs now, knows they're in that position, so it starts giving him a little idea as well. He can feed that info into his team, and it just tells them a little bit maybe about how this Beast Coast attack is going to shape up. They're going to be looking to get into top floor. They've got air jabs on main door, so there's likely to be somebody repelled on double window, for example. It just starts giving them that information that they can deduce from the information gained by the Solace. Shaiko is locked in on Solar Stairs. Very quiet game from him, 3 and 8 so far. We know that his role, his expectations have changed a little bit recently with the shifting roster, but still very, very difficult game for him here on Chalet. And he's going to be shut down again by Diffuser.
That game of watching for the rotates and being the problem at the end is only bolstered when you have a very thick piece of bullet deflection glass in front of you. They get Shaiko. Can they get another? Yes, is the answer. Gunner up towards the double window, cuts them off, and you know, you look at Beast Coast, they're all still outside the building. They're putting this pressure on from this sort of outside position, forcing these motions from great utility usage And BDS, they've been caught with that game. The aggression of Solotov hurtling himself out is a red play now. Liquefact does get Kafe on the back end. Solotov's still waiting for the follow-through, but they've hot-footed it to a heavy take on towards Trophy. Expect a quick beeline of the kid inside, on towards the cover from underneath, potentially no, up towards the top.
They expected a smoke to come out there and for movement to start happening, but no one on BDS moved. You're down a man, you can't really be affording massive risky plays here unless you assume there's a really good chance of getting something out of it. EFAC, for now, at least, is still in a pretty good spot, and the thing is, the information on the side of Beast Coast is looking really light on the ground. If he stays in spot and they don't drone him out, he could do so much damage.
And that's something that I've picked up on Beast Coast and fallen foul of over the last couple of rounds. They've run into BDS in unknown locations a couple of times, and there it is. He picks up one. Does he know there's a second on the rappel? Solotov manages to pick up Gunner. 3 versus 2, and just like that, BDS, they swing things in their favour. It was 5-3 just a couple of rounds ago. Now, BDS are heading towards a potential map point.
Diffuser was the one to get the catch there as well. He's on a Blackbeard. You've got no reason to sit there and swing. You can hold the angle, but Liquefact has got away with it. He's going to really upset this round. The last 2 are looking to push in. It comes to use here as well. A 2v2. Have they got Diffuser in hand? No, they do not. And EFAC is waiting. He should get started out, making a 4, not quite. But BDS take us to match points.
Twice he has defined a round on that set of stairs. Twice he has been that player that gets that rotate round, and well, a little bit more than twice. If we've seen a round over the past 6 or 7 go away from Beast Coast. As you said, Tim, from where we were to where we are, what we're looking at now, Beast Coast, is being on the precipice of losing this map.
There is a lot of pressure on this next round for Beast Coast.
Of course, Sherlock's at the centre of that party.
Why not? We wouldn't expect anything less, but the crowd really starting to show up for BDS here. They've been loud throughout the day, they've been loud throughout the weekend, and just every round BDS gets, it gets louder and louder out there. It's phenomenal stuff, but yeah, a real pressure round for Beast Coast here, Des, because let's look a little bit into the future. For argument's sake, BDS win this and get Chalet. They're heading on to Kafe. And we know how good BDS are on Kafe. They win that, they win the whole thing. They're lifting the trophy at the end of the day. Beast Coast, they don't need that kind of pressure against BDS on Kafe. So it puts it all onto this round. They've got to get themselves into overtime here.
It's another one of those games where we're talking about small margins of error here, and I hate to come back to him again, but Diffuser was the one who had to watch bottom solar. We saw 10 seconds prior, Liquefact was tucked in the corner of Trophy. He had to cross Diffuser's line of sight to make that repelling safe, or to deny that line of that run across towards Solar Stairs that would have shut down the repelling from Beast Coast. But Liquefact gets across, he gets the kill, he denies everything that was going to be good about that execute for Beast Coast, and it does come down to very small moments. Like I say, that was it in that round for me. This could be it. They could take this map pick away, bearing in mind again that it is Beast Coast's choice.
That is that cost, right? We talk about how do you deal with mentally losing a map for the first time on a big stage. How do you deal with losing a map? You were so far ahead. That is your map. This could be devastating if they don't fight their way through towards at least overtime. They're going for this steady approach. You've only really got Liquefact on the far end. Otherwise, BDS's hold is pretty classic, pretty standard. 2 above, the extension onto blue stairs. Solotov playing the swing on towards the rafters, waiting to find a gift given to him on the back end. They hop in towards Library, and it is a smash and grab attempt. They are deep, and they are executing. Now, they still have the problem of top blue, but a blitz is a very good solution. But Liquefact, he's rotating his way around the back end. If they don't move quickly, he's about to be a strike. Do they know? No! There he is once again.
How many times are we gonna say Liquefact comes with the backstab? Liquefact finds his way in behind them. Liquefact punishes them. It's been time after time.
Please ban the Solus. I can't keep saying it enough. I know the Fenrir is frustrating, but if you're getting nowhere near sight, that don't matter for Toffee. This Solus has done so much damage in this half to the side of Beast Coast. I know it's only 1 kill. They've gone 1-on-1, but Blitz, the X factor in this round for them, is off the board.
at this point, how do you try and force your way in? You've got the vertical control, but you've lost that front line. You've lost the blitz. You build behind it, and now they're trying to build their way down towards it. The back line hasn't been open. They still have some eyes. Efac's now got himself round towards the bottom of blue, watching and waiting.
Phone call from Diffuse is the key one, because that will be when they go. They've called it out here as well. EE1D, in they have to push. They've got to make something happen, because the bout cams are temporarily useless. They find one, but what else can they get?
They punish Shaiko there, trying to play that same spot that Leakerback managed so well last time. But here come Beast Coast. Hotton manages to drop and find one. Uses onto Diffuser elsewhere. Hotton, he's going to go onto the Diffuser, but he has to come off, and he finds a kill when he does. Leakerback, 1v2. I don't think they know where he is. He punishes one. Can he find the last? Hotton might just have to throw this down.
He said he'd claimed the rounds before. He got himself two, but in the 1 versus 1, they don't have to. They pulled up the block, and he played it perfectly. BDS break their way back in and freeze Beast Coast out of Chalet.
Please ban the Solace. Leakerback is having one of those days. He's on a heater, and you can't keep giving him his best operator. 17-4. He's gone nuclear every single round of that half. He's doing some kind of damage. And Beast Coast, they've now got to bounce back. I spoke about fatigue, map 4. This crowd, it's intense. The energy is going to start slipping up here. We've got to see them fight their way back in. They have not got Diffuser hitting these big numbers. Well, let's go down to the desk and get their thoughts on that map.
Thank you very much, friends. BDS, go and take it up 2-1. What a way to end it, and we just have to start it all off on that one player who's made it happen. Leakerback, an absolute machine.
Just carried them back into this game. Honestly, it looked like BDS were down and out, and Leakerback came back, and I loved the way he was playing on the Solus, constantly playing around these solar stairs, the namesake of the operator, making it so difficult for Beast Coast to get in onto this top floor. So many times we saw Hot and Cold trying to get into this part of the building, trying to make some kind of a play happen, try to get in and actually take space on the top floor, but Leakerback was giving up nothing against these opponents. So for this kill to constantly come on through, for us to see one player hold down this area of the map so strongly, made it impossible for Beast Coast to get those attacks.
Do you know what's crazy as well, Jesse? He's out on the roam, he's by himself, he's fragging, and he's the primary IGL of this team. Is there anything that this guy does not do? When needed, he's the guy that's dragging them through it, and he's navigating them around the map out to win out situations as well.
I mean, the 17-4 is enough to already say it is with 162 EPS. I mean, him on the Solus is crazy alone, because not only is he feeding that information to his team and helping them work around the map, but he's also using that to his advantage on that roam, whether it's on the flank. He is playing those flanks flawlessly, and it goes to show that just because you're a roamer doesn't mean you can't get it done. It comes down to timing, and he is doing that perfectly.
Timing is everything, and teamwork even more. I think this is the BDS that we need to make it past, but let's toss it down to Leo and Telestration to break down how the hell do BDS do it.
Thank you so much, Milosh. And yes, I think structure, methodology is the real key of BDS win conditions all the time. Now we're looking at Consulate, and we're looking actually at the Teller's attack. Teller's defense is 3 different floors, right? They're all spread, and yet they will commit only on one single floor to take the site directly. Now they realize their win condition depends on getting rid of this castle. And the way they do it is, again, teamwork. They have spotted him, flashed him, they're gonna use the Deimos gadget to spot the castle, and at the same time come in with a grenade, make him move, and he's gone now. Just because of the utility and of their teamwork. Now at this point, it's not finished. They need to get their players in to go for the plant. See how Shaiko, again, uses the IQ, making sure that nobody has information on the plant, and he recognizes there's a Solis, so he shoots the floor and gets ready to send a grenade at the same time as they go for the plant. Again, team play and utility. They go for the plant, and it's not finished. Look at the setup here. You have a perfect crossfire here onto that double door. At the same time, perfect crossfire here onto the stairs, and technically the Deimos here, he can even come help his teammate. So if you take a look at the 2 entries on the bomb site, everything is covered, and there's a trade potential everywhere. Again, the Deimos here, looking at the stairs, he's gonna come, get a first pick, then look back at where he was watching. He's gonna get a second pick on the stairs, and it get traded. And this is just to show you again, another example of just how good they are in trading. See how there was a crossfire here, the Deimos just died? No problem. BDS can then take the kill because they have a 2v1 setup. And even in this position, there is no way that that defender can even win this clutch. Again, look, triple crossfire every time. utility, team play, cohesion, being smart in not pushing all the floors, but only what they need. This is BDS for you, strategy and methodology. Back to you on the desk.
Thank you very much, Alfama. It's great to witness such greatness between these two teams, but we have to move on to our fourth map, and that'll be after the break.
Des, I know you better than you know yourself. You want Fnatic in S because you love playing Buck.
S tier, I think it is.
Oh, nice. A tier list. I will have swapped PSG, Talon, and SSG thought.
Yeah, I can live with that one. Okay, I'll do.
Go ahead.
Okay. BDS. For me, it's got to be a B.
Hi, Ace. I've been looking for you. Message from the boss, don't put BDS below A.
Well, what the boss wants, the boss gets.
Guess that's the way it has to be sometimes. Anyway, please, let's stop underrating G2. And I'm happy to talk about the captain VRX, but can we settle on BDS first?
It sounds like we don't have a choice.
I'll give over, Tim.
Team skins are nice, but this blast weapon skin, wow. Want some? Anyone?
Oh, fuck.
It's an S, by the way.
No, popcorn is not an S, but this blast weapons list is. Now, what we'd like to do is finish this tier list. Weren't there only 2 of you a minute ago?
Right. We need to have a think about FaZe, Des. We've almost forgotten them.
Well, we were going to come on to it until we were so rudely interrupted. It's a C. Great design, but it's still a C. No boo-boo-boo about it. And you in the back there, you don't even work here. Haven't you got pizzas to deliver? Jesus.
This is not a fire alarm. This is a message to remind you of the beauty of the FearX skin.
She's right. I mean, definitely, yeah.
FaZe up there?
Yeah, of course. Team A, Team... Why C? Why do you say C? You're a liar. Stop saying C.
FaZe up.
Team A. Stop saying C. Not Team A. Just sit. It's A.
Right. Is everybody happy now?
Oh, cool. A tier list. You're too hard on the BDS skin. It clearly deserves to be higher.
Oh, you're kidding me.
No BS, of course.
Looks like we're going to overtime, Des.
Our grand final continues! What a game we've had between BDS and Beast Coast, and we are heading into map number 4. But before we continue, let's break things down. First up, hey, I'm Milosh. With me are Jesse, Jack, and Gabe on the other end of the desk. Gentlemen, we have to talk about someone who's popped off throughout this game, and especially on our previous map, Solotov.
Yeah, you got to talk about this round specifically from Solotov. Again, with the Solus, feeding this information, he's the big reason why this round went into BDS's favor here, making it an even man count, getting this 2-piece, and then feeding the information that it was indeed a rush because of that Solus, and ultimately they end up securing this round, as you will watch this get played out.
Really impressive stuff. You saw him finding that Claymore outside the window. Obviously, that tells him this is an important window. I got to jump out of this. That'll give me the value. Sees that rush, as you said, feeding that intel to his teammates. That was one of those gimmicky little plays that we saw Beast Coast use to try to get back into that map, and it did not work.
We can talk about the past forever, but we have to look to the future, and Kafe is next.
It is, Milosh, and this is a map that I'm a little bit worried about for Beast Coast. You know, when BDS won map 2, they won it by isolating roamers on Consulate. They did a good job finding those players and taking them away from the rest of their teammates. That's really easy to do on Kafe because it can be so hard as a roamer to get back to your teammates, back to site. So I'm a little bit nervous for Beast Coast coming into this one. We have a momentum shift favoring BDS and familiar territory, which also favors BDS.
But Jack, what if you ran Solus as a roamer?
Well, Solus is going to be the talk of the bans, I think. Do BDS ban, not BDS, do Beast Coast ban Solus? And I've got a reason why they should and they shouldn't. They should, because Leaky Fact's so goddamn good on that Solus, and it will get used against them. But also they shouldn't, because one key factor for BDS on this map is pre-placed drones, quick entry, and they can use Solus to their own advantage to deny that.
We've talked to no end about BDS, but there is a team on the other side hiding behind lower numbers, but still there. Beast Coast, Gunner performing still. There has to be a comeback.
There does, Milosh. They need to rely on Gunner to get them back into this game on the side of Beast Coast. When they last played Kafe against FaZe Clan, Gunner had a life game, putting up his best performance of his career, 208 EPS. It is incredibly rare for someone to break into 200s on this rating scale, so for Gunner to come through and get that was massive. It wasn't just the ridiculous 16-2 KD ratio, it was the constant late round denial of plants, round-winning plays, time after time after time from Gunner. Gunner. He needs to step up and do that again for Beast Coast if they want to push this to map 5.
Yeah, he was the absolute X factor dropping that 16-2. We need to be seeing that from him. We can't emphasize that enough. We need to see that 28 and 12 or whatever that KD was overall. Gunner, we need you here. NA needs to stay here and push it to a map 5.
Jack, who else needs to step up for Beast Coast?
I honestly think the whole team. I think the teamwork needs to step up. Everybody else around, Gunner can do it. We've seen Diffuser do it. Gaveni's doing it. Maybe it's on Hot and maybe it's on Spirits, just to find those kills and actually play as a team. I thought they looked quite nervous, especially when they got on their attacks on Chalet, so need to shake off those nerves as well.
I have to put you on the spot. Are we going a map 5 or not? Just yes or no?
Just for the sake of this grand final, I would love to see a map 5.
No, BDS got it done in 4.
I hate to say it, but I don't think we do.
All right, Manchester, are we ready? Let's take it over. Map number 4, Daze and Emmy, take it away.
Thank you very much, Milos. You know what I do really like? Jesse's starting to build a little bit of that UK cynicism, right? Like, I don't think it is. I think we're chalks.
Yeah, I mean, we've had him around here, what, for 2 weeks? 2 weeks in the country now, and he's sort of, he's getting himself in.
To be fair, we've seen quite a bit of sort of a shift, I think. I know Carter Lynx, of course, has been really getting into the British culture. He's been enjoying the food. He's been very complimentary to me a couple of times. So I think we're changing a few minds here.
I'll tell you what, the number of people tweeting about beans on toast has got me. I'm just like, yes, yes, you're all learning.
The thing is, you can have it internationally, of course you can. Give it a whirl.
It's not the same.
It's not the same until you have it here in the UK.
Changing minds. Different. We're changing minds, we're changing hearts, and none of them can argue that it's been delicious. Out here, there's already multiple phones being held aloft with multiple messages. I think are they asking the cameraman to give them a wave?
Sometimes. Did it earlier on when
Everybody's waving.
Everybody's waving. They had our makeup artists who've been amazing give a wave, and they came off and they were like, that was the most nervous I've ever been.
She was terrified, bless her. That's what makes it fun. It's been a fun day and it can still carry on. Free Coast, Boosted Coast. What's the last one? Rank 2.0 something? Don't know, I missed it.
They're asking Psycho to give them a wave. Camera.
Yep. He's got a job to do. He can't wave.
Imagine if he just drops the camera and you just hear it.
Because of the wave.
Cheer.
Yeah.
They'd absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. But I think it's that big thing we spoke about at the end of the last map as well. For Beast Coast, for these players, you know, 1 or 2 have kind of had these longer series, but there's a lot to go through here. It's getting to that 4th map. We're into the 5th. It's a long day. It's going to be exhausting. The energy in the room is electric. It's going to wear down on you. BDS have been here a few times before. Will that be enough to carry them through this 4th map, or can Beast Coast fight back?
Look, we keep talking about BDS on Kafe, but the last time we saw was against CAG, and it was a tough one for them.
Well, I think the main thing that we've got to see right now is, will this be a series BDS lockout here, or can Beast Coast dig deep, find that magic sauce that they've had throughout this entire tournament on a phenomenal run and push us to a map 5?
Taking up stats on this one as well. It was just a couple of days ago that we saw Kafe being played between Beast Coast and FaZe, a team that many would have think fear playing against in general. They came out on top in that game. We know they can play this map against top teams. It was quite handily done as well. 7-1 scoreline. They didn't drop a single defense, Tim, and they start on the defense here. But these bans, we spoke about them already. The Ying being taken away here. Kafe still stays up. Monty going away. Asami probably to follow. Absolutely shall. The big question is this last one. Fenrir or Solus?
Choices need to be made, and surely after that last map, you would have to give a big lean towards the Solus.
No, wow.
But no, it will be the Fenrir. Solus will still be open. I would expect to see some constant picks from Leakerfact coming in on that operator, done so well in the last map of Chalet. And there's, again, a lot of verticals here on Kafe. All the vertical that you can gain down into kitchen, all the vertical you can gain between cocktail, bar, reading, dining. There's so much of it to go at.
Well, it starts, as it always does, on a clean 0-0 and a clean slate for Beast Coast to try and build themselves behind. Kafe does give them a couple of fun routes to run around, but as it's BDS's playground, let's see if they can try and start to shut down some of the space, most notably Leakerfact on both sides, because he has been phenomenal today.
Looking back at it, they banned the Solus against Cyclops on this map when they played it. Interestingly, won that 7-2. So we've got one team that last played it won 7-1 against FaZe. BDS won it 7-2 against Cyclops. So both had a very dominant performance on this map only just a couple of days ago. So for me, at the very least, this one could be a real slobber knocker of a game. Could well go the distance. Chalet came close to going to overtime. This one could yet prove to be the same. Here we go, though. Round one now underway. Beast Coast on defense, as mentioned. BDS are going to have to make these attacks look sharp in these first two, I think, to really get the morale going.
Yeah, I'd agree. Beast Coast going to be taking Kitchen as their first choice site. So, of course, always the question now for BDS on the attack is, are they going to go top floor down, try and clear out any roamers, make sure they've got control of that mid floor, or do they just go direct to site? They are able, potentially, to try and play in and take Bakery, for example, but you do then play into those verticals heading into prep, or you go white stairs, you try and go in through freezer, but again, you're potentially going to be hurt with a little bit of hurt coming in from dining. So I'd like to see some pressure towards that mid floor.
They're waiting for the first little pockets of approach to start to fall their way, all the way up towards the top, but hoping they don't get caught out in a crossfire that seems to encircle them quicker than their waves of Beast Coast can batter against the oncoming typhoon of BDS. They are keeping themselves keenly aware. Fantastic spread of information that Beast Coast have across every single which way and floor. But as Solotov gets himself some cover, gets himself the use of that Dockerby, we said how important it was last time, he'll be able to have the same reaction here.
Incredibly so. I think, again, this will be really frustrating to deal with for either team. Both used it very, very well. But it's BDS that I've seen, you know, over months, if not years, making excellent use of this operator to crush the opponents when they leave themselves in a spot where you can take a number of 1v1s. It's why you see BDS ending up so spread around the map more often than not, is they know they can take those 1v1s with the assists coming out from that Kafe Cool. Big one to watch, though, of course, as always, is the drone count slowly whittling down here for BDS as they work their way through this top floor down to the middle floor. It means they haven't got tons of intel for the site itself, which opens up opportunities for Beast Coast to be a little bit cheeky, pull off a flank, do something a little bit crazy. We saw, you know, Shuri exploiting that the other day as well. He was making moves up white stairs behind BDS quite a lot. Just couldn't quite get away with any big kills. First one in this game, though, it goes over to Solotov.
Oh, Gunner almost clipped the head of a player, just getting a bit of a drift round as Diffusal drifts outside the building and Licky Fat gets the punishment at the same time. They know they can put the pressure down on towards it, but they hold themselves back. They've got to clear out that VIP position. They're slowly bringing themselves to it.
And I'm sure that this is the start that Beast Coast fans were so worried about. We know how good BDS can be on this map, and they are proving it right now with the way things have kicked off. Spirits manages to find one onto Shaiko, but it can do no better than bring them back to a 2 versus 4. Hutton, he's half health as well. They are in a perilous position. Solotov manages to find him, and now it's going to be all up to Spirits. About 10 HP to his name. Breeder is getting the plant down, and BDS, they have just stormed through this first round. They've taken every fight, they've won it, they've got the diffuser down, they've ticked almost every box, and all Spirits can do is hope to get something going off the back of that first kill that he finds against Solotov.
They've got the verticals to work against those. It's just impossible for Spirits here. If you'd retaken top first, then maybe, but then you'd have lost red and also, again, lost that top side as soon as you try and step down. Nothing he can do there. BDS playing it with a lot of discipline. And dare I say, for me, it comes back to these bans again. DeKB just proving once more that when it's on side for BDS, their 1 versus 1 win rate is exponentially higher. The Ying, I get it, it's frustrating, but BDS has shown again in that round. They're happy to bring a ton of flashes and just overwhelm you with white screens regardless. Whether it's Candelas or flashes, doesn't matter to BDS, they can still pull off the same effects.
It's the argument of what are you truly taking out of their play, and with the Dockerby, well, there's not much that can really be a like-for-like response in that situation, and as I said, with all that they're happy to bring in their pocket utility, you're just giving them a slightly alternate approach.
Exactly. They don't care at this point, Emmy. It's the thing that's really got to be wary of. And I think they may have misbanned themselves here into a difficult start to this map. It is only 1 round, though. Still plenty more to come. Fireplace and Reading going to be our next one, Tim.
The big problem for Beast Coast, you know, we've all watched a lot of Siege, and we've seen these play out before, and I just look at this and I get that feeling. I get that feeling in my stomach that BDS, they've smelt blood in the water. They know, they're looking over, they can see that trophy. They know that it's within touching distance now, and they've just come out with a phenomenal first round, and you just feel like there's going to be more and more coming on the back of it. I expect to see BDS over the next 2 rounds find yet another gear, take it up another notch, put more pressure onto Beast Coast, unless Beast Coast can stop this here and now and get a couple of rounds.
Looking for their first taste inside the building itself, as Nicofac's going to go hunting underneath. And remember how much soft is at play in some of the stories in the setup here. That Deimos can truly be a very problematic person if he's able to get himself a little bit of free, uncontested territory. He's actually going to see if he can try and get the pocket on the back end. They've got themselves in safe and got themselves locked right back out. Hot and cold, gets the rotate, gets the first bite.
Big one for me in that last round, just a note on it as well, because you'll see it in this round too, was how aggressively we saw Beast Coast when they were in a 3v5 looking to play off-site. There was no one actually physically on the site itself. They were all stepping out, one in coat, one inside VIP. Hot and Cold was the closest, playing in behind bar, but they were always looking to aggress. And again, I think without the KB on side in this round, it's going to come back to sting BDS a little bit. This is where Beast Coast will have the most freedom to try and abuse, get up in the face of BDS here, and stop them getting towards an execute.
Shaiko knows that there's one inside of Trains, doesn't know exactly where, but I think the position's been given away. The red ping will certainly do it. He needs to find his man. Spirits takes a little bit of damage. The flash goes in. Now is the time to push. Now is the time to try and get the kill, but he can't cross. He's too concerned about the cover from inside a dining that could potentially be there. Breedy takes down Gunner. Spirits is wasting far too much time, but finally, Shaiko gets that kill. 3 versus 3.
Had a problem and solved it with utility. The things you love to see, but can they try and start digging their way through? The verticality isn't in their favor. They're going to see if they can pocket the plant here onto Dining, but without White Stairs control, it's a little bit of a dangerous approach here without anything they can utilize to cover this. Breedy, he goes wider on an adventure with that wall jam. They're going to try and tuck themselves in, but as I said, the Fuser has this locked down with 50 seconds. BDS, they're going to have to try and find a second route through.
They have to know that top floor is not in their control here, and therefore this door is a death sentence. There's nothing you can really do about it. Either chuck a flash up there, I mean, okay, but that's not really going to save it for you. They're going to have to force their way down red 90 and get in behind them, and that's what they've done. They've broken them wide open here, but they're still going to worry about White. A great 2v1 coming out. Diffuser's got the vertical and 30 seconds to play. Do they know? Yes, they do, but they might just be able to hold on, Emmy.
He's finding and hoping and trying to catch anything, but Shaiko has that pocket of space. Now, Diffuser has had a huge opener, but been a bit quiet since. He buries himself down the bottom of White Stairs. BDS, they separate ever so slightly, opposite corners, one in the washroom under the hatch, and the other tucks right on the kit. Diffuser has a mountain to pass. The first is Shaiko uses. He's roughly aware of the position. He can't get the fight. BDS, 2 in a row.
As it came to the end of the round there, Beast Coast happy to try and rely on that vertical, hoping that Diffuser could just prevent the plant going through, but it was just too much to ask at the end there. Shaiko uses, what a deadly combination. You don't want to find yourself in that 1v2, and Diffuser finds out exactly why. But we've got to look back to earlier on in the round. They had everything they needed. Beast Coast had the advantage, but BDS, between Breedy and Shaiko, were able to drag themselves back into it. And this is where I say that it feels like BDS have now got that extra gear.
Just that frustration where I think really a lot of that round was on BDS too. Pulling it back from a 3v5 in itself is incredible, but more the fashion in which they did it, right? Acknowledging that reading door was a death trap. They didn't have top floor control. They couldn't make use of that entrance. The rapid toss around, they're making use of the flash as well to get Hot and Cold. What I didn't realize was actually flashed out at the time, was then fully flash as the push comes through, almost gets the kill back on the other side, but just beautiful moments of 2v1s onto the White Stairs player as well. Everything was about team play in that round for BDS, even with only 3 players on the field. Wonderful stuff. They are playing at full confidence. Beast Coast wilting like a, I don't know, a bit of a dying flower at the moment.
It's rough because that was a situation where they had their first foot in. They had a good bit of growth. BDS, they were struggling for a little bit to find that first engagement, their favor their way, and then just as soon as they got the snap, the problem solving showed up, and that has been their drive these past few maps. The start on the approach here again, problem solve, fish, find your route through and see if you can get a spray on it. Beast Coast, when do they start trying to lean in and bite back?
Twitch drone just going to be taking chip damage where possible there.
That's a Twitch drone from my rank games.
Yeah, that's not. Not really going to
zap the player.
Worry about the utility. I'm just going to zap the duck. I'm going to take that little bit of health off the player that can heal himself. That's going to do us a lot in the round.
A little bit.
I think, like, in fact, just a little
he knew he was going to lose.
Yeah.
I'm just
you never
gonna,
know, that 5 HP might make a difference later in the round.
We'll see when we get there. We'll see when we get there.
Well, it's not going to get anywhere further for Solotov. Swung into Christmas and knocked right back out. Gaveni gets himself the second on towards the pixel corner as Gunner does get caught from the back now. The Doc is stepping into an engagement where Licky Fack is the next to stop, and they're trying to just find a route through it somehow. Doesn't quite get himself the second. It's 2Ks, 3Ks either side.
They've let another 3 versus 5 come down to a 2 versus 2. Like, what is going on? BDS pulling things back spectacularly, but you'll be asking questions of the other side. You've got these 2 kills. Why aren't you then tightening up as a team, pulling back to a great position? Hot and Cold not quite finding his man. And I think at this point they realise the Skylight drop is not the play for them.
Maybe just a little bit more patience on the trigger there. Might have netted that kill for Hot and Cold. Might have got him the man thinking about that Skylight drop. But BDS, they're able to dip themselves back. We find ourselves continuing in this 2v2 stalemate within round 3. The vertical is going to start getting opened up. They're going to start working those angles if they can, but cannot find his man. No! And BDS, they've got themselves an advantage. 2 versus 1, and Gaveni, the pressure is mounting.
Everything to do at this point, and he's had a big round so far, but if he can just isolate one of these players, one of these bits of motion, and one of these moments, he might be able to find the single fight on the plant. There it is, and there it is. Brilliant moment.
Sticking.
Operated, but Bride's going for the stick. He's holding out and putting us into a post plant, tucking himself round the corner, waiting for the approach, gets rid of the Banshee. Who locks it down for Beast Coast and stems the flow.
They need that more than anything. A massive clutch to win the round after watching it happen from Leaky Fat back on Chalet time and time again. That kind of play is what might well boost his team up that little bit more. Because if they lost that round, another 5v3, there'd be serious questions being asked about how much longer this series goes on.
Those are the kind of shots, those are the kind of moments that can bring you back into a tournament like this. Beast Coast, they desperately need some more of it, but Gaveni hitting an absolutely beautiful shot. We're going to see it again, no doubt, as part of the replays. It was just wonderful. He knows how much is riding on this moment, and yet, without flinching, he hits the 4K and closes out the round. Brilliant stuff from Beast Coast.
Think about where he got all those kills as well. The first, battling his way around to Pixel, gets the follow through on the back of the white stairs, drops down. Brilliant, brilliant play and motion there, and that is what they needed, something to go their way that's a break of momentum.
I still would have probably called an attack time out there as the coach. I really think Fett should have stepped in there and tried to calm things down, because a couple of 5v3s being lost is, dare I say, frankly, unforgivable. You can't be letting that happen. I know they've won the round, but off the back of a hero play that saved them, you've still only found yourself 1 round on the defense of this map, when a couple of days ago against FaZe, you won every single defense. I'm just worried now the next 3 rounds might prove to be just as rough, with BDS turning things up another gear.
It gives them a second to build behind here, and that is that Warriors. What do BDS have in the canister? Beast Coast, they've stepped themselves off a little bit, but they had a brilliant bite back. They're able to thread 4 rounds in a row. Oops.
Forgiven.
He'll get that later.
Oh, Hotton.
Step too short.
Just reminding Solotov that he's here. Obviously don't want to run out immediately as you're trying to break through that barricade. You have to give yourself a couple of seconds to get through, by which time BDS can turn and deal with it. Turn and burn, you might say. But now it's that constant reminder, it's been broken open. Solotov's got to be mindful here of what he's looking for, or get off the rappel altogether.
Gunner's just going to get the relocate there into Cigar Shop, just try and hold himself in that position. He's just basically trying to keep himself off the radar a little bit here. As you can see, they're sort of moving around each other in these positions and just trying to keep BDS guessing here, make sure that they've got all the angles covered and just force them into a bad position for that first gunfight.
A little bit too late there to try and get the catch on the player. BDS, they're finding themselves a little bit out of sync. They are surrounding it. And as the Bees reveal the player, they're going to pull themselves back. Kaveni under the position, he opened things up, but the call comes out, and he's just going to go past. It actually cost them. If Solotov was watching with a gun, he might have got the freebie. The swing in isn't quite as free. There's the connection, finally. Get the end of two, though. I said he missed the first, but he's more than happy to sweep up the rest. Gunner's in a box. Can he try and batter his way out of it? And how much do they know? Those bullets give you a sum of the game, but there's one. There is the quick trade.
I'm not sure it's just Gunner that's in a box at the minute. BDS are looking to put the whole of Beast Coast in one because they are just looking electric right now. Just the entry kill, the double from Solotov, the long-range tap. Just absolutely beautiful stuff from this BDS side. This is the best of them that we have seen, but hold that thought because Spirits manages to find one with a nitro, brings it back to a 2v3, 40 seconds.
BDS have been the ones doing work, though, with the back of the flashes and the phone calls, right? Solotov's 2K, again, comes up a phone call. Someone doesn't sit there in the corner mashing a phone if they aren't being called. They're watching that window. They just had no idea it was coming because the ring was just overwhelming them with sound. They didn't know someone was inside of white, but now they're almost out of flashes entirely. This is where the field equalizes a bit, but BDS have still got a numbers advantage.
20 seconds, though, coming down to the wire here as they try and take some of the power inside Pillar, but it's hot and cold. The bots are red hot! Knocks them back in a 2 versus 1. Users has to send it, cannot find a route through, and Beast Coast level us back up, far from done yet.
Every time. I keep saying it, but the Kafe is such a key part of this BDS setup. They have to be able to get an overwhelming advantage, I feel, with the use of that operator. If they don't have a chance to, that's when things can fall away. I said you'd see Beast Coast start to level the playing field there. They pull off a wonderful 2v3. All things equal again at 2-2.
Beast Coast have had so many great individual player moments across the last couple of days. It is no surprise to see them holding on with those moments. We've had the Gaveni 4K, we've had a hot and cold 3K, I think it was in the last round. Just absolutely wonderful stuff from those individual players to keep themselves alive, to keep themselves fighting as a team. I don't know if Fettuccini's keeping the energy up still. It's pretty hot in here now. It's been going on a while. He is still going.
What are you on about? They've got like 1,000 fans in front of them, Tim. They're cool as day.
I think his part of the stage is a trampoline at this point.
Just bouncing around.
Honestly, but that is what you need. We heard it at the very start of the showdown. He said, go out there, boys. Play your game, play your heart, win or lose. Give it your all.
And it's the one thing I'll give to them. Very rarely have you seen Beast Coast, except when they're in a clutch situation, very rarely do they find themselves, no way. Surely not. Do they expect there was a camera here? I mean, he's starting drone now, so surely not. There's no crazy coming out of it. No, okay, cool, we're all good.
I like how they waited to watch it break.
They were thinking about it. If he carried on running, they were going straight for it as well, which would have been the craziest part. So fair play, I guess BDS at least showing a little bit of that composure. But again, to kind of come back to that point, they're not wilting away. They're not kind of sitting back on site unless it's a clutch. They're willing to get out in the map and cause a little bit of chaos.
Got a direct route through, and they're going to see if they can just smash and grab. They said, you're playing the extension, fine. This ground floor is ours to cement ourselves in now. Felt that one through the screen as Spirit pops the head. EFAC pops Gunner right back, but the trader utility, we talk about the Dockerby Des, gone again.
That's it. You don't mind losing the mute so much here. Sure, you lose a C4, but you've got your jammers down, you've done your rotations, you've done what you need to in the round. What's the can be done except die? Nothing.
No matter what Beast Coast come with at the minute, it always just feels like BDS are that step ahead. They're doing well to keep themselves level on the scoreboard, but as we've just seen, Shaiko managing to close it out. Spirits must know that they're there, manages to find the kill, but the damage is done elsewhere. And again, BDS are that step ahead, but Gavini catches up with a kill onto users. Shaiko with the trade. BDS 2v1. Breeder is low health though.
Oh, what a take from Spirits! And you talk about hero moments, you talk about this roster fighting every single round. Breede in the 1 versus 1, holding onto the back of Spirits with a great gun for this range. Now they have the call, they have the route, and he stuck the plant last time round. But the change of pace in place, but it puts him 1 health apiece either side. Is a look away, a glance from death, and the glances are coming out because you look at the time at the top middle, it's so prolonged. Here, they've traded places, but Breede has that 1 extra little bit to tie him.
Breede has just played him like a fiddle. Absolutely beautiful from the BDS man. Just taunting and teasing time again with that diffuser, just looking for that angle. He had about 10 HP the whole way through that engagement. He couldn't take a single bullet, and yet he was able to maneuver Spirits to position him exactly where he wanted him, right in the danger zone. And Breede gets what could be a critical round for BDS.
That's just like the 1v2 that we had users hit in the Oregon basement in their game against Cyclops. It's what made the difference back then, and that moment, those are the moments you look back at the end of a map when it becomes really tight and say, oh, well, look at the last round, that was the one that was the defining one. No, these earlier rounds, moments like that, when Spirits has already landed a nasty 3K, some of his shots were unbelievable. But Breede has been in that situation 1,000,001 times, played it like an absolute champ.
Again, look at how they're getting these motions though. Although Spirits wasn't able to win it out, the positions he's adopting, readapting to, he kept finding new ground, new places, and new players on the side of BDS to just rip out of this map. 3-2. Beast Coast, they could try and get themselves leveled here, get themselves onto an even half. If BDS get themselves the 4-2 on their attack, they leave a very tough job for Beast Coast's second half.
This is more of the leaky pack I'm used to. Maru, hopefully not flying into any frostbats, but that window where Diffuser's just placed it is where normally you'd see Leaky Falcon flying in a little bit later into the round. So keep a close eye on that one as well. First call coming out here, more to deal with the roamers. That second one, honestly, if you want to watch when BDS are going to execute, just wait until that icon on Solotov's card flashes bright white, because that is when everything will start moving. Like this.
We see the first goal come in, and as she said, Des, the movement comes along with it, but Hot and Cold is ready, as is Gunner, managing to take down Solotov and users. 3 versus 5. How many times have we seen this, though? How many times have we seen BDS able to fight themselves back into this situation? Leakyfac just hitting the pause button there, deciding that was not the time to be flying up the hatch. He's going to take a little backward step, and BDS, they're going to try maybe to find a kill or two before they start thinking about getting on into sight.
They tried to go for that little sneaky pull-up from the ground floor, and with the 2 bodies gone, you don't want to throw yourself into what is the bigger disadvantage. East Coast, they're rebuilding around the back of that. They've sort of said, look, they're going to try and take the top. Let's not give them these fights. Let's not give them the 3 versus 2, rather than how they've taken those previous rounds. It's a slow creep. And at this point, Beast Coast, they've just given them nothing but dust to chase.
It's a shame because, again, you saw the call come through, but I think Solotov and Users were just a little bit ahead of the curve. Leaky Fat's allowed to open the hatch, get rid of that bulletproof, do all sorts of things to get himself ready to fly in. So BDS a little bit out of sync, but Beast Coast, they've handled this beautifully well. Dealt with all 3 players 1 at a time and have got themselves in a 5 versus 2. I know we've seen Beast Coast give away 2 5v3 so far. I don't think this one's going to be the same.
I get the feeling that a 3-3 half on Kafe for Beast Coast as defenders is not going to be the end of the world, because coming away, they're going to expect to pick up a few rounds on the attack. So BDS, as much as they've looked great for it, it kind of feels like the score should be a little bit more one-sided at this point, but it's not. A triple kill comes in from Hot and Cold. Fantastic stuff from him. Multiple kills in multiple rounds we've seen from him. Breede, last alive, cut down, flawless round coming in with Spirits finding the last.
Whew. So you get that 3-3 we were speaking about in terms of that split What it comes to now, we don't know, but we know we can know. We can find out how that first half went. Let's go to Fresh and Jesse now.
Thank you very much, Des. Yes, I'm here in the crowd with Jack to give you some information on what BDS may be playing operator and bomb site-wise in this second half. So far, BDS have played Kafe 3 times with this brand new roster. They have only a 25% win rate on the top floor. That has not been successful for them. However, the other 3 bomb sites combined, they have an 8-1 record. They've only lost the bottom floor bomb site once. The middle floor sites, they've not lost even a single time. So watch them go to those bottom couple of sites, and they're very likely to be successful.
And that's where it comes into it, is if they play those middle floor sites and the basement site, that solace or lack of solace ban from Beast Coast might come back to hurt them, because that gives Leaky Pack a lot more space out on that roam.
I think Tim
Diffuser Beast Coast specifically, please!
Diffuser specifically, it's a good point. He's been a ghost these last 2 maps compared to what we saw back on map 1. But all this attention, as said, turns towards BDS's defensive half. They're starting things off on that top floor. Tim, I know you're disappointed. I can see it in your face.
Disappointed for years about this top floor being picked up as a primary site. As I've said, as Jesse's just backed me up on there, the top floor site is very difficult to hold on to. However, it could be a little bit of a gamble for BDS if they're able to get this done early. What an advantage that could be. Lock down the top floor, then look at the stats that Jesse's just hit us with. It looks a lot different if they can go into those mid-floor sites, which they do not lose, having already won this. What a start from Shaiko. Gets himself a great peak, takes down the Hibana as well. Brilliant stuff, BDS.
A solace, would you believe, Darian?
Wow.
You talk about Tim's opinion on the top side, we could talk about yours on that solace until, well, probably this series ends. How do you?
Until the new season.
Until the new season.
Then we can stop. Then it won't be a problem as much, but it doesn't matter who's playing it right. They're going to find a way to pull off some kind of magic, and here, getting rid of the Heart Breacher is going to be so frustrating. Yes, you can find yourself dealing with these mirror windows with the Ash, but anything else? Impossible. At least catching Solitop out there, who was maybe a little bit too far for us.
He's made a couple of those mistakes sometimes. He often takes ambitious rotates and often gets punished for them as well. The 4 versus 4, though. A moment of calm after how the previous round sort of built and ended. It sort of gets us a bit of a fresh reset and restart. They're going for the attention towards the mirror windows, the call on the Yossa play on the back end. It gives them an option to swing out, and that impact gives them an option of, ooh, did that quite get the catch? It did not. That still stays standing and gives them a basis.
Oh, they're in, Tim. 2 C4s on side, at least for BDS here to make use of, but I think Hot and Cole's just feeling a little bit ropey about what control they've got, because it turns out it's not all that much.
Again, another quiet round from Diffuser as he gets taken out. Users finds the Orsa, takes down that ability to put the plant down potentially. Leakafak hits the Nitro onto Gunner, and within a matter of seconds, Gavini finds himself all alone, and then finds himself cut down by Leakafak. BDS, they take another. It's 4-3, and BDS, they keep fighting to close this here on Kafe.
Beast Coast have not been able to pull themselves into the lead of a series. Well, since everything went a little bit wrong in the middle of the last map, they are desperately trying to match this pace. The Ossa play to slow things down, give them a bit of solid ground, and sort of make their statement and their stance. Doesn't do much. They don't have the response, and I mean, what a rough opener. The roughest it could be.
You bring that Ossa, it's just so central to the whole thing, but BDS never really was a threat at any point. C4 Denal below, players out towards Cocktail, ready to come for the flank. Denal inside of site itself. They just look like they've got the read on everything that Beast Coast want to bring. Admittedly, a lot of it orchestrated by the fact they had no Hibana. They couldn't easily get control of Piano, so were forced to go for this topside take with limited control. BDS, they bite their head off as soon as they get the chance. Mining and Fireplace for round number 8.
This is what I said. It's no surprise to see them doing this. They've taken the gamble on that top floor site. It's paid off. Now they can head into sites that, as Jesse told us, BDS just don't lose. They've got so many wins on these mid-floor sites that Beast Coast, they are backs to the wall. All they can hope to do here is put their foot against that wall and push back as hard as they can. But look at the confidence in BDS. Again, we saw Shaiko do it at the beginning of the last round. This time, it's Solitop up at the those windows, looking to get aggressive, take the fight to Beast Coast. BDS are refusing to give them an inch right now.
It's again another slow build here as users sit underneath the hatch, hoping for a bit of a drift by. There's been back and forth fights, but they're not entirely dead, giving the engagement. You can hold the territory, remove the drones, and make all of this internal pressure sort of get pulled away. They've tried to surround the players. A couple on the bar rappels, a couple on the back end, a couple above the hatches, but as you said, Tim, there is nothing that is being offered to them. There has to be a push to this, and if it's just an offered fight, well, they do win out on towards Solotov, but Gunnar cannot quite get the second.
Watching this window, there's two of them now challenging. He had the Warden on one, Shaiko on for the next, but not able to take him out just yet. These guys have got time here. They've got 100 seconds yet to work with, no rush. They've got themselves the entry. We've seen them throw away double man advantage situations before. Leaking back, deals with the Claymore and then the man.
That just should not be allowed. That is absolutely disgusting. The speed to get out there and whip 180 and find the man on the rappel. Beautiful stuff. Keep your eyes as this round progresses on those two nitros as well. Beast Coast are going to try to work these verticals. I don't know exactly what's left in terms of Valkyrie cams that are useful, that are providing intel, but any opportunity for Brede or users to find themselves a cheap kill with a nitro, you know they're going to take it. But Beast Coast have been able to force them back a little bit here, so they've got a little bit of freedom in Piano.
The worry right now is obviously where are they going to try and formulate the plant. They've surrounded the mining area, but with a couple of C4s still on the pocket, and a lot of that position soft and easy to call out from Shaiko until he gets dropped. They're still trying to have to formulate safety in a dangerous territory. Lickifak, he is waiting with bated breath. Misses the first, cannot find the connection on the second. Users does get caught, does get it, but a little bit too late now. With the knowledge that they're underneath, they're going to see if they can try and find a little sticky corner of concrete. A 3 versus 1, Brede. He was able to get that very important clutch from earlier. Cannot get the connection with the back end, but he's at least in the down situation. They rotate their way back up. They know they can play this from above. He's hoping he can get this threaded C4 that's almost perfect. Yeah. It does force at least one of the grenades further away. A lot of time wasted, but look at this. Sure. He has to kill the player because the player will call out what he's doing. He's holding, but he doesn't get it by them.
You have flashbacks there, I'm sure, Tim, to one of your favourite moments in this game.
Well, we've seen it. We've seen it here in Manchester. And, I mean, it started out with Cider all the way back in Raleigh. And when people say to me, why Siege, what's so different? I show them that play where you can just have that instant change of landscape, that instant change of possibility. Shoot a hole in the wall and get the diffuser played through it. We saw it earlier in the tournament with the pistol shotgun. This time it was with the full shotgun from Brede, but Beast Coast were aware. They were there, they were ready, and they keep themselves fighting in this one. 4-4, and what a battle this is becoming on Kafe.
The dance continues. Still more games, still more rounds to go here. It's not like we've just seen BDS pull ahead 5-3, 6-3. It is all square at 4 apiece. It means 1 for 1 so far in the quarter. I think how this next round goes will be the big one for me. You see BDS come out on top. They've got that 2-1 in that first quarter of the second half. And it's on Beast Coast to pull off some magic in the final 3 rounds here. Could be what sends them home. And, you know, I hate to say it, but again, Lack's very much right. Diffuser here, 0-7. Where is that player we saw in those first 3 rounds that put up big numbers, closed the map on 15? Since then, has been absent.
It's rough. It's always rough when you're missing a piece for anyone in this situation because you want to see the undisputed 2 best teams at a tournament go head-to-head for a final for as long as possible to get that truest taste, and we know what he's capable of because he's shown it this series.
Oh, okay.
At least
they know.
At least spell his name right.
Yeah, it's fair. 0-7 are they chanting?
Bit of a scrape. I think of any users, he's going to try and hold this position for as long as possible, but with the round getting some of the work done above, Shaiko's not quite as eager to sprint his way up red for the fight.
No, he's got the ping for the information. They know that there's one on red window here. Nitro's going to go out, not going to connect it. Actually hits the window frame, doesn't quite make it through. Leakerfack, I'm not sure he's been picked up there behind the small bar. Yes, he has. That's good drawn in from Spirits there. It's been critical of it from Beast Coast. They've let Leakerfack slip through the net a couple of times, but not this time. They have his number, know exactly where he's playing. He's going to have to dip away and try to reload it.
But look how far he's relocated and how quick. This is a chase that Beast Coast now have to do across a whole extra story, Des.
Just horrific, and the thing is, they're still going to keep on hunting him down. They know that he's here. Will he manage to get the free? Not quite. They found him first as well. It was a matter of pixels. Shaiko loses out, at least in this round.
Good start towards the approach, a minute 20. They've got a good little pocket of time as the vertical destruction is played back against by the Impex. They have angles, but they are not entirely forced off the site here, BDS. And Leakerfack can feed all of this delicious intel. There's a bit of a spread. Breeday on the smoke, still has 3 canisters to keep control of VIP in the bottom of white. That's where the plant's coming. They need to force out Breeday.
Yeah, they've been able to do enough vertical now to push BDS out of sight. We can see this. Hot and Cold manages to pick Solitov, but BDS have managed to just slip through the net. They've got themselves upstairs. They're going to get a freebie onto the ram of Gunner, and there's one even higher. It's Leakerfack. Can he have his moment? Yes, he manages to find the minute. He gets a second onto Hot and Cold. 30 seconds left to go, and Beast Coast have got to rethink the plan.
They've realised now that no one's on site, and they've just said, just go, 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 go. We've got to go and hit site. They've done the work, though, BDS. They're down to a 2v2. The Solus is still on side, and we know what that means.
It is all down to Leakerfack on the roll of the Solus, and he is desperately trying to find a route, but he is too late to post-plant. Now, he has made magic before, and he's got to see if he can pull out one more trick to stop Beast Coast finally getting themselves ahead. A route locked off. They have the audio cues, they have the position, and the swing onto VIP. It's an off-piste place. If he knows, well, he's able to slip himself to the bit of knowledge. Dips back in. He's got an engagement. He cannot win. Beast Coast, great call, great run, great pullback on a round.
And quite critically for me, that's 2 attacks they've taken there in that first quarter of this half. Gonna be dangerous. And for BDS, understandably, attack timeout coming in now. They should not be losing out in a couple of those. But Beast Coast really making a name for themselves on the attack so far, even when they're getting hit by this double flank coming out from BDS.
I love the play and counterplay of that round. It's one that I'll watch back after the tournament is done because it was so beautiful. BDS make a big call, and I love the way that they even split that. Usus and Leakerfack getting above. Usus hits mid-floor, Leakerfack hits top floor, and it was like a double whammy, a double punch that Beast Coast never saw coming. But then the counterplay, let's get onto site. Let's just go straight in there. They're short of numbers. They've sent everybody upstairs, and it just worked perfectly. We are seeing some real top-tier siege between these 2 teams.
And we know where we are going next as well. A map that will require so much of this movement, this aggression, this game that has been so consistently back and forth, battered, bloodied and bruised between these 2 teams. And there's a very fun little sort of incisive fact. But the last time at a major we had an EU versus an NA team, it was all the way back at Paris, I believe, and that was decided on border. We might be doing the same thing if Beast Coast can push this 2 more rounds.
And what I find crazy about that thought, if we do get to border, is that it's that map where we always say, don't take a worse team there. Like, don't put it down to being so reductionist that it's all about the gun skill. And given the play that we've seen out of players like Gunner today has been nuclear. A couple of good games as well of players like Spirits. The problem is on the other side, Leakerfack's been going unbelievably well so far. Salts have had a great last map as well. It's that balance of which team can win that. It's going to be chaos if we get there. BDS want this done here and now because I think with border, you're starting to flip coins at that point.
Diffuser got killed.
He is.
I mean...
Shut you all up.
I was looking back over the last couple of maps. I think he was like 3-9, 4-10. He was 0-7 here. Well, it was not the dream start, for sure.
Nitro there was ripped and ready underneath the hatch, but will not be sent skyward as Usus decides to keep it in pocket. Meanwhile, Leakerfack on the Solus again, just looking outside, knows that the Claymore is there, so aware that there's going to be people on the rappel. Again, we'll just be building that picture of where the utility and where the push is going to come from. Hot and cold, straight up to the rooftop then. Not going to be challenging those windows too hard. And back onto the drones.
Setup, they've got to try and work their way through, right? Last time around, they couldn't really push inside a piano, if you recall. They lost the hard breach early on. At least in this round, they're not even bothered with it. They've said, you know what, forget about it. If we're going to lose it early, let's figure out a way through and bring more things for the execute. So immediately my eyes fall, for example, on the Dekebi, on towards the Grim, on towards the Capitao. They're starting to dump all the utility in. They might just go for it. Poor diffuser.
Not going anywhere further, but a kill onto the back of Brede to follow almost instantly through. The mirror removed by good usage. Both bolts gone, and there goes Users. Gunner gets his second on the connection there. So maybe there was a down beforehand on the back of the double kill that was finished off by the bolts, but it allows them to lead themselves in. A very quick rested control. They've dropped the hatch. They're going to cut their way across. Shaiko swings a 2 versus 1. Shaiko dropped down. And now, once again, we are in this sordid story of Soulless circling underneath like a shark, waiting to bite at the feet of 2 players desperate to find a single safe place. He hits the top of the stairs. They'll have the call. They have the watch. They have the catch. But this time, same result. Beast Coast. They put us onto map points.
We knew that they had this fight in them. Gunnar said it when the game started. We can come back from anything. We can fight our way back in. And that's exactly what they're doing. The pressure, the stress is certainly rising on the side of BDS. You can see it there. The best they can hope for on one of their best maps is overtime at this point. Beast Coast could be about to stretch us to a 5th map.
Utterly mental. Just when it looks like the chips are down, Gunnar comes up big again. He's been top rated across the last 2 maps. He was second on the first map to Diffuser, but I think he was still sat at like 13 and 8 or something ridiculous. He's now up to 12 kills on this map. We're going to start checking stats soon because he could be on his way towards a record.
You can see the frustration on the face of the BDS players. You can see the fury that is under the surface, these little mistakes, these little moments, and these little bits where, once again, Liquefact is left alone, trying to hold on. They are frustrated at something that is falling away from them right now. Can they fix it before we are on border?
It is all these small moments, all these stresses, pressures, multi-kills, lost rounds, clutches that build our story here in Manchester, and what a crescendo it is heading towards if we see that final map of border, because at this point it is absolutely anybody's. BDS, of course, were able to take back-to-back maps in map 2, map 3, but Beast Coast digging their heels in and going absolutely nowhere. Gunnar has been consistently him in the quarter-final, the semi-final, and now the final. He continues to deliver.
BDS, they have an opportunity here to try and push themselves a bit over. Obviously, they've lost every side apart from the top one. There's your fun statistic for how this has threaded itself together. There has been some very great reads on exactly the holds. All of the things that were missing on the previous 2 maps from the side of Beast Coast sort of disappeared. This opportunistic idea of here's a gap, let's find it, sniff it out, and utilize it. It's being pieced together as they piece together this Intel game, threaded their way across and utilizing, well, every Valkyrie camera that they can pull away from them.
Boogie drone goes out and just continues working with those vertical angles then. As I said previously, what they're looking to do there is just force BDS out of sight, force them out of those primary positions, the places that they've chosen to try and dig themselves into, just try and disrupt what the defenders are doing. As it is, Hot and Cold now starts working on that hatch, so BDS start wondering, right, we've had Red Stairs vertical opened up, we've had the hatch opened up, is it going to be a push towards Bakery, towards Bottom Red, is it going to be a push towards Freezer? Where is the pressure going to come from?
I was just looking at the current stats and how they stand coming into it. It may have changed a little bit now, but I think Gunnar's on course if you go to a map 5 to break the kill record. 51 kills he's currently got. Liquefact not far behind at 49. Those two are having what we often call a life series, putting up big numbers when it's most needed. Beast Coast will definitely give themselves a chance to break that record. BDS too, if it goes all the way.
This first engagement is so important, and Gunner seems ready to be the man to take it. It's all the pressure on towards the bottom of white, and they play an early smoke to buy themselves some time. Licky Fack outside, couldn't get the catch, but Bride sure does. There's a double for the man at the bottom of the stairs to trade out. A 1 versus 3. Kafe, he'll have to ace his way through this round to end it here. He almost gets the bite on the player, but he doesn't. Huge from Bride. 1 round separates us from OT.
That guarantees us seeing all of the Regulation 12 here on Kafe. And this has been a fantastic matchup so far between these two teams. But often in a grand final, you will have moments where you can just feel that all the players recognise that they have to throw everything at this. And I feel like we've reached that point. Both teams have given everything, and they know they have to find a little bit more.
1 more. That is all it would take right now to set us up for a strong story on either side. Bring it down to a fight of 3 rounds, maybe more, or set us up with Border, a map where we get to see 10 fantastic gunners throwing themselves at each other to crown the champion. We want to go the distance here, but that pressure rests solely on the shoulders of Beast Coast.
Down here in mining is where that last defense is going to be established for BDS as well. They've got to hold on here to send it to overtime. As I mentioned, I don't think they want this going to Border. I think you're inviting Gunner to do something truly magic if it goes that far. Not quite sure you want to be seeing it, but it may well be what transcends if they can get it done here and now. But overtime, as you say, is just that 1 single round away. A cheeky C4 poised up on Skylight. No one yet rappelling up towards that roof means nothing to be found.
It's one of those moments, it's one of those risks that could be the real difference maker, that could be the winning factor for either of these teams. BDS, they keep hold of their utility for the time being. They have a little look, and Shaiko, who else? He comes away with it. 12 and 8 here on Kafe. Headshot onto Spirits, and it's the Capitao gone. Some big utility loss there.
I'm wondering what the entire play was. You obviously had the fishing underneath from Gunner, led by a hot drone there. The 2 players stacked up on the Christmas doorway, punished by the patience of Shaiko on the second story. Who else but Solus seems to be the MO. Beast Coast, they got to pick themselves back up, rotate round, try and force this player out. It's an entirely different approach at this point, and Gunner, sort of MVP player top, is sat waiting wistfully, hoping for something to be driven his way.
Surely need to find something here, because losing that Capitao, we touch on it all the time. Such an execute-focused operator. Got to balance the book somehow, otherwise things keep on working against you. The Grim, sure, may well help you out. You got the Dekebi on side too. First phone call coming out here, but nothing really moving. Feels like more of a bait coming in against BDS to try and force it to move, but they ain't buying.
Fuse is just going to be holding that angle for the time being, but with the bees there, nobody is likely to pass through. Solotov tries to pass through, but Gaveni finds his man, takes him down with a headshot, brings things back to 4v4. Gunner is up there and searching, seeking again. Can he find another one of those critical kills? Yes, he can, and it's the Solus that he takes down. He's going to walk in and double it up. He manages to find 2 on cold onto Bride. This could be going all the way to map 5.
And wouldn't that be an outcome that you need? Leaking back has been huge, but is he 4 players huge is the question. At least manages to find Gunner finished off his main nemesis, but the race is there! We're going all the way to map 5 to see who wins the Manchester Major!
North America, they're not done yet. BDS looked like they were screaming towards a second trophy won in European soil. But instead, the team that came together from a bunch of different places got themselves first in NA, got themselves into the final, took BDS to the brink. They might just do it, Des.
Well, we need to breathe them. Let's go down to them and get their thoughts on this map.
Thank you very much, friends. And yes, we're gonna go all the way to map number 5. What a show we've been given here in Manchester. And of course, our audience is pretty divided, I would say, about it. Welcome back to Desk. Hi, I'm Milos. With me are Jesse, Jack, and Gabe. And we have to talk about the gunner in the room, because this man is on fire.
He was the one that carried them through Kafe in the quarterfinals, and he's done it again here in the grand finals. Gunner, undoubtedly the MVP of that map, bringing them back from the brink, just like what we saw from Ligifac in map 3. A huge individual performance from him to step up on the attack to really make the difference and put BDS into the dirt.
And that's just what you need when you're facing losing a grand final. You need somebody to step up. I actually said it to you, Jesse, in that very last round. I said, when Gunner's on rugby, I said, this is a great light from Gunner. He's going to go huge here. And he walks in, finds 2, opens the round for his team. And that's one thing that Beast Coast have done excellently inside of this map. They did it in Skyscraper as well. I said on Chalet that I thought they looked nervous. When they were on Chalet, they were forcing it a little bit too much on their attacks. They got into Kafe, they laid back, allowed BDS to aggress into them, and then Gunner particularly was punishing them in that late round.
I said I needed that performance out of Gunner, and he absolutely displayed it. And then to talk about the team as a whole, they are showing great resilience. I mean, you gotta give it to BDS too. Both teams are showing great resilience. This is the best case scenario that we are going to a map 3 to decide who is the major champion.
I cannot wait to get to it, but even if Beast Coast are leading, BDS are always fighting back. And I really want to see how we can quantify all of that. So do we have a telestration? Yes, we do. Back to Alphamon Telestration to tell us how BDS can take it back.
Thank you so much, Milos. And yes, I think BDS are consistently able to come back even when they're in a man disadvantage. Now we're on Kafe round 2, they're attacking reading, they've lost Solotov, and they're trying to get back that man engagement. So they have pinpointed a victim here, that's the Mira hiding into train. They use the Deimos from downstairs to create some vert, send a nade, and trying to make her move. Now Shaiko from upstairs should be reacting to it, right? He should be trying to punish her, but he cannot, because of this line of sight from Gunner. Gunner actually got a second pick at this point, so it's a 3v5 for BDS. From that line of sight here, Gunner is preventing the team on BDS to punish that opening engagement, to punish Spirits in train. So what they need to do instead is, Bride needs to come challenge Gunner, and at the same time, Shaiko can go and challenge the Mira. Exactly what happens here. Bride challenges Gunnar, gets rid of that pick, and look at Shaiko. Utility usage here. He needs to make her move? No problem. I have an air jab. Free kill for me. Again, using the utility at their advantage to make sure they have favorable gunfights. Now 3v3, they set up the flank and they reset. What's the win condition for us here? And the ability of champions is to be able to close this kind of rounds. So they remove the mute jammer here from Ace and they start droning the bomb side. And they figure out, okay, there seems to be only one player here. Does he have support from white? No support from white? That's our win condition. We can isolate that player, send a flash and go challenge this guy. And it's exactly what happens. They flash him, users go down the hallway. He can push for free, they know no one is white. So they challenge him, get that 1v1. Gavini goes down, gets breeded, that's fine. Shaiko can trade. Again, whatever they do together. At this point, from a 3v3, they're in a 2v1. They go for the plant, and Diffuser here needs to make something happen. And look, as soon as the plant is down, they go play safe. They tuck in corner, and most importantly, again, they make sure there is a crossfire. Right now, by tucking in close to the wall, Yuzus is obligating Diffuser to go push wide and getting killed by Shaiko. And this is why, again, they make sure they close this round. From a 3v5 to a concrete win from BDS, they're able to come back from man disadvantage. Back to you on the desk, Milos.
Thank you very much, Alfama. Yes, that was Kafe Dostoyevsky, but map 5 is set. Let's take a quick break. When we get back, it's time for Water!
Map 5 for all the marbles here in Manchester. This is the Blast R6 Manchester Major Grand Final. And as a good friend of mine likes to say, we are going all the way here. And it's about this, the trophy. And this crowd, Manchester, are we ready? This is what we live for. We wanted 5 maps, and we've got them. Who's going to lift the trophy? Milos, over to you on the deck.
Thank you very much, Ian. And yes, Manchester, we're going all the way! Hey, nobody does it like Ace, but you know what? We can all enjoy it every now and then. Welcome back to the desk, our final desk for today, because Map 5 is upon us. But before we get to it, let's recap what's gone so far, starting with Skyscraper.
Yes, Milos, we started on Sky. This was a map that we really saw BDS come out of the gate a little slow. Their attacks couldn't really get going. Beast Coast did a great job of staying aggressive on the defense, slowing them down, and Beast Coast never really got the opportunity to push BDS all the way. I mean, BDS just didn't show up on a lot of those attacks.
And then we moved over to Consulate, which is BDS's playground. They got out of the gate, as you say, they got out of the gate on their map. They were managing out these situations, lots of 2v2s, lots of flanks, lots of aggression, and they got it done on their map pick.
Then moving into Chalet, we talk about those flanks. That was a huge flank map for Liquifax specifically. It came down to information and the roam specifically.
And then we just had that very fourth map of Kafe, a free attack half for BDS, then blundered into a 5-7 loss. Beast Coast exceptional on their attack, managing that aggression of BDS to a T to set us up for our final and 5th and final map of Border.
Well, you know what, Jack, let's talk about a Border. What's the record so far? Will either team take it? How does it work, Jesse?
The Border's going to be such a tough map because it's so small. There's so many close, early-range gunfights. Something that Froshi was talking to me not 2 minutes ago was how much BDS have been moving over these last couple of maps. It's hard to move around that much on Border. If Beast Coast can come through and shut that down, they could be in a really good spot.
Border almost feels like, for me, like a perfect playground to settle this. Because what makes Border often is individual performances. So map 5 of Major, I feel like the storyline is set that one player on one of these teams, and I don't know which, one player on one of these teams is just going to go out, have a life game, and win their team the Major.
I mean, we talk about the individual performances. A lot of this maps and rounds are going to come down to key power positions. We're going to see CCTV, we're going to see Break Room, we're going to see Top East, we're going to see Dome. Those are going to be the highly contested areas on the maps, so you better be watching out for those gunfights.
Well, gentlemen, thank you very much. Our teams are tied neck and neck. BDS and Beast Coast, Europe and NA, back to our casters!
Of course it's going to come down to this. We had some magic in Sao Paulo. Of course we've got to try and one-up it here in Manchester, Tim.
How could we not do? It's you, it's me, we've got the power boost of them. We've got to go as far as we can, and map 5 is going to be exactly that.
We didn't want anything but this, and I think that's been so abundantly clear. The one team that seemed to go against the expectations of who people were going to crowd to roar and cheer for is here in the final. They have gone all the way.
It didn't deserve any less than this. I think that's what we've got to remember. These two teams have given everything. They've given us some of the biggest moments at the tournament, and this is the final that they both deserve to win.
And I do want to raise these stakes here and point out just how big this last map might be. We've currently got Gunner on 55 kills, Leaking back on 50. The kill record is 57. It will be broken by at least one, if not both players here. That's just how big those two players have gone throughout this series, and there is still so much more to come yet on Border. Game is about ready. Map 5 begins right here, right now. Border is our final battleground. Who comes out on top? NA versus EU. For all the marbles.
If you were ever going to get loud for your team here in Manchester, now is the time. So many of you have spent the entire weekend here, and it comes down to this moment. This is the map. This is the decider. This is where the major champion will be crowned here on Border. And we've got our operator bands coming in. Monty is the first to go, followed by the Glass.
Now, I know an NA team that regretted that decision I think BDS are a bit more than just that one operator. I think there's a more problematic one, Tim, that we've spoken about. They're still going to ban the Fenrir, and then let Solus go unchecked. Of course they will. The glass is the interesting one. It's specifically for this map because BDS have got a few naughty little strats that make use of that operator. Users to believe is the one that dons the glass on this map, so you've got to watch out for that. And Azami, our final ban to come through here. No surprise at all, BDS sticking to the Monty and the Azami throughout this entire series.
Just a moment, just a breath.
Just got to let it settle.
Just a chance before this all starts to crash together. We know what Border is. We know what Border can become. And I think we over here on the casting desk, all of the people watching at home, all of the people in the audience, know where these teams can go.
I said this earlier on, though. I feel nervous coming into this as BDS because it comes down to that straight shootout. It's not like it's an open field, who wins their 1v1s, but it is a small square map. It's very gunfight heavy. You remember Coastline back in the old day having a similar style to it. It comes down to the frags a lot of the time. There are still some really cool executes you can pull off, which is what beastcoast are looking for here in their round one attack off the top floor. You've got the Osser on side, you've got Ying on side, you've got Amaro on side. This looks like a classic execute through both windows, in through the doorway up to the balcony of Archives, and they want to hit BDS hard in round one.
People often ask me why Esports, why Siege? And it's for moments exactly like this one. These are the moments that remind you just how special this passion that we all share is, and we get into it. It's round one. beastcoast start on the attack. BDS, as the defense, need to get aggressive, need to stop them getting established. Laxing spoke about those power spots. East stairs, Dome, CCTV.
We've seen East stairs haunt so many teams.
These are the spots where the fights are going to happen, and this is where BDS now, for the next 6 rounds, have to hold on.
Well, there is a glass that's often part of this play, but you can still try and force your way through, and there's often a Monty that's the adaptation to it. Makes things a little bit stickier, but as the blinds come out around the corner, there is obviously the single player of Friday that can stop all of this. Well, doesn't even need it. The first C4 goes perfectly. At the top, Spirits is going to try and get the security on the plant itself as EFAC tears through the site, and they cannot plant any longer. A 4 versus 2. A very failed landing. They're inside the site, they're not long. And Spirits is alone.
Leakypat wants to break that record first. Gunners finding nothing in this round, and the side of beastcoast absolutely crushed on what is often a very oppressive, overwhelming execute. But they've dealt with it superbly well. Brede, the first one, I believe, shot out. The first Candela coming on through. So it enabled his team to step forward. The C4 over the top that we saw coming in and doing a lot of damage, getting rid of the player on the Archives window. They have shut this down like lightning, with Leakypat also cleaning up inside of Armory. So beastcoast, they'll have to go back to the drawing board, Tim, by the looks of it, as this round is washed.
Yeah, this isn't about one of those unofficial timeouts that we speak about where the players will take a minute to have a discussion. That's not what's happening here at all. Spirits is just holding those angles. He's going to punch a barricade out. He's hoping somebody's going to give him something. He wants a freebie. He wants to pick something up, get a 1v2. There's still a minute on the clock. There's still plenty of time for him to do this.
Fine, though. I mean, a lot of time, sure, but still left in a 1 versus 3. Bringing down 3 players on the side of BDS, not quite the easiest job, not when it's used as Leakyfac. And Brede, as we saw already, have a good couple of clutches come out. Yes, he's got the time, but they know where it's coming from. It's only going to take one small misstep by Spirits. This one's going to be chalked.
I mean, he's living on a lot of hope right now. A hope that something will fall into his pocket and his favor. It is so sticky and tricky when you go through a play like that and everything falls away. No. Just wants the catch, but the catch wants him.
BDS going to close out round 1 then, as was kind of expected after the start that they had, and that is exactly what I said we wanted to see from them. BDS, you know, the BDS fans out there want to see them get aggressive, stop them getting in the building, stop them getting established, because that's how you win rounds on Border as a defense. You can't sit back, you can't turtle on site, you've got to take the fight to them, and BDS have done a great job of it there.
I love how there's like basically now like not really a mosh pit, but a pit of people in the middle now chanting something at someone in the centre.
Yeah,
they've evolved as the series has gone on.
It's the Tom J. Sherlock section. It's like the Ultras of Siege.
It is the Ultras of Siege, you are spot on. Not for a team, but for the game overall. Just again, that quick recap. Liquefact is now on 53 kills. Gunner still on 55. That only puts us still a few kills short of that 57 kill record. 2 for Gunner to tie, 4 for Liquefact to draw up as well.
First steps, but remember how traded it was on the previous map. There's a lot of places to go, and when a play goes away from you, as it did, it becomes one of those moments where you can try and brush that aside, right? You're throwing yourself in, you don't have 2 parts of what that play often has nowadays. It's not the end of the world.
There's a beastcoast chat going on, whilst half the audience is turning around to point at someone in the midsection. Absolute chaos, but the round is now underway. We don't expect to see the attackers being the ones coming out on top on this map. It is the more aggressive map, as mentioned before. Comes down to those gunfights and the scopes that I'd say generally attackers have always had the advantage with. Definitely plays in their favour, though. As of late, we have seen a few of those magnified scopes move over to the defensive side, so they have the ability to start battling back. Castle being a classic example that on this map we see quite a number of teams bringing out, to be honest with you, Tim.
Interesting use of the Vendetta there from Hot and Cold, just opening up the rotation into detection. Takes a little bit of time, but is possible. Will get the job done. And we also saw him scanning out the Solus as well. So again, Beast Coast kind of recognising the power of Liquefact on the Solus, but not taking the choice to ban it away. We've seen that time and again. Is that something we're going to be talking about after the tournament as maybe a deciding factor? Liquefact already 3-0, already making life very, very difficult for Beast Coast, and we're only a round in.
Deimos trying to go a little bit active, a little bit fishing, but it doesn't stop you from Capcan traps as he's blinded across. You know you're being tracked, you know you are exactly in their eye line and how much soft is between you and them, so it turns into a little bit of a cat and mouse game that spans pretty much the entirety of the map. Look at the entirety of the map, look at all that intel, juicy and delicious in the eyes of the Solus. How impactful can they be? A minute 10 as the pressure comes around. Solotov gets the first take, and EFAC is knocking on the door of the second.
Oh, poor Brede. Burnt to a crisp, but picked up, but EFAC's there for the trade. Hunts down Gunner, who, yes, has found one. He's 1 kill short of tying the record, but EFAC is charging up behind him at 4 kills.
This could be Liquefact's moment. Diffuser does manage to get a double. The tantalising prospect of a performance out of him like he had on map 1 to drag Beast Coast back into this would be a wonderful thing, and it would be so well timed for the NA side. Liquefact is on low health. Uses it is though that gets picked up by Gaveni. This is not looking good for BDS right now.
They were 4v3 is the worst part here, but Beast Coast Diffuser especially has dragged it back their way to start us with a 1-1 to kick things off. What more could you ask for on map 5?
1 more kill. As I said, the crowd is probably the only team that we still had in the playoff section that could have been as cheered for as BDS. There's one.
Uh-oh.
10 seconds, though, and that's the important part. They've still got to plant. They've still got to try and find their way in. He knows he's guaranteed at least 1 more 1 versus 1, but he's going to try and drive through. The spray and the pre-fire keeps him at bay. A little bit of team damage, but enough there for Beast Coast to push it back.
Liquefact so close to getting that one done. Knew that he had to play the clock, knew that he had to force the position. When you're in a 1v2, if you can force them to put the diffuser down, you give yourself that momentary 7-second 1v1, and that is the time that you've got to push forward. Liquefact tried his best, but on low health, it just wasn't going to be enough. And I've just got a feeling that this one is going to continue back and forth like this, like a rubber band, just bouncing side to side.
Fair play, Diffuser. You'd expect it to maybe die in the crossfire coming out from the second player, but he gets the kills when they count, and that is the most important part. And a great read by Gaveni. It's only going to be a couple of bullets to stop that Diffuser going down, and they lose the round. Right place, right time, right aim. Enough to bring it up to 1-on-1. And we keep on saying, look back at these rounds where things were so watertight. Does it really then make a difference? Absolutely it does as you start getting in towards the last few, especially when it pushes us towards overtime.
Daring to say it already, Des.
Say it.
I'd say we're going to go there, so it pushes us towards.
It does, but I mean, anything does, technically. He didn't sound very Australian. One apiece. One apiece. now, and this is that problem we might start to run into in a weird sort of amalgamation of the Skyscraper game of that second sight for BDS. Sometimes sticking themselves down, finding that position they can play in becomes a little bit of a guessing game here. Sometimes things are magic, and sometimes the act is very well revealed by the attackers.
Enough for the Capcan here as well. Shaiko, the namesake player who might find himself targeted and hunted down by Hot and Cold. If nothing else, very effective for forcing roamers back in towards site if they are causing a little bit of bother. And looking at the top-down screen that we've got off towards the left, there is a full spread across this map from BDS. Same way they play their attacks, looking to cover essentially every single corner of it across both floors. They managed to isolate one player out by himself here. Can they pitch him out by himself? I'm not too sure. Shaiko knows that he's relatively safe for now, drops himself in, no one on the window, and he's back down.
Yeah, beastcoast have been able to get a good bit of control over East Stairs here, one of those power positions that we spoke about at the beginning, and they can start to build from here. It's forced BDS out of office largely, so now beastcoast can think about taking a little bit of top floor control. They can think about opening up that plant spot just in behind the shelves there, inside of the site. They need to clear out Breede from Workshop realistically. On the Warden, he's going to make things difficult, as he does there. Perfectly timed to prove my point, taking down Gunner, and that leaves us in a 5 versus 4.
There's the bite, there's the back of Breede, not quite. Fully fed towards Houghton. So he pulls himself up. They have a minute 10, plenty of time to work with, but these precipices of engagement, these little tip-overs, at the moment we might get thumbs on the scales, and there's the first, Gaveni gets one back on towards Solotov, secures some control but doesn't want to stick around, just misses the side of the fight twice, can't get the catches. Likafak is happy to catch it.
He's now tied with Gunner, by the way, at 56 kills. They're just that one behind at this point. Shaiko finding spirits as well, the Lion falling down here. They've managed to work their way in, but he's got a bulletproof right behind his head. I was going to say, they know exactly where you are. And with 4 players bearing down on you, everything opened up. You're in a spot of hot bother. One left, hot and cold with 30 seconds to play.
He's on the perfect operator for it. He's got 2 of those scans. He could possibly give himself a little bit of information, but a 1v4 is going to be a big ask here because BDS, they're not going to give anything away. They're keeping themselves undercover. They create the perfect crossfire. They use the sound call from the player on balcony, and it's Users who just peeks across from shower and manages to find that final kill. BDS, they take round 3 and find themselves up 2-1.
Still trading, still back and forth, still biting at each other's little levels of progress here. And even though these rounds are getting themselves into the 4 versus 1 situation, you're still looking at that fight down long. You know, you're looking at the fight towards Likafak in that situation. That goes, you've got a lot of vertical control, you've got the man advantage, and you've also got a player pushing on towards site itself. And I mean, they're still getting the kill.
One tap. Ouch. I think getting to the 2-1 on that defensive side in the first quarter has been pretty mega for them as well. Admittedly, that first round when we saw it was the, I guess you'd call it a rush attempt coming out from Beast Coast that BDS dealt with deftly. Likafak cleaning up inside of Armory. Over towards Archives, things didn't quite go so well either. A wonderful C4 onto the Archives window. Imagine here they'll slow things down a little bit and try and take things in a more conventional fashion. Equally, it then turns to BDS to change their ideas up. We've got that castle on side here. First time seeing it brought along, so no significant change, but enough that it will force Beast Coast to have to change their own game plans.
This is the time for BDS now to start creating a little bit of space. They go back to Armory Archives. It's a site that they've already won back in round 1. It really does give them that opportunity to start seeing some sunlight between the 2 teams, to start feeling like they're heading towards. But then, as you get close to that title, you come into a new battle. Can you clinch this out? Can you do it when you know that it counts the most in those final couple of rounds? And we are screaming towards that moment as we stand.
With everybody still standing and nobody wanting to budge an inch. We had rounds earlier. Everybody was dropped from the outside itself.
Oh, Gunner, what are you doing?
Said the drops outside. Checker doesn't quite get the confirm.
He really doesn't want this kill record, does he? He really wants to stay under it. He only had to get a couple of kills to tie it. But across 4 rounds here, we'll have had just 1 kill to his name.
Loses them the hard breach as well, which could be impactful on this side. They do manage to collect him, that's big. And then Gavini not only picks him up, manages to find the kill onto Shaiko, who tried to run out on them as well. So what a switch around for Beast Coast. They're facing a situation where they have no hard breach. They're attacking Armory Archives, but then all of a sudden they get the kill, they get the hard breach, and they give themselves an opportunity in the round that looked like it was on its way to being lost.
Users was trying to play a little bit of the trick against the wall there itself, but couldn't quite hold on, and obviously without the Solace, well, they still have a lot of growth that they can do here, but they haven't been offered again this catch, this loose play. You think about the lockdown on the side, the crossfight is one. That I say is popped round to the corner. They forced the Warden further and further back. They've got some angles, some ideas, but nothing close to the same approach they had before.
Yeah, Leakyback is really tucked in here when all the action is the other side of the map, but he's pinned down by that long angle that you saw established. Isn't going to be quite sure when it's clear, but he's there as insurance in case there is a cheeky backwash coming on through. For now, though, Beast Coast are keeping it pretty direct. Their focus is entirely on this office side of things. They're starting to move their way forward. They win this gunfight, it's massive for them, and that's what they found, but it's immediately traded out as well.
Solotov just keeping BDS in the fight. 30 seconds for them to hold on in this 3 versus 4. They don't need to move their feet too much. They need to force Beast Coast to do the work, force them to go in and grab that ground, and force them to find a position to put the diffuser down. 20 seconds left to go, hot and cold. He's getting up on that window, just looking again to use utility to pressure, to force. Leakyfact can't take any more damage. Neither can Breedy as he gets cut down. 7 seconds, and here come Beast Coast as they get another round on the board and level things 2-2.
They played that so damn well, locking Leakyback out of the action, isolated the players that were a bit too far forward with a double crossfire. Crossfire from 2 angles coming on forward, and they've just picked them off one at a time. Beautiful stuff, and all with 15 seconds left on the clock. Beast Coast showing there that, again, patience is the way to victory.
Traded back and forth, far from over yet, and, well, smiling. But he might get himself closer and closer towards that kill record.
He's tied now, one more kill. That's all he needs.
There's a few rounds left of this game. He's got some opportunities, but talking of opportunities, Kafe being in these positions, he was quite big for the roster the previous map, and we didn't quite have the fuser popping in, and we didn't quite have the momentum that was led on from Gunner on the previous map before that as well. Him still being present as the fuser comes back into the mold is potentially huge for Beast Coast.
Round 5 gets underway then. We're going to have BDS moving on. They decide not to go back to Armory Archives, even though it was open for them. They're going to move on instead downstairs. Going to be ventilation and workshop for this one. We saw them try it back in round 2. This is just, you know, a repetition of that rotation that they used, but it didn't work out for them. Beast Coast were able to get the win last time around, and it's a little bit of a risk here, you feel.
Potentially, it came down pretty close, though. A couple of players left on the winning side when all was said and done. If Beast Coast take that 3-2 here, they'll be feeling good about going into round 6, I imagine. It would probably be Bathroom and Tellers. They feel like they're able to turn things around there and get a 4-2 split, which will be absolutely dreamy for them going into their defensive side. Even for BDS, where things started out looking pretty good, that 2-1 lead they had. Forget about it, slowly evaporating away here. Gunner not quite able to punish the player running on the cross. I believe it was Yuzus. Here, Eastairs is now under their control.
There is this continually encircling pressure that Beast Coast are trying to apply here, that BDS are just keeping themselves a little coy step out of rhythm of. They're not giving them those engagements they were more than happy to before. A bit of a noob.
Jumped into a jabber.
It happened.
As you do.
As you do. They have more than enough to build on the back of it, getting the call and the reads on the players above. But the decision now is, do we force our way into these fights? There's a lot of presence up there, or do we try and maybe draw some of their focus away?
Here we go. Oh, right idea from Diffuser. It just doesn't quite catch the man. But they're desperate to force this top floor control. You need it if you're going to execute inside events and workshop. So far, most of these players on BDS not really too troubled. This might be the first challenge they're going to face off against, but Yuzu's going to drop away. Down to safety with half the round burn.
Yeah, just has a few little pot shots, hoping to hit one on the fadeaway, but can't find his man. Gunner is going to open up that long angle by the looks of things and just expose the player down at half wall, make it a little bit more difficult. But a minute 10 and BDS are absorbing the pressure really well at the minute.
Yeah, it's crumple zones. They keep letting themselves get a bit hit, pull back. They're not giving them the fight. Solotov, well, he almost gets caught, but there's Houghton under the pressure. Liquifac, he's stepping in. There's a third player as Usus goes down. How much focus, BDS, are you sending? Because everything else is falling apart elsewhere. Diffuser comes through. Solotov, a must-win fight that's blinded back and forth. And there's a little bit of cat and mouse. And now Shaiko has to try and eat the rest up. Can't connect, can't get out. Beast Coast tied 2 rounds together to get themselves the 3-2 up.
I said I was a little bit worried about this team, that inexperience coming into a best-of-5 on a LAN. The further in you get, the more worn out you are, the more the comms slip, the more things start fading away, but they are still keeping it at full beans. And what I love is Diffuser, the player we were speaking about. Terrible last 3 maps. Started strong, has frankly sucked for the last 3. And here he is going 7-2, putting up big numbers. His 2K on metal a couple of rounds ago was the big part in this round. He's only got on and done it again.
You always need in a team, if you're looking at like a running race and a team race, you need that runner who's going to start strong and finish strong.
Yep.
And that right now is exactly what Diffuser is being for Beast Coast. BDS, they are going to rip the tactical timeout cord. It is time to just try and put a pause on things.
And just again to remind everyone, both players, Gunnar and Liquifac, are currently on 57 kills. Whoever gets the next kill, they break the record. Who holds the record come the end of the series? Oh, we'll have to wait and find out.
You assume one of them will kill again. There, Diffuser.
I've killed a man once, I'll kill him again.
I mean,
I'll kill him 58 times if I have to.
It was just a brilliant read on the motion. As I said, they were trying to draw the focus. They realized how heavy BDS's hold was directly above the site. They said, we're not going to play that game. Where is our other route through? Cut into detention, cut into jail, and cut them in half.
You know, it does worry me a little bit. We saw those BDS players there for a second, all 5 of them. Liquifac the only one, gesturing, talking, looking like he's got some life in him. With 3-Day, head in hand, Solotov lent on one arm. This was what happened the other day. They looked a little bit checked out, a little bit like, how are we losing this? Why is this happening?
And this is what we picked up on at the beginning of the day, Des. We said, is that going to be a factor? You know, I said you look for the potential, you know, areas for improvement within a team, and just having that one vocal person, that one vocal player is always going to be a difficulty. And it's maybe something that BDS do need to look at going forward to strengthen what is a fantastic roster, because like you say, when they lose those couple of rounds, the heads do drop a little bit, and they seem to be paying the price at the minute, because Beast Coast are playing with confidence, fun, and just bags of energy to spare.
The best thing is look at the kills on the left-hand side of your screen as well. That reflects the energy that we're seeing out of these players.
Yep.
I'm not saying it's a direct like relationship that you've got, but it does contribute in towards it. Got to see the pit things back up here, and hopefully after that attack timeout, that's what they see. They want this 3rd defensive round, because truthfully, they may struggle to get any more than 3 when they're on the attack.
Huge bit of presence here from Beast Coast. They're getting themselves control of East Stairs. They're getting their angles down. Sort of big box room, but this fell apart last time. They were sort of getting into that fight. They were finding themselves on the back end, and here's Shaiko trying to set that pace again, aggressively stepping in, but not right back out. Gaveni, I said it before, has been electric for Beast Coast, and here he is.
Beast Coast.
Oh! Diffuser catching him out as well. 2 players punished inside of office. BDS crumbling here. That's that vertical control lost as well. Liquifac is going to step in. A bit of a zombie land he's stepping into now with no teammates around. Just about gets away. And Gunner's down. He won't break it in this round.
He gets one. Solotov, he's holding court upstairs and saying, look at me, as the rest of the team flee. But Brede cannot get a connection. Beast Coast have used these snappy moments to drive through the harder site, and that's the pressure that Liquifac is under. This is their eyes, this is their idea, Tim.
Beast Coast have really sharpened up and locked in now when it counts the most, but Solotov with an essential kill, preventing that Diffuser going down and bringing it back to a 2v2. There's plenty of health on both sides. There's plenty of seconds left on the clock, and Beast Coast have to go back to the drawing board a little bit. They need to collect that Diffuser. They need to find kills if they want to win this round.
It's a full side rotate here, so forget about trying to push it through window or forcing your way in. They pushed off for Events Workshop clear, which makes me nervous because you've got to clear the whole map here. Spirits has actually gone in for a drop by himself. Gaveni's just come inside a workshop as well, so a little bit of support arriving. Bride might be in hot water.
He's moved out, and he's moved out! Shifted away as Solotov has to ace the clutch this. He's caught in a crossfire. They know exactly where he is, but they don't have the kit. They've got to recollect it, and he can play it. The pings are there saying, we know, they don't know that we know. Caught out, wasting and waiting time. No collection, but they find the fight.
Time and time again this series, Beast Coast find a way to clutch out. It looked a bit risky. 60 seconds left, a full map rotation coming out, but it paid dividends for them. Red BDS, like a buck, crushed Bride, and then beat out Solotov, who had already found a 3K in the round. What more can he do? Beast Coast with a 4-2 attacking half split. A dream for them. Pressure now on BDS with no tag timeout available.
Well, BDS, they came into EU with their new roster, and we couldn't quite believe our eyes just how good they looked. And right now, they've got to show us that they've got the final piece of the puzzle. We know they've got the players, we know they've got the ability and the talent, but do they have the mental? Do they have the capacity for resilience to bring themselves back into a game like this? They are 2-4 down. Every game of Siege is a game of two halves, Des. And let's see whether BDS on the attack can find the same momentum that Beast Coast have had. This is the time for answers.
I talk about their attacking prowess a lot, and it always comes back to that one operator, the Dekebi, that we've got Solotov running around on right now. Spoke about it a lot on previous maps and the damage that it can do. On the other side, the real answer here is going to be the mute jammers they can sit themselves behind, but it's far from the perfect answer, especially on a map like Border, where you've got to be aggressive against the outside parts of the map. You've got to be at windows, you've got to be at doorways. A jammer realistically is not going to cover you there.
At this point, this first engagement has a huge amount of weight behind it. Remember how this started with BDS looking exceptionally strong. Both rounds they have been, but the energy behind Beast Coast from them, from their coach, from the crowd is unquestionable, and that is that big detriment. BDS fishing around the back end of CCTV, trying to force out Gaveni, who's that first point. The Zephyr charges on the back end, the castle not far away. Gunner,
he's broke it.
That is our new best of 5 record holder.
Solotov bouncing one back, and we'll talk more about that once the round is concluded, but at least as it stands, a 1-for-1 between the two. Still so much of the round to play out as well. As I said before, watch out for that last call in Solotov's back pocket. That is going to be when you see the BDS side start to make their moves. The EE1D coming out here, at least in isolation, to start getting themselves in position. But the shot is there. Gaveni also having a screamer at the map.
All the BDS have really been able to gain so far is CCTV and break. They haven't made much progress into site itself. They're trying to work the external angles, but guess what? So is Gunner. He goes out of the window, finds the Lion and takes him down. 3 versus 2, and Beast Coast, they just keep edging closer and closer as every second ticks by. That's another round! That's another round! Beast Coast, 5-2!
And a kill record breaker to boot. Head still looking low on this BDS side, we've said it a few times. Mentality is always the battle. And there it is, just to confirm, 59 kills. Your new best of 5 kill record on LAN, and he could still yet improve it.
The team that could, and that is still hanging over everything. From where they were to where they sit right now to where they can be. 2 rounds, Beast Coast, separate you entering the hallowed halls of major champions.
Just short of 3 months. I think that's a point that we have to remember here for Beast Coast. The work that they have done in that space of time is unbelievable. Straight to the top of NAL and potentially straight to the top of World Siege with a first major under their belt. And looking at this team, I look at it and I think, will it be the last? And I'm not convinced it will. If they win this, they just look so strong.
We spoke quite a lot about Diffuser already during this game, but I've got to turn my eyes towards someone many wouldn't expect. But Shaiko has been negative on 4 of these 5 maps. Dare I say, a non-factor. Obviously, Leakerback is the one that we've turned a lot of attention to, but he's been non-existent during this series, and they need him to come online here and now. The Dekebi's offline. We spoke about it already. It's such a critical part of their attack.
Gaveni connect once again.
Oh, surely not.
Oh, the end of a tale told by held bullets on a soft, and we've seen BDS destroy people in a similar fashion. The call comes through. The rumble under the ground that tears them from where they feel confident, but confidence isn't a factor that they have any concern of right now. Beast Coast, they're manipulating the space, holding themselves all across the back. BDS, they're going for a bit of a direct line on towards Workshop. They've shifted Breed AM with the kit on the back of Beepers as Shaiko tries to get the catch underneath, but sitting, waiting and hoping won't really get the nested result.
They're trying to fight for this position. They've got Breed on the book just over the other side of the wall, who can come and open that floor up very quickly to prevent that position being played. As it is, Shaiko manages to get it done, but time has been burnt in trying to do so. Shaiko looks for a long challenge on into Bathroom, is not going to find it. Gunner is able to do a lot of damage along the way. Shaiko less than half health. Breed taken out. Hot and cold finding Leakerback. It's all falling apart. This could be flawless for Beast Coast right now as they just hit the accelerator pedal. They slam the foot down and deep into the floor, Des.
One more round, Beast Coast. One more round. And that chip on your shoulder is firmly removed. The doubters, the droppers, the haters, the jesters, all will be cast aside. With one more round. No one had them down despite winning the NA League as a top team. No one had them in their top 3, even their top 4. And here they are about to do the whole thing. Magic and an underdog story is what we love.
We might never see something like this again. We have never seen anything like this before. A team brought together from where they were to stand one round away from being champions. There have been underdog stories, but none have been written in Siege's history the way Beast Coast are writing theirs.
One more round is all they require. They are yet to lose a defense. Their first 2 have been successful. BDS look like a broken team at the minute. It is going to take a mammoth effort for them to fight their way back into this. Bathroom and Tellers will be the final battleground, potentially, for Beast Coast.
Shaiko's back on the Ana as well. When was the last time you saw him play? That operates, Remy.
It takes it away, really, and it shows that they're going back to old reliables and hoping that maybe the reliability of being in control, of being the top dogs, of being the tournament favourites can be ridden. But as Gaveni steps around and he steps out for the first, he's able to find his way across.
Just searching, seeking for more here. Breeder is going to be forced outside of the map. It was a quick start from BDS, trying to get themselves involved, trying to get in on the action quickly. It's backfired. It's not worked out for them. BDS are now seriously on the back foot here in Manchester. They're battling, and Solotov, he manages to find Gaveni. 4 versus 4 now, but Beast Coast, they have the angles, they have the defense, they have the utility. They can just try to hold on, but BDS have plenty of time to work with, Des.
That's all they need, a little more, but every single kill builds up to that point. Half a round to play, and they've got the numbers advantage, Emmy.
Diffuser digging his way back in after a fantastic showing before and a fantastic tournament. Lickifak is a response that they're trying to emphasize. Cut down the long run here. Diffuser wants to drift, he's surrounded. Space is getting smaller and smaller, but with the catch coming out, BDS get 2. They get a lifeline, something to hold.
Gunner's just going to be holding this tight angle over the desk here. He's hoping for the man to push in. He just needs to try and level things up here. It's 3 versus 2 at the minute. If he can get that 1 kill, then maybe, just maybe, Beast Coast can continue to dream of doing this here and now. Lickifak taking damage, but Hot and Cold taking more. 3 versus 1. Surely BDS hold on for another round, but no. Gunner might have something to say, Em.
2 versus 1. Gunner, the man who set and broke records here today. The man dropped and rebuilt on a roster that has stunned the world. Sits 30 seconds. 2 huge players between him. 2 of the best we've ever offered. Gunner looking for the first fight. BDS hold firm. 1 more round.
You could just see his name in lights, a 1v3 to win it and breaking the best of 5 kill record at the same time. That would have been a Gunner special. The BDS hold on for 1 more. Tim, last time I think about a map 5, I think the scoreline was 6-1 or something, wasn't it?
Something like that.
Yeah, someone called it the last dance, I recall. Yeah. And last I remember, it got brought back to 8-6. Do the French dare to dream that BDS can do this?
Look, BDS have a history, they have a record. We know that they are capable of just turning a game on its head, of stringing rounds together. And Beast Coast need to be careful, because all it will take is 1 round to be that spark in the powder keg that will just ignite BDS into that 3-4 round momentum comeback that would take us all the way here on border. Beast Coast need to get this done sooner rather than later. Do they have the ability? Do they have the talent? You better believe they do.
Psycho's effing. Yeah, I said it earlier, right? 4 of these 5 maps, he's been negative. And it's so hard because for years he has been celebrated as the best talent that we will ever see in Rainbow Six Siege Esports. And it's hard to contest with that when you look at the numbers. But if you can't put up the numbers in the biggest game, on the biggest stage, then what?
Lickifak just going to be clearing out a bit of utility, looking for that long angle. Just, again, BDS trying to prep here, trying to prepare. Shaiko, there, he wakes up, manages to find Gunner, takes down the new kill record. Holder says, you know what? There's still a few bullets in this gun that are going to do a job.
Diffuser, though, might have something to say on the back end. Is caught by a drone, so doesn't sit around, see what's next. But an operator that can cause present problems with their presence pretty much anywhere. Going for a bit of an explore here. BDS, are they going to try and encircle, get 1 more? Are they going to try and drift through? Great drone placement.
He's been hit by that a couple of rounds ago. He's not getting stunned from that same window again. Love it. Vertical coming up here as well. Potential was catching back. Lickifak underneath on the book. Normally his go-to operator on the attacking side. We've seen him play a number of things throughout this series, but Book, I'd imagine, is where he feels most at home.
Yeah, I'm glad to see that Book being utilised this time. Like I said last time, despite BDS getting the round, it was a little bit slow to open that area up and clear the man out, but this time, much more effective. There comes another kill. Solotov onto Diffuser. Surely we are not at the start of what will be an amazing journey for BDSM.
Surrounded and absolutely ripped out of the position with so much time, BDS. They have a 2-body advantage. They've been able to deal with a couple of problems. And now with only the other single player underneath, do they know or do they go? Shaiko seems to have an idea. Houghton has a C4 to rip against it. Trying to play against the repel, but the first fight is his to catch. Good bit of motion.
Surely not a 5v3 given away here as well. BDS had full control of this round. It started out so strong, whittled down the numbers of Beast Coast. but need to make sure they've got them back lines covered, that the flanks aren't going to sting them. They're down to basically no intel when it comes to the drone game as well. Just 3 on side here, which opens things up for beastcoast to make use of those flanks.
Time is becoming a factor right now. That worrisome 6-man for the teams as Kafe drifts further and further back into office. Solotov hot foots it round on the back. Hopes to get the back end of the catch there, resting vertical, and Spirits is holding court, but no! A 3 versus 2 inside the site. They're going to see if they can try and stick the plant. The motion is coming around the back. Users has the cover. Houghton has the door. It's a 3 versus nobody. BDS again!
They just will not quit, Des. BDS almost just on the brink for several rounds now, but they continue to fight. They continue to dig deep. They've found that courage. They've found that passion, that energy that they needed. And they're finding the kills to go with it.
I just want to be clear, I was joking when I said 15 rounds on map 5, but it's going that way. They've got the momentum across the last 2, but the thing is, I always say games can be defined by such fine margins. Spirit's there, he has a pixel or 2 extra on that soft destruct wall. He sees both players come in, he gets 2 kills, but he just narrowly misses it. They're just not there. It's like if me and you were operators, Tim. They were too small. They were under the sight line. They get in. They find him for free. And that is what sets that plant in motion. Otherwise, I think the game is done then. You like that one?
I love to know that that's what my special operator ability would be.
Like a hobbit.
Just being short, I can walk under the lines
I think the name for it is just crouch.
Permanent crouch.
Stand. Full height stand.
6-4. And that gap gets thinner, and these rounds get bolder, get brasher, get BDS. You get that energy. You had the users clutch we talked about when BDS were last, looking at that guillotine above them and waiting for the drop. The hand of users reached out and said, not yet. And then they brought back every single moment that they could hear. They have that energy, they have it.
Last time we were on this site, it was a flawless round to beastcoast. This needs to be a lot of change, I think, if BDS are going to come out on top here, work a little bit of magic. Because beastcoast, it only takes 1 moment of magic to see this over the finish line. That's all it's going to take.
If you remember, a few rounds ago I said, both of these teams are going to have to show us an ability that they haven't had to yet, and that is the ability to clinch out a major title. You get yourself onto 6, the job is not done. You've got more work to do, and beastcoast are starting to see that difficulty. It is not easy. The mental game becomes another play in itself. The belief to get it over the line is tough. But Kafe, he believes he can take down Solotov, and he does.
Exploring the outside, the limits of the map has been a game they've played brilliantly. And he's still happy to put the pressure on at the same time. The back end, they're slowly encircling it. Houghton gets caught a bit as the pressure comes against them. They're looking down towards the site, playing the vertical, knowing, listening, and waiting for this rotate.
Maybe one. It's the Capital that's gone. I always talk again about the gadgetry and the effectiveness of it and execute. BDS stacking themselves up, but it looks to be a bit of a hit. Last call coming out from users to push in begins.
This is it, a huge moment, but he's caught out. The plant under the blind, the hold against the verticality, the great use of the flashes and predate doesn't secure. Diffuser connects with the man on the kit. Kafe gets caught, he's clicky pack. Gets the connection, but it's cold. Once again, they do not have solid ground, all of it. Watched, wished through the foggy floor of intel that they're just trying to break that single speck. Patience, waiting for the first to make a mistake either side. All the intel being called, no position is safe. Where do you go? When they have this set up, they go upstairs, users on the rotate, watching, doesn't get the free player. Now they know that there's one on the long angle, now they know there's one on the long arm. But 20 seconds left. 20 seconds between beastcoast, the plant, touch, the pull, back, the swap against the Solace, the bait of the intel.
Round on board
just when it looks like Beast Coast had the moment. Flood sight, kill the Panther, and the round is over. Forget about the verticals, that would have been it. Where is Shaiko? I think he's answered in the last 2 or 3 rounds. He's done enough in every single one to make sure they stay in. He may still be down at 6 and 9, but the kills have got maximum impact. BDS have got to get one more, and we go to overtime. Wow.
Wow, wow, wow. I mean, they knew what they needed to do. They knew where they could go.
I've never seen him slam his table before, Shaiko.
Careful of your hands. You've got a couple of rounds to play.
He's feeling it.
Either side is feeling it right now. Beast Coast, that lead, that security, that confidence, filtered, flitted, and pulled away bit by bit by bit by BD Bloody S.
3 rounds in a row now for BDS on the attack. Beast Coast looking powerless to stop them over the last few. Are we gonna need the extra 3 rounds of overtime to settle this? Or can Beast Coast get it done here and now? They've had plenty of chances. They've had their moments. This is the final opportunity to close it down in regulation without the stress, without the pressure of having to go to overtime.
They've had so many chances though, Tim. 3 rounds on the bounce, they've had the chance, but haven't quite been able to get it done. We end things off on, dare I say, one of the more infamous sites in Siege overall. That 2nd floor Armory Archives. We've seen a few different flavors of attacks onto it as well. BDS first call coming out. Leakyfax down, what a player to find.
Gunner hasn't had an impact the past few rounds, but this could be the biggest he has had the whole major. Shaiko steps himself as cautiously up these stairs. If he wins this, he brings the balance back. The Malusi pushes him back. The Banshee screams.
Takes out that utility, gives himself the space on metal stairs to maybe push up there later on. But right now, Beast Coast, they're spreading out. They've got themselves into break. They're looking to take fights anywhere in the map that they can here. They know that one more kill could be the difference maker. It gives them the 5v3. It gives them the space that they will need. Shaiko, he's trying to get anything going that he can here. He heads up those east stairs. He's looking for pressure. But Beast Coast have battened down the hatches there.
And Gunner has just dropped away as well, so almost inviting Shaiko Beast, burning another 30 seconds or so as he's walking into goo mine after goo mine here. But they've dropped away. They don't feel the need to take the challenge right now. Let BDS be the ones to sweat as we get towards this last 60 seconds.
Here comes that pressure. The flashes onto the back end of the shield. The Fuser's going to tuck in. Spirits the man that could stop against this, but with the support of this, it's a cheeky little pick back up for the Fuser. Shaiko has an entrance. And if it's called, might have a quick exit. Look at Brede working that kid over on Office. There is some pressure that's coming on the back. It's going to be a very sudden bit of audio, and instead, they just don't know Diffuser. He could be the man that breaks this approach, the man that breaks this hold. There's one! And he tucks himself behind the shield. He's about to be swung from the front and the back, and they secure it. But
trade
20 seconds. Brede and Users to stop Beast Coast, to find a plan to keep themselves in it. Beast Coast, the wave, holding on for one more. 1 versus 3. But with 8 seconds left, Brede holding on for the plan. The wave turns. The crash over everything we knew about competitive Siege. Beast Coast, they are your Manchester Major champions.
And what a performance it has taken them in that final round to get the job done. Unbelievable stuff from the NA team, Des.
What else is there to say? BDS looking forlorn, but Beast Coast, they deserve everything.
What a series. What a gift to be able to be a voice on this, to share with the pair of you. What a gift to be able to watch. And how we go, the 2 teams fought to the end.
Like I say, the underdogs have worked some magic at this event. No one had them down as their winner. If you did in your predictions, fair play to you. But for Beast Coast, Gunner breaking the best of 5 record. boys have grafted hard these last 5 months. They deserve everything.
They've earned every little bit of this. Heartbreak on the side of BDS. Commiserations, of course. They've played their part in what has been one of the most memorable finals. How do you come out of SI24 in that final and repeat it? I don't know. But I feel like we've managed it in Manchester. What a matchup. We've just seen two giants head-to-head here and just leaving absolutely nothing on that stage.
SI, one of the best games, best finals, best series we have ever had. Was a great top of the game Team World Destroyers versus Team World Destroyers. Here, what we have is one of the best stories. Beast Coast, first in NA, showed up here, showed stronger than I think anybody expected, and showed what you can do, what can be achieved, and what can be built upon from the ground. Beast Coast are your champions. Lift that trophy. But I would be very confident in sort of saying probably not. Unbelievable. And what a coach.
Fettuccini's words magic this event. There's been so many moments where we've seen him going absolutely nuts. He's that vibes coach. He keeps the spirits high. And I think on that last map, vibes are what made the difference.
They can and should be extremely proud of everything that they have accomplished, and they should enjoy every moment.
Well, let's give it to the man who will break it all down. Ian Chambers, please.
I never like to interrupt a moment like this. Guys, just place the trophy down just for one moment. We will get that up in the air and momentarily, but we talk about fairy tale runs, dream come true, underdog stories, Cinderella stories. This is all of those rolled into one. Gunnar, we talked about doubt. I didn't see an ounce of doubt in any of your eyes here tonight.
I mean, hey, they had everything to lose. We didn't have anything to lose. Every game we've played, people said we're gonna lose. Every prediction, we're gonna lose. So I don't know what to say. I don't know what I just did. We just won a major in 2 months. Yeah, we were having fun.
Gunnar, the team here have voted you MVP of the entire tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Gunnar. Record-setting, most kills in a best-of-5 in Tier 1 history. You are making history here on this stage with your roster.
I don't know what to say. This is the first time we've had like supporters every time that I've been in an event. This is unreal. I didn't necessarily think we were gonna win a major in 2 months, but we're nasty, bro. I don't know what to say. We're just having too much fun. Too much fun, bro.
Gunnar, are you him?
I'm him, bro. I'm him.
Hot and cold, I just want to talk to you briefly. Come here. Just briefly. You are a Siege OG. You've been part of this since year 1. You've done it. What does it mean?
I mean, honestly, just fuck all the haters. I've been hated since day 1, and now I got a fucking trophy. I mean, what are you gonna say now? I did it in this is the hardest time of Siege ever. We got it done. 3 months in, not even 3 months in. Holy
amazing. You've been so passionate. You've been brilliant. Everybody's fallen in love with you, watching you on the sidelines. The most animated coach I think I've ever seen. You did it.
Mom, my mom's right there. Mom, all those years of video games weren't for nothing. Yeah! I love my team so much. This group of guys, we're just having fun. Literally, we lost, and Gav was like, guys, we're losing because we're not having fun. Every round on border. Are you having fun, Matt? Matt, are you having fun still? And we had fun!
Just briefly, guys, listen. There's been a lot of talk about doubters. There's been a lot of talk about haters. I just want some brief words from anybody who wants to give them to the believers out there, because you've got your fans, am I right? What do you want to say to those who believed in you?
Fuck everyone who did believe in us, and if you did believe in us, I fucking love you. Let's fucking go!
This guy's a megastar. I want you to lift the trophy one more time. You deserve every second of it. Ladies and gentlemen, your Blast R6 Manchester Major champions, it's beastcoast! Well, that brings us to the culmination of what has been an epic major here in Manchester, the very first ever UK major. One more time for beastcoast. Look at it. I just got to give a shout out to BDS as well. What a run they went on. BDS will be back. From me, I just want to say a massive thank you to our amazing talent team who brought you every piece of action throughout this entire process. To the production team who make this all possible and bring it all to life. And to, of course, Manchester. I've got to give a big shout out. Give yourselves a round of applause. Manchester! We will see you at the next event. I always say this, but in R6, we are just getting started.